喂，大家下午好。各位能听得见吗？喂，
Hello, everyone. It's me, Natalia Yerokhova.
Good afternoon, Professor Yerokhova.
Uh-huh.
I see that our Chinese participants 中国参与者能听得见吗？喂，OK，好的，they can hear us. So let us begin.
No, sorry, извините. Я вместе с моим я тоже приехала из Ленинского научно-технического университета. Но сейчас я в Америке, и поэтому я не могу вместе с ними.
Ага,
Можно
отлично.
слушать? Сейчас я в Америке, и сейчас в 4 часа утра.
Конечно, конечно.
Я жду, но только что я тоже участвовала в собрании и слушала много докладчиков. Большое вам спасибо. Хорошо.
Спасибо вам, что
Я
присоединились.
видела моих товарищей.
Ага.
Хорошо, мы тогда начинаем.
Там идет за звук, Леонид Николаевич. Понятно. Олег Анатольевич, ну,
Да, я готов начинать.
я так понимаю, что основная часть вещает прямо из университета.
Хорошо,
Докладчик.
тогда я по программе
Мгм.
мы начнем работать.
Мгм.
各位中国同事，中国朋友，晚上好。我们开始讲吧，开始工作。我是俄罗斯人民友谊大学副教授，我姓季莫菲耶夫，我叫奥列格，也可以称呼我奥列格，我是大家好，大家好，我是这个小组的主持人。那我们直接就开始吧。第一位发言人是辽宁科学技术大学马洪教授。马洪教授打算向我们介绍一下主要是外来字母词国际贸易当中的外来字母词运用。马洪教授在吗？请发言人不超过10分钟。喂，马洪教授。喂，
他能看见我荧
对不起，我啥也听不见。现在马洪教授。
说句话你好。
你好，请发言。
您可以打开我们的屏幕，就是让我们 share the screen。
Можно, Наталья Станиславовна, можно открыть презентацию? У меня не получится это вы как модератор, наверное, сможете сделать. Махун. Brief analysis of the ways of the English abbreviation translation in international trade. Mahong. Вот. И тогда следующий у нас будет Юэ Яньфэн. Вот, чтобы тоже сразу.
下一个，那是不是得请 Alex 老师给我们开这个屏幕的权利？因为我现在不能共享。Откройте, пожалуйста, их презентацию.
Можно открыть здесь я?
现在先等会儿，我们马上去解决这个问题。
Ну, я хочу сказать, я могу открыть. Хорошо.
Хорошо, открывайте тогда.
На самом деле у нас каждый может, everyone could share their presentations here.
И们所有参与的人都可以打开，你们可以自己打开。
If you want me to upload your slides, could you tell me the name of your presentation? How you...
Махон, я вам сейчас скажу. Махон, a brief analysis of the ways of the English abbreviation translation in international trade.
Сейчас подключим.
好，下面我来说一说我的这篇论文，关于国际贸易英语缩略语的翻译方法。缩略语是一种便捷简约的词汇，在一些及时的现代商务文本和口语交际活动中经常使用。缩略语表面简单，内涵丰富，在翻译过程中会出现形式简单、内容复杂的矛盾。翻译中所讲究的核心概念是使翻译对等。由于缩略语的语义值相对固定，语言变化较少，在翻译时更容易实现意义对等。但英语缩略语本身并不具有字面意义，在翻译时实现形式对等相对更困难，因此有必要选择恰当的翻译方法。我的这篇论文呢，重点对音译、意译、零翻译以及意译与音译结合这几种翻译方法进行分析，并提出一些英语缩略语的翻译策略。首先来说一说英语缩略语所应用的领域国际贸易。在当今世界经济中，国际贸易逐渐变得越来越重要。英语缩略语可以促进国家间的国际贸易，节省各方之间的时间和成本。我们在从事国际贸易活动时，应认清世界经济和国际贸易的发展趋势，并意识到英语缩略语应用于国际贸易过程中的重要性。下面呢，我来说一说英语缩略语的翻译方法问题。英语缩略语是一种有效的信息传递方式，它用较少的字母和空间来表达原词的意思，反映新事物的复杂的社会现象，并以快速增长的速度出现在社会的各个领域，成为现代英语中发展最快的语言现象。英语缩略语它有着结构简单、表达信息量大、国际化并且新颖时尚的特点。关于英语缩略语的分类，第一个 initialism，也就是首字母缩略词。这是一种将某个词组当中的主要的几个单词的首字母进行组合，然后成为一个新词。这种缩略方法是英语缩略语当中的基础和主体，是一种最为常见的缩略语。initialism 这个首字母缩略词，分为3种。第一种是用字母代表整个单词，如 COD cash on delivery。第二种是仅仅用字母去代表复合词的成分，或者是单词的一个组成部分，如 GHQ General Headquarters。第3种是只有一个单词是用首字母来表示的，后面的单词以完整的形式出现，如 email。这种方式拥有缩写比较规范、比较完整，并且准确、容易辨识、方便人们记忆等特点。第二种呢是 acronym，也就是首字母拼音词。这种缩略方式，最开始使用的时间是在1943年，它是由一个短语或一个单词的位于词首的成分缩略而成的单词或名称，通常是单个字母，有时是一个音节。它的缩略方式呢与initialism不同的地方是initialism 的读音读成缩略的各个字母的读音，而 acronym 这个它主要是根据一些拼读规则来拼出这个单词的音标，另外组成一个可发音的单词，如 NATO North Atlantic Treaty Organization。但是有一个例外，就是有一些缩略语的介词和连词不能省略也不能缩写，如SNR Snow and Rain。下一个是clipping 截短词截短是一种构词法，概括为将一个单词简化为它的一部分，也就是解除掉原来单词的某个或者某些音节之后得到的缩略词。它从较长的单词中创造出缩短的单词，但不改变词性或者词义。运用这种方式进行缩略的词语，主要是因为原来的单词比较长，使用的频率也比较高，所以将它进行缩略的那一部分，实际上是有着替代性的作用。clipping 主要是有4种类型。第一种是 initial clipping。initial clipping 保留了原词的最后部分，如 bot、robot、net、internet。第二种是 final clipping。final clipping 保留popular
喂，辽宁科技大学那边，请你们调整一下声音。我们这边什么也听不见。喂。喂，辽科大那边。
Dear young fan, could you start your presentation, or we need to show the presentation of Mahong?
А вы слышите кого-нибудь из из
Нет,
Китая?
никого не слышу,
Да,
Олег
я тоже
Анатольевич.
не слышу никого. Я уже им писал, но это у них проблема какая-то, да, получается?
Да, с подключением.
Понятно.
А выводить нам первую презентацию или нет, Олег
Ну
Анатольевич?
давайте там.
Потому что там всего 4 человека выступают. Может быть, он еще раз повторит с презентацией?
Это
Или...
женщина.
Ну, то есть она, да.
Да.
Вот
Так,
она
да,
появилась.
Да, потому что тут спрашивали у меня, что можно ли на английском что-то послушать или посмотреть.
Ну вот кто может на английском, пусть выступает на английском, наверное. Ну или вы скажете, что на Chinese.
Ну, я могу сейчас написать, что
у Анесс.
эти самые будут на английском.
Ну, извините, я хочу спросить, можно по-русски, да?
Да, пожалуйста.
Ой, отлично. А вы нас слышите? Мы просто вот из ваших коллег из университета не слышим. Они нас слышат, нет? Dear Елена, do you hear us? We could show the presentation of Mahong once again, if you need so.
喂，聊科大，我们还是听不见。
Номер опять я могу спросить, что случилось?
请问能听见我的声音吗？
现在能听见，现在能听见，而且我们找到了你的 PPT。喂，
好的，谢谢。
你是不是已经发言完了？马洪教授，你已经发言完了吗？
对，我进行到了一半，我现在接着进行可以吗？
可以。
行。好的，我下面要说的是，对，他说。 关我手机为合适。
Олег Анатольевич, может быть, мы и Young Fan дадим слово, потому что подключилась.
Она половину рассказала, пока она мне сейчас объяснила. Она готова продолжать.
Вот это Махонг, да?
Да.
А на какой нам слайд переключить?
Так, ну, да, у меня, к сожалению, нет этого. Полистайте вперед. Я вам скажу, о чем.
Ага. Да, Леонид Николаевич, можете пролистать вперед? Дальше.
Дальше.
А дальше?
Дальше. Так, вот этого я вообще, честно говоря, не помню. Ну ладно, давайте дальше.
Может быть, с Пату начнем? Нет?
好，那我现在接着进行。
可以。行。
那我继续。这个太差了。
能听到吗？
现在能听见。请发言。
你看，
别说吧。好，
那拿它离它近点吧，还是离它近的问题。我先拿过来。
好，那我继续进行。下面我要说的是blending 拼缀词。拼缀词呢 ，blending 是把原来的两个单词拼接联合在一起，然后在词形上截取两个单词或者是其中一个单词的某一部分，最后把单词中剩余的那部分连接起来，构成新的单词。它可以由第一个词的开头部分和第二个词的结尾部分组成，也可以由两个单词的开头部分组成。blending 实际上就是复合单词的一种缩略形式，这是一种比较常见的构词法，如 smoke fog。有些也可以由3个或3个以上的单词组成，如Euromat、European Common Market。好，下面说一说英语缩略语在国际贸易中的应用。首先，
是第几？
贸易术语。
你看看那上是第几？让它翻到第几？Would you please turn to PowerPoint page 15?他翻译了一下。
Sorry, did you say something?
谢谢。首先作为贸易术语，其次机构、组织、公司的名称，货币和计量，电报，还有一些价格、支付、保险。普通国家也使用缩写来表达。好，下面说一说英语缩略语在国际贸易中的翻译方法。Page 17.
Леонид Николаевич, прокрутить надо вперед с 15-го слайда.
首先第一种方法是 free translation 意译法。free translation 这种方法是将英语缩略语先还原为它的起源语句，将它翻译成与它对应。
Вот это 15-й? Ага. Сейчас я ему в чате тогда буду писать.
喂，辽宁科技大学，我们现在又听不见。
Да.
喂，
Да сейчас тут что-то все виснет, это вещание. Никого не слышно опять. А, кто сейчас крутит? Вы? А,
я не знаю, какой сейчас слайд включить, потому что
ага.
я не слышу докладчика.
Слушайте, ну это как бы вещание оттуда, да, прерывается?
Ну, я вас слышу, вы меня
Ну да.
слышите. Да, то есть, видимо, что-то. Поэтому и я им пишу,
Мгм.
они чего-то не отвечают мне.
Мгм. Так, а сколько у нас времени еще есть? А, ну время еще есть. Полчаса прошло. Еще час есть.
Hello, I'm one staff from USTL. You can hear me, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Мгм.
We can,
All
we
right.
can hear you.
Then I will ask Ma Hong 老师 to use my account to contact to everybody, okay?
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. With pleasure.
That's a great idea. Короче, сейчас через Америку будем.
Олег, Олег Анатольевич,
好，
можем
下
мы
面
попросить?
请允许我
Could we ask you to tell us what slide do you need to show right now?
配置18，18页。
18?
18.
Переключите на 3 слайда вперед, Максим. Is it right? Is it the right slide?
OK。下一页。Next page。
Next. следующий.
是的。
That's correct.
好，下面我接着介绍transliteration 这种翻译方法是按照缩略完成之后所形成的单词的读音直接进行翻译，相对简单可行，易于接受。如果觉得 free translation 比较复杂，不如用音译法进行翻译。但是音译法存在着一个缺点，就是不能从翻译文本中联想到原文的意思。下面举一下例子。That's National Association of Securities automated quotations 美国纳斯达克综合指数艾滋病欧佩克下一页 next page
Следующий, пожалуйста.
Zero translation 这种叫零翻译法，在进行翻译的过程当中，因为很多译语会很长，这种 zero translation 它是不翻译这种翻译方法可以被理解成为本来应该进行翻译的，可是因为一些原因没有进行翻译不将其翻译而出现了一种让一种语言直接进入到另外一种语言的现象。比如 ETF 如果被翻译成为交易所指数基金会太长，由于它标的是指数，所以人们习惯上称为指数基金。也有一些缩略语传入的时间已久，因此不用再翻译成为汉语，大家就会自然而然地理解它的意思。不被翻译出来，直接被运用到交流语当中，反而会更加简洁。如 DVD、ASP。最后一种是 combination of free translation and transliteration 意译与音译相结合的方法。例如的mobile is software that routes video conferences over the internet 这句话的意思是多播主干网是将录像会议传送到因特网中的软件。这句话的翻译首先应该从读者对象出发，尽可能的翻译成为国内人群更容易接受的译文，这样可以达到更好的传播效果。对于英语缩略语的翻译，应该尽可能的做到让译文形神兼备，让读者一目了然。读者或听者一目了然。听过之后就一下子就明白。 总之是要在进行国际贸易英语缩略语的翻译的时候，最重要的一点就是要让听者或者读者真正的理解这个词语的含义。最后呢，是我的总结，来说一说这个关于英语缩略语的翻译方法应用在国际贸易当中。page 21，第21页。
21 страница。
英语缩略语的翻译并不仅仅意味着简单的将英语变为汉语，相反，应该考虑不同的形成方式、文化和人们更好的接受程度。因此，应该不遗余力地提高国际贸易中英语缩略语的翻译能力。通过对国际贸易中英语缩略语翻译的不同方法的研究，通过大量的实例，总结得出一些有实际用途的缩略语翻译策略。总体来说呢，首先翻译一定要简洁。一般来说，从字面上讲，缩略语是用来促进国际贸易的。简洁的缩略语可以可以为双方节省时间和成本。另外，翻译一定要被接受。缩略语的翻译只有在被大众接受的情况下，才能更好的发展，不会被逐渐的被淘汰。好，以上就是我的论文的内容。感谢大家的聆听，谢谢大家。
非常感谢马洪教授。您刚才介绍的这个题目非常非常重要。中国据我们所知道，中国是国际贸易大国。当然运用的那些与国际贸易有关系的那些词和词语、单词和词语是越来越多的。我利用主持人这个身份，想提出一个问题。据我们所知道，现在是国际活动可以说是黄金周。因为那个 BRICS 峰会刚刚结束了。下一个是 APEC。然后是那个20国集团的峰会。我们两个国家领导人，普京总统和习近平主席都要参加。从您刚才介绍的这个外来词分类，那些 APEC 和G20 20国集团，我比较明白。但是从这种分类学来看，BRICS 就是金砖5国是哪一类外来词？喂，马教授，刚才
听到了。
听见我的问题吗？
好的，您稍等一下。应该是
Олег Анатольевич, кто у нас следующий?
Ну, я задал вопрос,
Ага.
поэтому мы пытаемся сейчас.
Ну,
Я
мы
его
правильно
продублирую.
стоим слайд, потому что нумерации слайдов нет, мы включили на
Все,
conclusion.
уже закончила.
应该
доклад.
是
можно закрывать, да?
首字母拼音词。
Тогда следующую Юган Фэнг будем выставлять, или она сама поделится?
Так, ну подождите, дайте одну минуточку. 谢谢，非常感谢。其他参与者有没有问题？
不客气。
有没有别的问题？
没有问题。
没有问题，谢谢。那下一位, да, выставляйте следующий тогда.
Хорошо, сейчас выставим.
我放在你那儿吧。这样好一点。
Ja.
你好，and Miss Natalia, when I'm talking about my PPT, if I need you to click it, I would just
Okay.
say, please click. Is it okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And 我论文被谁拿走了？Oh, sorry. I'm back. Thank you. Then I would start, and it's an honor to talk in front of everybody from both the RUND and USTL, and we have a long time not seeing our great colleague, Miss Yao Lixin, and Yao 姐姐你好. And now I'm going to talk about my topic and my research. Actually, please click Natalia. Thank you. Yes, next page. And actually,
we
my
have 3
topic
seconds
is coming from my research. Yes, thank you. My research topic generally are coming from my job, my work. I'm getting a teaching work in USTL, and you could see under there, that is the scenery in our great university. And this actually is a swing in front of our school, the School of International Education. And in my school, I'm teaching a course called a overview on China and Chinese culture. Please click. And during my teaching, I found some data. My data source generally are coming from my MOOC online. You could see there is a number 757990. Actually, that's the number that how many people and how many times people have been looking at my MOOC, and also 1,168 people had already finished the whole precision of this whole MOOC. And during my teaching, during the discussion session, I found people got many different understanding when they communicate from each other's cultural background. And even within Chinese people, even we are coming from a big mother culture, but still, because of the regional cultural difference, we are going to got some misunderstanding to each other, even within the same cultural background. Next page, please. And in the post-COVID-19 era, some predict that the unilateralism is taking the dominating position of globalization. On the contrary, the world is continually steered to the direction of further mutual development. Natalia, click please. Thank you. Yes. And one more click. And just like, for example, Nestle, which is based in Switzerland, sells 25% of its product in other countries. In this era of globalization, actually we're faced with the multilateral cooperation. And the multilateral cooperation would lead us to think about many issues coming to, click please.
Yes, multilateral communication. Next page, thank you. And intercultural communication is a pathway to successful cooperation in business. However, language difference makes intellectual and intercultural communication complex and difficult to handle. In business communication and negotiation, many obstacles are caused by cultural and linguistic differences. And therefore, if doing international business, it is necessary for both sides of business to perceive and comprehend racial gap between the guest and host cultures. And efficient knowledge on verbal rural is the key to effective communication. Next page, please. Click, please.
Is it correct?
Next page, please.
Следующий еще.
And my research targeted at the
что-то он не
verbal
виден,
and
да?
visual ratios in the Asia-Pacific region and the related impacts on the promotional campaigns. And that's the objective of my study. This paper argues the relationships between verbal and visual ratios and related impacts to promotional campaign in the Pacific region. And firstly, the definition of communication and the connection between the cultural ratios and communication process are introduced. And secondly, general differences of intercultural verbal communication is illustrated with examples. Thirdly, there is a description of possible influences from the intercultural communication to promotional campaign. Findings of this research is presented that although modern mice culture creates this research creates some intercultural communication methodologies, but still we need to consider the gaps between the cultures and also some taboos we need to take consideration when we are doing the international trade. The traditional cultural values that influence Chinese people of, two of the Asia-Pacific regions are harmony, benevolence, and righteousness, courtesy, and wisdom. And culture of Asia-Pacific region is highly complex, but scholars across the world agreed that despite the diversity of mentioned regional communities, these are the shared values for Asian people. And the Asian values the importance of family, the hierarchical structure of social life, and the cultivation of morality and self-restraint, and the emphasis on hard work and achievements. And various researchers also stress the pride that Asian people take in their culture, as well as the fact the culture of Asia-Pacific region and the society can be defined as collectivist. And in many ways, the family unit takes precedence over its individual members. Children must learn not to answer back to their parents or other elderlies, and it's assumed that the family as a whole will thrive and prosper if harmony prevails at home. And in the whole country, it's also the same. We values harmony in this society very much. And next page, please. Miss Natalia, click, please.
Следующий еще раз. Is it correct?
Next page. Yes. Okay. And the verbal ratios and communication. In this part, I want to introduce a example. Next page, please.
Следующий.
Yes. Just now, I've introduced the values that Asians values most. And the categories above also evolves for pairs of models of verbal communication style. They are the direct, indirect, verbal interaction styles, and person-oriented and status-oriented, self-enhancement and self-effacement, and talk and silence. And communication styles decide how information conveyed through the communication channel should be interpreted or decoded. Next page, please. And here is an example between two Americans. And American A says, I'm going to Beijing to spend my holidays. And American B says, what fun. How long will you stay there? And A says, a week. By the way, I need a ride to the airport. Would you take me to the airport? B would just answer, sure, what time? Or maybe just decline that requirement. But what would happen between two people from two different cultures? Next page, please. Chinese A and Chinese B are talking to each other. And Chinese A says, I'm going to Beijing to spend my holidays. What fun. How long will you stay there? A week? And then pause and silence. I hope that the other person will offer me a lift or a lift to the airport. But Chinese B would say, do you need a lift to the airport? You know, here we could see Chinese B just guessed what Chinese A needs and then offer that. And Chinese A say, are you sure it's not too much bother? And Chinese B would say, it's no bother at all. What time? So indirect and direct styles of communication are so clear. Next page, please. That's for the verbal communication. And the difference would also give businessmen a lot of obstacles when they are doing business with Asian Pacific regions people, especially with China. The visual metaphor and business campaigns, the relationship is like the visual metaphor is a representation of a person, a place, a thing, or idea by means of visual image that suggests a particular association or point of similarity. It is also known as the pictorial metaphor or the analogical juxtaposition. Next page, please. So in the modern campaign of business, we could see some very harsh things happened. This is an example from H&M, a very well-known brand name manufacturer, brand name for culture, for the clothes manufacturer. And we could see on the right, that's the advertisement for children's wear. A white kid is wearing a t-shirt with a hood shirt, and then here is a jungle animal, and that's a tiger. But on the right side, there was a African-American boy, and you could see on the t-shirt, it said, cool is a monkey in the jungle. That caused a problem, because monkey is the discriminative name for Americans who's coming from Africa as slaves to United States. So you could see on the left side, there is some comments on that t-shirt. Some people said, woke up this morning shocked and embarrassed by this photo. I'm deeply offended and will not working with H&M anymore. That's it. One shot of advertising caused that problem. And it takes H&M lots of time about publication relationship staff are doing everything they can to try to seize people's anger towards this advertisement. If the white kid is wearing that shirt saying the slogan of the coolest monkey in the jungle, then there's nothing would happen. Everybody would be happy. But if an African American kid wears something saying monkey, that's a problem. Next page, please. And here is an example happened in 2017 in June. June and July generally in China is a hot, no, May and June generally are hot seasons for wedding. And I don't know who's the smart guy coming with this idea. This is an Audi second-hand car advertisement. Next click, please. On the advertisement, you could see the couple is getting wedding, but the would-be mother-in-law is trying to examine whether this bride is worth the wedding fee. And next picture, please. And she examined the bride in a way like examining a good. And at the end of that advertisement, it shows, oh, it's about second-hand car of Audi. It doesn't make sense at all. I don't know who's a smart guy invite this advertisement. What's the connection between the second-hand car and the bride? And totally in China, you know, the overall anger, especially from women, are coming out towards Audi. And everybody hates the full circles. Next page, please. Another failed advertisement. That's earlier happened in the early years of 2000. Some people said it's an insulting Nike Kung Fu television ad, cause on that advertisement, a basketball player of United States conquered or say fight against a Kung Fu master. It shows like a Kung Fu master image in the Hollywood movies, but actually, you know, basketball could be somehow regarded as the national sports of United States, and Kung Fu is the symbol of China. And then some Chinese people, especially overseas Chinese students, feels very angry about that, and that advertisement was banned. That was banned in China. And next page, please. Yes, this is a bad example made by a Japanese brand name. This is Japanese painting called Nippon paint. In Chinese, the translation is very beautiful. Is Nippon page is 哪个牌子的漆来着？立邦漆。立邦 actually means a erection of a new country, of a strong country. 立邦, but actually it's just a Nippon's translation. It's okay, but Nippon also means Japan. That's the name of Japan. And then in that advertisement, because the paint is too smooth, then a dragon just slid down. But dragon is China. And China slipped down from a Nippon paint. That's not acceptable. And another, you know, think about the history between our two countries. And then the other one is Toyota car. This Toyota car is called Prado. I think everybody knows that. But Prado was translated into 霸道. 霸道 in Chinese language means a roadmaster who occupied the whole road. Nobody could go, only me, Prado. And also you see two stone lions are saluting to the Japanese brand car. It's not acceptable for Chinese people, please. Toyota, we don't want you. So that advertisement was also banned in China. That's the failed examples of bad visual metaphor in business campaign. Next page, please. All right, so the results and findings. Verbal and visual ratios significantly influence the outcomes of business campaigns promotion in Asian Pacific region. And some ratios could be delivered accurately reacted to the setup business relationship with the local business and local people, and to communicate with the potential customers in the target market. Also, the awareness of the two gaps in the intercultural communication reminds Westerners or investors to apply their knowledge of Asian culture and to their business performance. Next page, please. The last one, actually, the second last. And the application, how my research could be applied to the real life business. I think for preparation for negotiation, also it could be helpful when product promotion and advertising is in the preparation stage. And third one, if we could be sensitive about the gaps between the intercultural communication, then we could find a more desirable result of our business promotional campaigns in a target market. And then facilitating nonverbal ratios also could be my future study field. And I want to know more about how the nonverbal ratios could facilitate the verbal communication between two cultures. And next page, please. Thank you very much. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Yue. Thank you for your brilliant presentation. It was very interesting.
Thank you.
And
actually, assistant professor.
I think it would be very useful for Russian businessmen who are planning to have a very big business in China. Afterward, the coronavirus go out, and in fact, I have positive examples of the things that those kind of things you presented earlier, like as we know in China, Russian and Ukrainian chocolate is very popular, alongside for instance Russian ice cream. And I saw in China Ukrainian chocolate with Putin's portraits on it. So we have very different examples. Okay, we turn to be English
You mean
operated.
Alenka? Oleg?
Russian.
You mean Alenka?
I mean Russian. I mean Ukrainian Russian with Putin's portraits on it. We turn to be English operated panel. So how should we do? To have questions and answers now, or I should give a floor to Q&A session afterwards? Professor Yue?
It depends on you. It depends on you.
Okay. Does anybody have questions to Professor Yue?
Yes, any question is welcome.
Okay.
My colleague is smiling at me. I think they do not got questions towards me.
Okay, no questions, maybe a bit later. So our next presenter is Professor Gotthun Thun, also from
thank you very much, Ms.
University of
Natalia.
Science and Technology, Anshan, China. And the topic is on the necessity of developing the intercultural non-verbal.
Miss Oleg, Mr. Oleg, my colleague Guo Laoshi is not available now, and he's not at the conferencing with us.
Okay, we are terribly
please
sorry.
Move to next speaker.
We are terribly sorry, but understand that.
Be sorry.
Professor Yao Lixin.
Okay, should we upload the slides to this presentation of Lixin Yao?
Professor Yao Lixin.
Professor Yao Lixin, are you here? Could you share your presentation or?
Ну, здравствуйте. Вы можете увидеть мой PPT?
Презентацию вашу показать, да?
Я могу так делать, да?
Вы можете, в принципе, сами поделиться, если хотите. You could share your presentation by yourself.
Ну, by myself, okay? Ну, здравствуйте, товарищи. Очень благодарю всех докладчиков и организаторов. Это очень хорошая конференция. Я очень рада, что я могу участвовать. Но хотя сейчас у меня сейчас...
Было упомянуто в газете «Газета Время» в 1760 году сообщалось, что девушка обратилась за советом к священнику о том, как избежать злословия. Да? Иными словами, как не говорить плохого о ком-либо. И священник посоветовал выбирать в рот воду каждый раз, когда почувствует, эта девушка почувствует желание сказать что-то плохое о другом человеке. Там примечательны чисто исконно итальянские выражения, такие как «навигare in cattive acque», «essere con l'acqua alla gola», «забот полон рот», наше выражение, наш аналог. И также исконно русские фразеологизмы, это как вывести кого-то на чистую воду, да, и водой не разольешь, да, так обычно говорят о...
Dear Yao, could you mute the sound of streaming?
Я не знаю, почему я слушаю, другие выступают.
Практически стекло, если вам не сложно, там самые яркие примеры и переходите к выводам.
Да, я уже закончу, спасибо. Так как известна Италия винодельческая страна.
А у нас откуда идет звук? Максим, можем мы посмотреть?
У нас, по-моему, другая панель подключилась на наш.
У итальянцев положительная.
Панель, но мы пытаемся понять, кто ее включил. Dear colleagues, could you mute the sound of the different panel right now? Because we can't hear Yang Xingya, Professor Yao.
То, что все проанализированные физиологические единицы актуализируют разные какие-то...
Мунира Хрибиш. Мунира, дорогая Мунира, вы можете выключить трансляцию? Окей. Thank you.
Продолжайте, пожалуйста. Я Олесень, продолжайте.
Могу я сейчас?
Да,
вас
всё.
слышно.
Ну, хорошо,
Пожалуйста.
еще раз я хочу говорить спасибо вам, большое вам спасибо, всех докладчиков и организаторов. Ну, сегодня я только коротко хочу рассказать о моей статье. Но здесь я анализировать способ учебы с 5 сторон и сочетая с HSK. 5 сторон – это listening, speaking, reading, writing, translating. А что такое HSK? HSK – это международный стандартный экзамен по китайскому языку, чтобы проверять уровень учащихся китайского языка. HSK очень для учащихся, хотя это не, как говорить, это очень хороший справочный материал. Конечно, наша учеба не должна двигаться вокруг него, но преподавателей надо учитывать требования HSK и сочетая с HSK.
连我那个就是为什么我后来照着那个说，因为它这上面是慢的，
можно
就是说请翻页，还是
它肯定顺了，它
说的那个速度，对，他说的3秒钟延时，
不是顺呢，
是我那个上面是没变，所以我干脆看着这个说了啊。
喂，你们把那个静一下音呢？хорошо, спасибо, 谢谢啊 ，Thank you very much. Но потом я здесь я писала, ну, HSK всего имеет 6 уровней, 6 level, и какой запас надо есть для каждого уровня, и какой запас слов. Listening, speaking, reading, writing, translating. Ну, сначала listening, то здесь конечно, все преподаватели знают, что чтобы хорошо повысить уровень аудирования, надо много слушать, надо делать практику. И сначала я могу, чтобы мои учащиеся начать с простых диалогов, но потом микротекстов, а потом слушать или смотреть новости по радио, по телевизору. И еще другие способы, например, смотреть китайские фильмы, слушать китайские песни. Конечно, надо много делать много практику, упражняться. А что касается HSK, ну там обычно вид 2. Но первый вид определить, это правильно или неправильно слушать. Потом выбирайте подходящий правильный ответ. Говорить, speaking. Для учащихся, которые только начинают учиться в китайском языку, speaking, говорить, я считаю, все преподаватели и все учащиеся надо обратить внимание. Пинyin это очень важно. Хотя некоторые считают, что пинyin это не так важно, потому что, может быть, за неделю и можно знать, и можно читать как но на самом деле это не так просто, потому что в процессе учебы я заметила, хотя у меня учащиеся, они учатся хорошо, и они, может быть, учились уже 2 года, и сейчас тоже они могут допустить ошибку, особенно Pinyin, четвертый тон, это очень трудно для учащихся китайскому языку. И поэтому на моем уроке я часто говорю учащимся, чтобы они обратили внимание на это. Но и потом через этот этап, может быть, вести простые диалоги, например, откуда вы приехали, как вас зовут. Ну, а дальше, конечно, студенты уже могут учиться много слов, и содержание говорить, это тоже изменяется. Например, на моем уроке, если мы учимся какие слова, мы иногда расширить диалог. Например, незабываемое слово. Но тогда я могу, чтобы мои студенты, мои учащиеся рассказать о своем незабываемом событии. И они считают это очень интересно. И у нас часто ведется такое обсуждение. Например, у вас какой взгляд на любовь и деньги? Любовь важнее или деньги важнее? И люди из учащихся очень интересуются, и атмосфера очень хорошая. Но дальше reading, чтение. Все мы знаем, что чтение это очень важно. Это может проверять настоящий уровень студента, учащихся. Но на моем уроке я часто говорю студентам, хотя некоторые другие, может быть, другие учителя не подчеркнут, что вам надо знать это слово, это имя существительное, это глагол или прилагательное. Но я считаю, это очень важно. Если вы знаете это, и вы можете хорошо знать, когда вы читаете, 为莫来的还是把年去啥的让年。许多开赛车 HSK 别了外车去，别了外车是期间呢，挨的выбирать слово. Если вы не знаете это какое слово, и вы не знаете это глагол, имя существительное или прилагательное, может быть трудно. Наоборот, если вы знаете, это уже легче. Это очень важно. А потом я в процессе чтения надо воспитать привычку. Какую привычку? Сначала может быть при помощи словарей и при помощи других. Но а потом, когда вы читаете микротекст, ну, лучше сначала до конца. Это очень целый процесс, и это очень важно. Конечно, в чтении, чтобы хорошо овладеть этой технологией, студенты надо хорошо овладеть грамматику. Грамматика – это очень важно. Например, союзное слово, определенная структура. Это тоже очень важно. И почти все считают, что китайский язык очень трудно. Но хотя выглядит одинаково, но значение уже разное. Например, 吃不了. Но есть такое предложение. Это блюдо очень острое. Я не могу есть. Мама готовила много блюд. Я не могу есть. По-китайски это только 吃不了. Но уже не одинаковое значение. И поэтому на уроке учителю надо подчеркнуть это, чтобы студенты понять. Но дальше уже письмо. Письмо, конечно, для всех это трудно. Но надо много накопить слова, много писать. И сначала может быть писать диалог, а потом микротекст. И на моем уроке я часто требую от учащихся, чтобы они перепишите, но пишите содержание текста. Это очень полезно. Но дальше уже перевод проверять уровень. Это хотя в HSK нет такого типа экзамена, но это тоже очень важно. И в конце концов учащимся надо знать, что это предложение по-китайски, что значит. Но в конце концов я хочу сказать, чтобы хорошо учиться китайскому языку, учащимся надо много упражняться. Надо овладеть грамматикой. И учители, конечно, им надо много изучать методику и уделять много внимания учебе. Но и, конечно, я считаю, хорошая атмосфера – это тоже важно. И между учащимися и преподавателями отношения – это тоже очень важно. Но хорошо. И последнее. Это надо много говорить, смело говорить. Большое вам спасибо.
Большое спасибо вам, профессор Яо. Очень интересная презентация, очень интересное выступление. Благодарю вас за великолепный русский язык. Мы вот с Натальей Роховой не сможем так же хорошо говорить по-китайски, как вы. Поэтому это очень приятно, это очень приятно.
Но вы знаете, я уже весь ночь я не спала, и поэтому сейчас голова кружится. Если не так, может быть, я могу хорошо говорить лучше. Спасибо вам. Спасибо.
Отлично,
Спасибо
отлично.
большое. Это очень интересная была тема. И действительно, система экзаменов HSK и в целом деятельность такой структуры, как Ханьбань, вывела, на мой взгляд, Китай в последние десятилетия на высшую ступень глобальных держав, крупных мировых держав в области образования, предоставления образовательных услуг. Мне кажется, сейчас уже экзамены HSK проводятся на гораздо более на гораздо более высоком уровне, нежели даже традиционные англоязычные версии, такие как TOEFL, IELTS, потому что вы остановились на классическом варианте экзаменов HSK, но мы знаем, что есть экзамены HSKK, то есть тестирование уровня разговорной речи. О важности этого аспекта вы тоже сегодня сказали. Есть специализированные экзамены в области бизнеса, медицины. Насколько я знаю, Ханьбань планирует расширять и диверсифицировать эти экзамены. Поэтому, конечно, эта тема очень важна. Может быть, у кого-то есть вопросы?
Конечно. Но сейчас у нас много студентов, которые приехали из России, и они почти все хотят провести экзамен HSK. Спасибо.
Okay. Does anybody have questions to Yao Lixin, to Professor Yao Lixin, about very interesting topic? HSK, Chinese exams. У меня тогда вопрос, если позволите. Вы, насколько я понимаю, хорошо знаете политику Ханьбань по поводу экзаменов HSK, по поводу выбора того или иного формата. Вот, к сожалению, Россия здесь оказывается в несколько уязвимом положении, и сейчас оказалась, вот, в особенности в связи с пандемией коронавируса, в отличие от многих стран, несмотря на вот такие, на такой уровень взаимопонимания между нашими странами, между нашими лидерами в том числе, в России, к сожалению, не проводятся экзамены HSK в онлайн формате, что очень распространено, например, в странах Западной Европы, да и в самом Китае. Во многих городах иностранцы имеют возможность сдавать экзамен HSK на компьютере в онлайн формате, не обязательно присутствуя там в большом количестве в различных аудиториях. В Москве, например, единственный университет, который проводит экзамены HSK, это Московский государственный лингвистический университет. В последние годы там был просто ажиотаж, очень большое количество желающих, там нарушались, насколько я знаю, там все нормы, все возможные нормы по поводу числа сдающих в аудитории. Естественно, сейчас это стало невозможно в связи с коронавирусом. Планирует ли в связи с вот с этой международной, с этой ситуацией в мире, в связи с распространением COVID-19 в мире, планирует ли Ханьбань каким-то образом продвигать вот это направление, экзамены HSK именно в онлайн формате? Есть у вас какая-то информация на этот счет?
Вы знаете, что у нас мы не так обратить внимание, уделять важное внимание этому. Мы только считаем это справочные материалы. Но, конечно, сейчас в других странах они уже организовать можно, студенты можно в своей стране участвовать в HSK. И сейчас HSK уже изменяется. nos всегда совершенствует. Может быть, потом будут. Но это мы не знаем, это не зависит от нас. Это специальные места организации, они делают это.
Хорошо, спасибо, спасибо за ваш ответ. Our next participant is Professor Chen Yuan, also from the University of Science and Technology, Anshan, China. And the topic is application and research of micro-video teaching resources based on cognitive load theory in college English classroom. So we are from HSK exams and online exams, we are turning to video teaching. Professor Chen Yuan.
Dear Professor Xingyao, could you stop sharing your
No,
presentation?
I попробую.
Чтобы мы могли подключить, да.
Хорошо, ура. Да.
Все. Все отлично. Спасибо.
Не за что.
Ляоненко Дитащи. Вот я сейчас, к сожалению, даже не вижу.
Yeah, could you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
You're welcome.
It's really
The floor
honor
is yours.
to have this presentation in this session. Okay. Yuan Yuan from USDL, and please next page.
Следующую, переключите слайд.
I'd like to share my title of my paper, that is Application and Research of Micro-Video Teaching Resources based on Cognitive Load Theory in College English Classroom. And this paper actually comes from my daily teaching. I'm English teacher for the English majors. And the course I teach is listening skills for English majors. And I find that with the development of the information age and for the previous 10 years, maybe 10 years ago, we used tapes and some MP3. And now the students prefer to use videos, and they like video clips. And how to use this short video, micro video, used in my teaching is my what I want to discuss and to make the research. Okay, next page, please. And for my paper, I just firstly, I just review the development and the integration of science and technology, the China's education gradually developing towards the direction of science and technology and AI. As a new form of teaching and learning, micro-video teaching has become a common teaching mode in teaching of various disciplines in the universities. Yes, okay. Please remain in this page. And the second part, I'd like to analyze on the importance of micro video application, why it is important. And the third part, I'd like to analyze the application principles. Actually, the principles are what I use in my classroom of micro video. And the last part is my conclusion. Okay, next page, please. Okay, for the introduction part, just now I have mentioned, micro video is really popular. Okay, so it's worth us to make a survey on it, and it will benefit for our classroom. But it's we know that we have the here I used a theory of cognitive load theory. Cognitive load theory divides the factors that affect cognitive load into 3 aspects: the complexity of learning materials and the ways of organization and the presentation of learning materials, and individual professional level. Okay. According to the theory of cognitive load, the total amount of cognitive resources of any learner is limited. So I use this theory because when you use micro video teaching in your classroom, we should consider the limitation of the students and also how much of the micro videos can be used in the teaching. Okay, so this is my beginning of the research. Okay, thank you. Next page. For the second part is the analysis of the importance of macro video application. As for the importance of it, I divided it into 3 parts. And the first one, please move to next page. Thank you. Yes, okay. I think the first importance of macro video application is it is conducive to an in-depth understanding of British and American culture. A traditional college English teaching involves relatively few contents of British and American culture. Although students can master English knowledge comprehensively, they still cannot master English knowledge thoroughly due to the lack of support from British and American culture, let alone how to cultivate students' comprehensive English literacy. The integration of macro video teaching can provide students such kind of opportunity to know the British and American culture resources centering on the teaching theme. With the help of macro video resources, students can deepen their understanding of British and American culture. You know, when we mention about a culture, for example, festival, if we offer students a short video about how the Westerners or British or American celebrate one of their festivals, for example, the upcoming Thanksgiving, they will feel vivid and have a deeper understanding of the culture part. So it's, I think, the most important and the first one, importance of macro video application. And the second one is it contributes to the enrichment of teaching content. The fixed content can't satisfy students' demand, and the use of macro video for English teaching to further enrich the teaching content on the basis of students' cognitive load theory provides students with abundant contents, such as news, entertainment, television, movies, etc. Okay. You know that if we teach students follow the textbook usually is the material on it usually maybe is not that new. For example, there's no news. If the news is printed in the book, there must be old news, okay, not news at all. So it's contribute a lot to the enrichment of teaching content. And the third one, I think the importance or why it is important is macro video. It is helpful to strengthen the cultivation of students' oral expression compared with the traditional English teaching. And macro video application can create a good classroom atmosphere and sensory impact of pictures, sounds, and scenes, and other aspects can attract students' attention and enhance their enthusiasm and the enthusiasm for learning. Okay, the above is three, I think, the benefits of macro video application in the classroom. Okay, let's move to the next part, my third part. Please move to next page. For my third part, I'd like to analyze the application principles. Okay, in the second part, I mentioned that there are so many benefits of micro videos, but how could they used is really important. Okay, and here I just find 5 major parts of the principles of application of macro video. The first one is the macro video must fit the teaching content. In essence, macro video teaching is assistant teaching tool. It's not the main tool. In order to maximize its assistance role, it is necessary to ensure that macro video content is closely related to the teaching content so that students can use macro video resources to strengthen the mastery of teaching content. And the second one, the macro video should be both educational and recreational. In order to give full play to the greatest role and value of macro videos, it is necessary to ensure that the application of macro video is entertaining and educational. In this way, macro videos can not only teach English knowledge, but also play an entertaining role to entertain students physically and mentally, and help students participate in learning and speaking. Sometimes it's hard for us to involve students. Okay, so this is a very good way. For example, I will use it in my warming up stage. And the third one.
Professor Chen, you have 1 minute.
Okay,
Please
thank
go
you.
to conclusion. Thank you.
Yes. And the third one is master characters and requirements of students. And the fourth part, number 4 principle is we should get students to maintain critical thinking while using macro video learning. And the fifth one, the fifth principle, I think when we use the macro video, we should increase the teaching student interaction after watching the macro videos. Okay, please move to the conclusion part, next page. Knowledge learning is fragmented and thinking mode is superficial. So short video caters to information reading habits of people in the area of fragmentation. So college students can organize fragmentary time, conduct micro video learning anytime and anywhere, and master initiative in learning. And a combination of the two is to realize the effective use of fragmentation time. Okay, so that's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Chen. It's a very pity, but we exceeded our timing, so we should keep coffee break. But anyway, thank you all the participants for your brilliant presentations, and I hope very much that next time that could be not online but offline conference, and we could meet face to face. Thank you very much. Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye bye. There's a coffee break.
Virtual. Virtual.
We have another colleague.
Yes, because I will ask Professor Ones Hafian, because it's time for the second session, session number 5. So, dear professor, could you share your presentation?
Yes, yes.
Could I ask everybody to mute the sound?
Yes.
Dear professor, do you need us to load your slides, or will you share your presentation by yourself?
My colleague Buthaina Majul is going to share it.
Okay, that's great. And I could also ask, because dear Professor Oanes has put his question in the chat, and so our Chinese colleagues could answer these questions in the chat if they like to and could.
I'm sharing it. I don't know if you can see it. It's on the screen.
Just a moment.
Извините за беспокойство, Наталья.
Oui.
Наталья.
Да, слушаю вас.
У нас еще есть одна преподавательница, она хочет выступать, и поэтому после их она хочет выступать.
Да, но у нас время уже следующей секции, к сожалению, началось. Мы можем поделиться ее презентацией.
Что?
Мы можем поделиться ее презентацией, выставить на сайт ее презентацию.
Yes, you should leave your presentation so that she could allow.
Because it's time for the second. We've lost a lot of time because of these connection problems. I'm sorry, but we have the strict regulation of timing.
Okay. I don't know if you, am I allowed, because on my screen.
Yes, I could see your presentation, dear Professor Ones.
Okay, Natalia. Can I begin now?
Yes, sure.
Yes. Спасибо большое, уважаемые коллеги, за такую представленную нам возможность выступить с вами. Мое выступление посвящается некоторым аспектам коммуникативного поведения тунисцев и русских. Сравнительное и контрастивное описание коммуникативного поведения обоих народов поможет или может служить основой сближению двух народов и таким образом их взаимопониманию и межкультурному общению в целом. С целью быть понятен большой публике и особенно моим коллегам, которые не понимают по-русски, я вкратце выступаю на английском языке, если вы не против.
Yes, sure.
So my communication is about some aspects of Tunisian and Russian communicative behavior in an international or in an intercultural context. It's clear that recently we witnessed the globalization of various aspects of human life. This context has led to the removal of borders between peoples. As a result, there emerged a big and rapid growth and expansion of economic exchange, mobility of human beings, and in particular that of people who flew their homelands for the purpose of working, studying, doing business, or just traveling. It's important to point out that this human mobility took place, although in a different degree in both directions, and it might often end up with people settling in new lands, living with people that they didn't know before, and according to new social rules. In this case, it's clear that the matter goes beyond physical contact between persons to an encounter of heterogeneous cultures. So in this context also, the encounter of cultures stimulates intercultural contact and generates intercultural communication, which is understood as a process of relation between cultures, including verbal and non-verbal direct interaction between individuals. Today, encounter of Russian and Tunisian culture is particularly developed in educational, economic, touristic fields. So these cultural Tunisian and Russian usually encounter difficulties in communication. These difficulties are linked primarily to communicative behavior, either at the level of production or receptivity, and in the majority of cases at both levels. Communicative behavior is determined by the mentality and the national character of a particular society. Our understanding of these terms is based on what was written by Russian specialists, in particular Sternin, Prokharov, Shaklein, Terminasova. And if we focus on both cultures and communicative behavior of both people, we notice that that fatalism, for example, is a characteristic of Russian psychological feature. Before taking a decision, Russians reflect on it deeply. They proceed from the premise of their national character, which is that one shouldn't take a decision in a hurry because no one knows how circumstances will turn out. And this idea is reflected in many sayings or in the communicative behavior of Russians, such as «Утро вечера мудренее». Да? Вот. И this also is necessary to emphasize here the fact that this passivity in decision-making can be interpreted also as caution and assessed as positive characteristic of Russian national character. This can be explained as Russian belief in destiny inherited over years and the result of bitter experiences lived by ancestors and passed from generation to generation. These historical experiences were fixed in the Russian collective memory and determine their communicative behavior. This is evident in many Russian sayings and proverbs that underline one's inability to change the course of events, such as "that's my destiny" or "что ж, такова моя судьба." This national characteristic made Russians develop a great capacity for endurance, self-confidence, and hope of getting out of this situation. Tunisian or Arab communicative behavior in general is characterized by the recognition of fate and the belief that a person is unable to take decision except with the will of God. And that is Tunisians usually avoid categorical assertion of their intention to do something, but rather leave the possibility of doing so to the will of Allah or God. And this is exemplified in the use of the phrase inshallah or God willing. And this does not mean that Tunisians evade the obligation to do something, but through that an Islamic cultural element emerges from, for example, from the verse, and you wish only that God wills the Lord of the Lords. Usually this raises astonishment of people of other cultures, and the matter reaches to the point of considering that it means that the person does not want to do this. This represents a problem of trust, especially in business communication, as this type of communication requires accuracy, clarity, and responsibility. Tunisians have a peculiar way of greeting, another example, which does not correspond to Russian etiquette. From the point of view of Tunisian etiquette, when two acquaintances meet each other, one of them tries to be the first to greet the other. Therefore, it seems to a foreigner that Tunisians greet each other many times or two times. At a distance of 2 or 3 meters, the first says to the second, Salamu alaikum, the second answers alaikum salam, then they got closer to each other, they shake hands, kiss twice on the cheek if they are close friends. It's interesting to note that there is a relatively short exchange of replicas about family matters, about work or business. The partner replies that everything is in order, even in case where this is not really that. This is explained by the fact that Tunisian communicative behavior is not accepted to complain about fate, which is understood as if a person is not happy with his fate, that he is not happy with the will of God. This type of mixed verbal and non-verbal communicative behavior refers to communication stereotypes that contribute to the establishment of a successful communicative act and show mutual benevolence. The fact that each of those who meet is trying to be the first to greet the other follows from the Arab culture, in which it sounds the best of people is the one who greets first. خيركم من بدأ صاحبه بالسلام. In Russian communicative behavior, greeting is also a necessary condition for a successful communicative act. However, in the communicative behavior of Russians, the ceremony of greeting manifests itself differently than among Tunisians. This shows the national and cultural specificity of both peoples. Russian speech etiquette of greetings has its own distinctive features. The main thing to choose the most appropriate forms of particular situation. The description of communicative behavior on the basis of intercultural communication is intended to facilitate the understanding of what is meant by what is said in other culture. In this article, or in this communication, I attempted to draw a comparative and contrastive portrait of some aspects of Tunisian and Russian verbal and non-verbal communicative behavior, a task that can shorten the distance between the two countries and facilitate intercultural communication between their peoples. This work can be perceived as a preliminary step towards a comprehensive description of Arab and Russian communicative behavior. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Ones, and shukran jazilan. Because I used to learn Arabic, that's so interesting to hear some words.
It's great, Natalia.
And I will ask you, dear Professor Ones, just to present our next speaker.
Okay, so the next speaker is Professor Mungia Arfa. The next speaker is Professor Mungia Arfa. She will speak French.
Okay. Could you share your presentation?
Yes, sorry.
Oh, okay. Here it is. Okay, thanks.
والتصوير وين؟ ايش لا تصوير تما Je m'excuse parce qu'on ne trouve pas la vidéo pour partager avec vous les images. Mais je vais parler maintenant de la communication au temps de Corona dans la culture arabo-musulmane. Et je prendrai l'exemple de la Tunisie. Elle n'avance pas. Mais là, comme vous savez, le coronavirus existe maintenant partout. Il suscite beaucoup d'études ont été faites. Et moi, je vais cibler sur la communication affective entre les membres de la société. J'ai partagé mon travail en 3 phases. La première phase habituelle est basée sur les valeurs culturelles. La deuxième phase sur la non-communication qui limite les habitudes. Et la troisième phase sur une recommunication plus moderne, mais qui valorise le comportement tunisien. J'ai adopté pour cela une méthode d'analyse basée sur l'approche culturelle, mais transdisciplinaire, sémantique, sémiotique et sémiologique, en plus d'une analyse socio-anthropologique de la santé et de la maladie. Bien sûr, on a besoin de parler de la Tunisie dans son état géographique, et vous allez voir que la Tunisie, là, qui est en orangé, et vas-y. On va parler donc de la première phase, la communication habituelle qui est bien établie. Cette communication se base sur 3 repères, des croyances ou des idéaux qui tracent une identité spécifique. Comme vous avez vu dans la carte, la Tunisie est nord-africaine, sud-méditerranéenne et ouvre sur le monde arabo-musulman. Pour cette communication affective apparaît à travers des manifestations, soit quotidiennes ou occasionnelles. Les manifestations quotidiennes, bien sûr, sont des actes tactiles basés sur des accolades, embrassades, visites continues, partage et d'autres signes affectifs. Les manifestations occasionnelles sont aussi plusieurs, mais on prend comme exemple la pratique des rites de passage et les festivités religieuses ou autres. Cette manifestation affective prend plusieurs dimensions. On commence par la famille, les parents, les grands-parents, les enfants, les petits-enfants, qui constitue une chaîne de soutien mutuel, en plus des voisins, des collègues de travail, des amis et des enseignants. Mais avec, bien sûr, l'apparition du coronavirus soudain, apparaît une non-communication, ou on peut l'appeler communication entravée. Cette phase à limiter les relations affectives et à ordonner un confinement, une distanciation physique et sociale, et on est considéré dans une situation de guerre. Cette attitude déboussole la société, produit un sentiment de solitude, plein de slogans de sensibilisation partout, à la télévision, dans les réseaux sociaux ou les affiches murales. J'ai pris comme exemple une affiche dans une rue de la capitale Tunis. La voilà, elle est écrite en arabe, elle est multicolore. J'ai traduit ces phrases de l'arabe vers le français, vers l'anglais. On n'a pas le temps pour tout lire, vous allez les trouver pendant la publication. Bon, ces consignes, je les analyse à travers les champs sémiotiques, symboliques. J'ai aussi étudié le contexte impératif du temps sévère qui appelle à l'isolement. J'ai vu les modes grammaticaux, les métaphores qui donnent des ordres qui contredisent la fiction. Ce sont des instructions évaluées pour individualisme. J'ai aussi analysé j'ai analysé, bien sûr, tous ces champs qui sont aussi interprétés par d'autres, par l'amour et la peur pour qui on chérit, et ce qui nous oblige à la distanciation. La troisième phase, qui est une recommunication en recherche, la société est en train de se réorganiser, d'autres liens humains apparaissent, mais plus modernes, plus virtuels, pour atténuer l'éloignement. On montre les activités à la maison, mais à travers la télévision et les réseaux sociaux, on constitue des associations de solidarité, on applique l'enseignement virtuel à distance, les ordres même de ces consignes sont plus modérés et plus humains. Mais malgré tout ça, apparaît un refus de la société de se plier à ces ordres officiels. Une résistance collective qui est jugée officiellement comme une réaction pour une insouciance. On a dégagé plusieurs résultats, je vais donner des exemples. Entre autres, j'ai remarqué que les valeurs et l'identité sont ancrées en Tunisie, mais s'ouvrent aussi à la modernité. Le confinement a accéléré et compensé les retards de l'application de ces moyens modernes. Avec les moyens virtuels, par exemple, l'enseignement s'implique. Deuxième remarque, l'homme tunisien reste communicatif malgré tout. Il défie la crise pandémique, cherche des solutions aux besoins sanitaires sans heurter les références identitaires. Il y avait un avant-corona, il y a maintenant une cohabitation présente, mais on peut se demander quand sera-t-il après le corona. Aussi, on peut poser plusieurs questions autour de l'importance, par exemple, des valeurs dans la vie sociale. On prend surtout comme exemple la mort qui est là plus que jamais, vit-on toujours le dilemme entre combattre pour la vie ou se plier à la fatalité? En corollaire, pourrait-on perdre la communication dans un monde fragilisé par plusieurs guerres, entre autres la guerre contre le corona? Comment pourrait-on communiquer avec confiance dans ces conditions? Quand la nouvelle génération ou les nouvelles générations vont-elles participer à dynamiser la culture ou bien leur partage vers les moyens digitaux romprait-il avec cette cohérence? Je vous remercie pour votre attention et on lira plus tard cette intervention avec plus de détails.
Merci, madame. Merci, professeur Monti Alpha.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for the simultaneous translation in English in the chat.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Majoul, Dr. Majoul Buthaina. Thank you for translation. So the next one will be Dr. Malek Ben Ghadam, Associate Professor. Pardon, Malek Saber Mustafa, Associate Professor of the French department, Malek.
Melek, open your mic.
Voilà. Alors bonjour, donc mon sujet porte sur la communication et le changement en classe de langue, la pensée enseignante. Les titres de mon plan sont Introduction, cadre théorique, problématique et objectif, méthodologie de recueil des données et constitution du corpus, et les résultats, ambivalence dans les interprétations des enseignants. La présente recherche s'intéresse à la manière dont l'enseignant interprète le changement dans les manières de communiquer le savoir en classe de français langue étrangère. L'étude des pratiques effectives des enseignants à partir de leur représentation et interprétation s'attache à la prise en compte du décalage observé entre la théorie et la pratique désignée sous le nom de fausseté théorie-pratique. Et avec l'évolution, on est passé de l'analyse de ce que l'enseignant fait vers l'analyse de ce qu'il pense. L'interprétation que les enseignants font du changement dans les manières de communiquer est significative dans ce sens, dans la mesure où ce qu'ils pensent joue un rôle majeur dans leur attitude et action en classe. La problématique se pose lorsque les modes de communication auxquels l'enseignant est habitué et qui sont typiques pour lui changent. Quelle sera sa réaction, l'enseignant, quelle sera sa réaction face à une manière atypique de communiquer avec les apprenants? Hypothèse et objectif. Donc, que l'enseignant soit pour ou contre le changement prescrit ou survenu se relie à des croyances, des principes pédagogiques, bref, à des théories implicites qui émergent lors de l'entretien. L'objectif donc de cette communication est donc d'observer la manière dont l'enseignant interprète le changement dans ses manières de communiquer en classe de langue. La méthodologie se base sur une étude qualitative, se base sur une étude qualitative qui se base sur une approche ethnographique. Elle se base aussi sur des entretiens semi-directifs avec des enseignants tunisiennes expérimentés sur le rapport au changement. La démarche d'analyse, il s'agit de l'analyse du discours, il s'agit de repérer des traces de l'interprétation du changement. Le corpus consiste en des extraits transcrits des entretiens semi-directifs. Les résultats, le changement interprété n'est souvent pas le produit d'une initiative de l'enseignant, mais prescrit par les décideurs, comme pour les TIS ou bien pour l'usage de la langue maternelle en classe de langue étrangère. Malgré l'individualité de chaque expérience et malgré la diversité des changements en question, on a constaté un point commun, c'est l'ambivalence dans le rapport au changement. Selon les enseignants, le changement, c'est risqué d'abord pour eux, pour les enseignants, dans la mesure où ils seront déstabilisés et ça déstabilise leur identité professorale suite à un changement de routine. On cite Auchan et Schultz, les typifications de Schultz, dans la mesure où toute redéfinition de l'environnement est susceptible de le déstabiliser car atypique. Le premier enseignant, par exemple, dit « j'ai perdu presque toute ma présence ». Le deuxième dit « je suis enseignante de français, donc je ne dois pas utiliser le dialecte, mais je me trouve dans des situations où je suis obligée de l'utiliser ». La troisième enseignante, elle dit « je suis condamnée par cet écran qui m'empêche d'utiliser mon corps ». Ça, c'est pour l'enseignement à distance. Pour les enseignants aussi, c'est risqué pour les apprenants parce qu'il s'agit d'un changement de rituel communicatif et ça aussi produit une certaine réduction du taux d'interaction chez les apprenants. Comme la première dit, les apprenants ont perdu le travail interactif. La deuxième dit, ils n'interagissent plus en langue étrangère. La troisième enseignante dit, une interaction quasi absente entre eux. De l'autre côté de l'ambivalence, donc le changement pour les enseignants est nécessaire pour les apprenants dans la mesure où il permet d'instaurer une dynamique interactionnelle nouvelle. Ça permet aux apprenants d'être plus épanouis, plus motivés, et ça permet de dynamiser le cours et de favoriser l'interaction. Par exemple, la première enseignante dit le fait de changer un peu l'éducation routinière, les enfants vont être plutôt épanouis. La deuxième dit ça motive les élèves et les booste à être plus expressifs. La troisième, concernant l'enseignement à distance, dit c'est bénéfique pour certains élèves qui étaient timides et qui n'avaient pas le courage de participer. C'est aussi, donc selon les enseignants, le changement, il est nécessaire pour les enseignants. Pourquoi? Selon eux, parce que il reflète une instance de professionnalisation permettant de dynamiser l'interaction et de motiver les apprenants. Il permet une intégration progressive d'une stratégie d'enseignement. Donc, il s'agit d'un changement positif et attendu lié d'une part à l'attitude des apprenants et qui deviennent plutôt motivés et suite à la rupture de la routine. Dans ce sens, interagir différemment signifie apprendre de manière différente. Pour la conclusion, donc les résultats de l'analyse de l'interprétation donnée par les enseignants ont montré une ambivalence dans le rapport au changement. D'un côté, changer est une action risquée, affectant leur statut et leur identité professionnelle. De l'autre côté, changer est nécessaire dans la mesure où il permet d'instaurer une dynamique interactionnelle nouvelle, reflétant une instance de professionnalisation et un savoir-faire. Bref, une intégration progressive d'une stratégie d'enseignement permettant de motiver les apprenants et les aider à apprendre la langue étrangère d'une autre manière. C'est grâce aux stratégies de l'enseignant que les apprenants ont changé. Donc ça, c'est la récurrence de l'auto-attribution par l'enseignant du changement. C'est grâce, ils disent que c'est grâce à eux que le changement a eu lieu. L'interprétation du changement nous montre finalement que cette ambivalence dans les propos des enseignants les situe dans un état transitoire où changer s'avère être un savoir-faire professionnel qu'ils acquièrent progressivement dans le temps. Dans cette perspective, pourrait-on parler de changement dans le sens de modification du répertoire didactique de l'enseignant? Merci de votre attention.
Merci, docteur. Merci, доктор Малек. Следующий выступающий Манубия Бенгдам, доцент кафедры французского языка и член исследовательской лаборатории «Язык и формы культуры».
Est-ce que vous m'entendez? Bonjour tout le monde. Est-ce que c'est ouvert? Oui. Je vais vous parler aujourd'hui d'un grand problème qui actuellement traverse la Tunisie. C'est le problème des droits des femmes tunisiennes. Vous savez, quand on parle des droits des femmes tunisiennes, deux attitudes existent. Certains sont pour une révision des droits des femmes tunisiennes avec une possibilité de l'amélioration de la situation féminine et pour d'autres, c'est un refus. Eh bien, je dois vous dire tout simplement que c'est dès le 19e siècle, en Tunisie, cette attitude existe. Nous avons au 19e siècle l'apparition en Tunisie d'un discours réformiste qui s'intéresse à tout le pays. Entre autres, il s'intéresse aux droits des femmes. Et les prises de position sont partagées. D'un côté, en faveur des femmes au nom des valeurs partagées par l'ensemble de l'humanité, c'est-à-dire les problèmes d'égalité et de liberté, et de l'autre, un refus absolu de ces mêmes valeurs, mais cette fois-ci au nom de ce qui est présenté de supérieur à ces valeurs, c'est-à-dire la religion. Quand ce discours est apparu, la condition des femmes en Tunisie était archaïque. Elle aboutissait tout simplement à leur réification, c'est-à-dire elles étaient traitées comme des choses. On donnait une fille, on répudiait une fille, on prenait une fille. La conséquence en a été l'enfermement des femmes, et cet enfermement pose la question du voile et de l'exclusion des femmes de la sphère publique qui leur était interdite. Aujourd'hui, nous allons nous intéresser à deux cheikhes de la Zitouna et à leur réaction. D'un côté, un cheikh du 19e siècle, grand ministre, Ibn Abi Dhiyaf, et l'autre, un autre cheikh de la Zitouna lui aussi, postérieur de presque 40 ans, Sa'albi, mais un simple lettré. Il n'a pas été ministre. Quand on parle de Ibn Abi Dhiyaf, on parle de l'abolition de l'esclavage, mais il y a un petit livre qui n'a pratiquement jamais été édité, Lettres sur la femme. Dans cet ouvrage, d'après lui, le voilement des femmes est indiscutable. Les versets du Coran sont clairs là-dessus et il en fait même une preuve d'amour que les hommes éprouvent pour les femmes, donc il les protège. Dans cet ouvrage, Ibn Abi Dhiyaf se révèle imperméable aux idées avancées sur la condition féminine. Et toute son étude, et tout son savoir religieux, et toute son adresse politique lui servent tout simplement à défendre les privilèges des hommes. Pourtant, à cette époque-là, un autre ministre, Khaireddin, lui, commençait à parler de donner une certaine éducation aux femmes. Quand le 19e siècle s'achève, et au début du 20e siècle, les ministres continuent à œuvrer à la modernisation du pays, l'armée, les écoles, même la façon de s'habiller. Pour eux, pourtant, il s'agissait, à partir de la sphère politique, d'essayer de trouver un compromis pour concilier entre modernité et islam. Mais tous ces hommes, parce qu'il n'y avait pas de femmes, étaient pratiquement tous d'accord pour ne rien changer au legs religieux et à la structure sociale. Ils préfèrent sacrifier les femmes de leur pays en arguant le respect de l'unité de la Ummah et celui de leur patrimoine religieux. Ils se sont cantonnés dans un réformisme islamique respectueux des traditions et de la structure sociale. Pourtant, à cette époque-là, un des cheikhs de la mosquée, Abdelaziz Sa'albi, va participer à la rédaction d'un livre, L'esprit libéral du Coran. Dans cet ouvrage, il présente le voile comme la cause essentielle de l'arriération, non seulement des femmes, mais de tout le pays. D'ailleurs, j'ai une citation, « La suppression de ce voile, c'est l'émancipation de la femme ». Vous savez, en Tunisie, c'est la première fois qu'on utilise ce terme qui va avoir après toute l'histoire que nous connaissons. Il analyse aussi les conditions historiques de l'apparition de ce voile, sa référence essentielle étant la vue du prophète lui-même. Il montre qu'aucun texte religieux n'impose le voile aux femmes, excepté celle du prophète. Et le texte religieux est clair là-dessus. Le message essentiel de Sa'albi est que la société exige une révision des paradigmes sociaux. Si nous voulons avancer, si nous voulons que la société avance, nous devons revoir nos paradigmes sociaux et surtout, il faut une nouvelle interprétation des textes religieux, le Coran et la Sunna. En conclusion, en Tunisie et en moins d'un siècle, l'esprit réformateur a évolué Le problème de la femme est passé du domaine religieux au domaine social et est devenu le problème de tous auquel il fallait trouver une solution car il est vital pour la communauté. Le problème des femmes n'est plus un problème d'un groupe social, c'est un problème d'une société. Au XXe siècle, aborder le problème de la femme en Tunisie revient est une partie indiscutable de réfléchir sur l'avancement de tout le pays. Autre conclusion, et là, Salbi est indiscutable là-dessus. Plus tard, Tahar al-Haddad et même chez nous, il faut relire le texte religieux. Il faut le revoir autrement. Pour plus de détails, vous pouvez voir la version écrite de cette intervention. Et merci de votre attention.
Voilà. Merci, docteur Manoubi Razar. Следующий выступающий Лилия Бельтаев, доктор Лилия Бельтаев, доцент кафедры французского языка, член лаборатории язык и формы культуры.
Alors, bonjour. Quand on parle de discours et d'interprétation, on ne peut pas éviter de parler de certaines incidents de communication, comme la confusion, l'ambiguïté et, bien sûr, le malentendu. Et c'est à propos du malentendu que j'aimerais bien vous parler aujourd'hui. Alors, est-ce que le malentendu est un fait de langue ou un fait de discours? Alors, dans mon article, j'ai commencé tout d'abord par définir ce qu'on entend par malentendu. Ensuite, j'ai montré que le malentendu est un phénomène inhérent au langage humain. Et troisième et dernière partie, est-ce que le malentendu est un ratage ou un subterfuge? Et là, je vais parler de deux types de malentendus. Le malentendu accidentel, assimilé à un ratage de la communication, et le malentendu subterfuge. Alors, pour commencer, qu'est-ce qu'on entend par malentendu? Malentendu est un mot composé de l'adverbe mal et du participe passé entendu. Donc, mal entendre, mal percevoir le message sonore, c'est mal comprendre et donc mal interpréter. Par conséquent, le malentendu est le résultat d'une erreur d'interprétation par rapport à un contexte spécifique. Par exemple, on a deux personnes qui sont en train de parler ensemble. Le premier, en cours de communication, il va lui dire « j'ai 17 ». Le deuxième lui répond « d'accord, 17 ». A, non, 7, 110. B, 7, 110. Et vous voyez comment on est passé du chiffre 7 au chiffre 17 pour arriver en fin de compte au chiffre 710 parce que en français, mal entendre, mal comprendre, mal interpréter, tout ça génère un malentendu. Alors, le malentendu est avant tout un phénomène inhérent au langage humain. Comment? De par le principe même de l'économie, les unités linguistiques sont combinables à volonté et réutilisables à l'infini. Et c'est là toute la force de la langue, mais aussi toute sa vulnérabilité. Parce que la polysémie des mots, leur ambiguïté, ouvre la voie à la pluralité des interprétations et donc à d'éventuels malentendus. Alors, j'en arrive à la dernière partie de mon article. Est-ce que le malentendu est un ratage ou un subterfuge? Le malentendu peut être accidentel. Ça peut être un incident de parcours, étant donné que les compétences linguistiques et extra-linguistiques des sujets parlants ne sont pas parfaites. Donc, on peut être amené pour quelconque à mal entendre au sens premier et deuxième du terme, et donc à mal comprendre et mal interpréter un message donné. Et c'est d'ailleurs ce genre de malentendu qui a fait le malheur de Crésus, roi de Lydie, parti en guerre contre la Perse et qui a causé sa perte parce qu'il a mal interprété le message de ses oracles. Il y a aussi le malentendu délibéré, et ce n'est plus un accident de parcours. Il peut être parfois un subterfuge, une stratégie discursive bien pensée et bien rodée par l'auteur du malentendu. Et c'est ce qui a été à l'origine du conflit entre les Algériens et le général de Gaulle, quand il leur a dit sa fameuse phrase « Je vous ai compris » à Alger en 1958. Pour mieux comprendre ces deux types de malentendus, je vous invite à voir la version complète de mon article. Et pour conclure, je dirais que toute interprétation n'est pas à l'abri du malentendu, délibéré ou subterfuge, parce que la langue a ses failles et que les compétences linguistiques des interlocuteurs ne sont pas parfaites. Sans oublier que certains se plaisent à créer des malentendus pour servir leurs propres intérêts. Merci de votre attention.
Merci. Ok, Lilia. Merci Lilia de votre présentation, très intéressante. И он пас, значит, сейчас выступает доктор Буthena Majul. Как видите, если вы заметили, наши выступления нашей секции варьируются от языка, цивилизации, литературы, как мы увидим сейчас у доктора Буthena. Спасибо, доктор Буthena, за ваши усилия в переводе. Thank you, Buthena, for your effort in translating.
Okay, I think that you can't see that. Let me go back. Sorry. Okay. So thank you, Professor Wannes. Thank you, my colleagues from Tunisia and Russia. I'm honored to be here. Let me first continue the introduction that Professor Wannes started, promoting some publications. Books are the plane and the train and the road. They are the destination and the journey. They are home. Through this quote, I would like to share with you some of my publications. These books were issued. I will be honored to see some of them in your library. Okay, so my presentation is entitled Poetics and Hermeneutics of Fear and Resistance in Uncertain Times. I will follow this order: the history of epidemics, pandemics, poetics of uncertainty, humans and hermeneutics, reinterpreting the past, looking at the prophecies and the need to survive. Let me start with the history of epidemics and pandemics, fear and resistance. I came across, while preparing this presentation, the big number of infections, plagues, that cursed the world, starting from the beginning of recorded history, the malaria in Rome, the smallpox that came back in Japan, in Europe, the plague in London. And this is shared in the book Epidemics and Pandemics and Their Impact on History, the yellow fever, the cholera, means that maybe we were not aware of this. And you can see that it starts, for example, the influenza pandemic started from 1889 till 1890. So it lasts in time. It goes back, it comes back in Hamburg in 1892, and then the lung cancer, which is classified as one of the epidemics, the mad cow crisis, which started in 1985 and continues till the present, contemporary malaria, contemporary tuberculosis. So, and lately there was this publication by the Slovenian philosopher Slavoj Žižek, Pandemic or Panic, and he plays with the word, where he shares this quote. Hegel wrote that the only thing we can learn from history is that we learn nothing from history. So I doubt the epidemic will make us any wiser. And here he refers to the coronavirus crisis. So poetics of uncertainty. Literature is crucial to life. It teaches us, it tells us things through stories, and it uses stories. Maybe we will reread them one day and be inspired. And the text becomes the receptacle and depository at the same time of our hopes, fears, and interpretation of life. It gives our life an essence, a sense, but also an essence. And it allows us to excavate our deepest fear, to survive through possibilities offered by the text that remains eternal. The literature of pandemic existed since the beginning of recorded history, and Cook in Legacies of Plague says that each author writes plague and follows features and comes back with that in his text. They kind of respond to the calamity. It communicates facts, but also interprets fiction. That's what literature is, an invitation to communicate those facts, but also to attempt through fiction to interpret even our own reality. Another important publication in that sense is Plagues and People by McNeill, and it brings the history of infectious disease and gives a historical explanation, but also talks about the impact of these epidemics on the world history. Daniel Defoe, a journal of plague year, he describes here, this text tries to embody what is felt during such pandemics. Some are not able to bear the torment, threw themselves out of the window. Some people, they committed suicide because they couldn't bear it. Others, unable to contain themselves, vented their pain by incessant roaring, such a loud and lamentable crisis. And this is what this is what we are not witnessing till now, thank God. Albert Camus, La Peste, the Plague. Camus describes the impact of his own text on himself. He says, I'm blind in the face of this bizarre book, whose form is slightly monstrous. It's a kind of monster that he produced. I'm not sure if I'm expecting that light will return. It means that something changed in him as a writer while writing about the ailment of his society. So these books show how fiction might contribute towards our understanding of history. And the Plague text provocatively suggests that fiction may be in a privileged position to address the trauma of enormous death counts, of fear of infection. Humans and hermeneutics, the human being, I love this quote by Hegel, it says it all. The human being is this night, this empty nothing that contains everything in its simplicity, an unending wealth of many representations, images of which none belongs to him, or which are not present. One catches sight of this night when one looks at human beings in the eyes, means that we are face to face with our own humanity. Žižek insists that after this pandemic, the coronavirus crisis, there is no return to normal. There is a new normal and maybe a new barbarism. This is what we are seeing around sometimes. Reinterpreting the past, that's what literature is doing, is prophesizing in an attempt to reinterpret the past. Means that when we look back, and this is a book by Doris Lessing, when we look back, we see that now fiction is nothing compared to reality. We all see around us become daily wilder, more fantastic, more incredible. Life is more incredible than fiction. And we are in a kind of floating universe. And these books come and try to attempt to warn humanity about the future. Doris Lessing says, poor people of the past, poor people, so many of them, they are not aware of what is going on, okay? Lessons, we are having lessons, receiving lessons that were never imagined. Life, they did not have that conception. The thought of death as an ever-present threat was not in them. People are not aware of what surrounds them. In death representations in literature, Adriana Todescu asks the question, is literature a slap in the face of death? It serves as a kind of survival. And Zizek, back to that book that I advise you to read, the ongoing spread of the coronavirus epidemic has also triggered a vast epidemic of ideological viruses. We're witnessing more than illness. We're witnessing ideological violence, fake news, paranoid conspiracy theories, explosion of racism, and so on and so forth. But maybe, and that's a quote full of hope, maybe another much more beneficent ideological virus will spread and hopefully infect us, the virus of thinking, of an alternate society, a society beyond nation state, a society that actualizes itself in the form of global solidarity and cooperation. I hope we get this virus one day. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Buthaina, for your interesting communication. Very interesting and very emotional as usual.
Thank you.
Следующий выступающий у нас будет доктор Мунира Хрибиш, доцент кафедры русского языка. Выступление будет на русском языке.
Здравствуйте, дорогие коллеги. Bonjour, mes chers collègues. Мое выступление будет на русском языке. Сначала я бы хотела выразить огромную благодарность организаторам этой конференции за предоставленную нам возможность, чтобы участвовать дистанционно и поделиться с вами наши исследования и доклады дистанционно. Еще особую благодарность Наталье Станиславовне и профессору Наталье Леонидовне Соколовой. Я выбрала тему перевода, проблемы перевода и интерпретации. Вот у меня уже идет не первая страница, сейчас вернусь к первой. Вот. Проблемы перевода и интерпретации публицистических текстов средств массовой информации с арабского языка на русский язык. Вот. Всем известно, что в последние годы в русских СМИ об арабском языке пишут регулярно. Именно во время войны в Сирии, во время всех восстаний в арабских странах. Русские государственные или частные СМИ освещали события, связанные с арабским миром. Разный информационный материал об арабских странах в русских СМИ имеет большое значение в процессе формирования образа современного арабского мира в России. Всем известно, что сбором информационного материала вот, с арабского занимаются вот, информационные агентства с помощью переводчика, который способен обеспечить точный и объективный перевод с арабского на русский. Переводчик является посредником межкультурной коммуникации. И он владеет достаточными знаниями, профессиональными навыками и умениями верно переводить и интерпретировать публицистический текст и без изменения оригинального смысла. Говоря о переводах текстов в СМИ, важно отметить, что точность, достоверность очень важны, чтобы обеспечить объективное описание и честный показ событий и фактов, о которых говорится в средствах массовой информации, ну, в нашем случае в России. Переводчик играет важную роль в передаче информационного и эмоционального содержания текста в СМИ. Таким образом, он определяет и влияет на восприятие текста рецептором перевода, в нашем случае русским рецептором. Чтобы гарантировать точность и объективность, необходимо вот интерпретировать исходный информационный текст на арабском, раскрыть все культурные знаки и лакуны, и также добавить нужные комментарии и пояснения для наилучшего понимания текста русским рецептором. При переводе осуществляется перенос культурных знаков и лакун из текста оригинала в другую социокультурную и языковую среду. Диалог культур возникает в рамках заданного в тексте оригинала коммуникативного фона, который тоже следует перенести в текст перевода. Бесспорно, что переводчик сталкивается с трудностями. Передача лакун при переводе, например, отсутствие эквивалента, то есть аналога из-за отсутствия у носителей этого языка обозначаемого объекта. Важность передачи предметного значения, реалий, ее коннотацию, ее национальную и историческую специфику. Ну, об этом пишет Виноградов, что степень сближения с оригиналом зависит от многих факторов, от мастерства переводчика, от особенностей сопоставляемых языков и культур, и от эпохи тоже создания оригинала и перевода, способа перевода, характера переводимых текстов и тому подобное. Существуют разные способы перевода лексических лакун с арабского на русский. Об этом можно говорить сначала о транскрипции, когда лакуны, полученные в результате трансляции, становятся интеркультурными и закрепляются в языке перевода и регулярно используются для перевода. Калькирование. Калькирование – это отображение морфемного состава иностранного слова. Калькирование арабские слова широко распространяются в переводческой практике, а затем начинают использоваться в непереводных материалах на языке перевода. В нашем случае на русском языке разъяснительный перевод – это когда перевод предлагает использование описания и разъяснения, и подбор также аналогов, где есть похожесть значения, эквивалентных единиц в оригинале и переводе. Калькирование арабские слова широко распространяются в переводческой практике на русском языке. Например, слово шахид, шахид по-арабски, джихад, джихад, вахабит, аль-вахаби, шариат, аш-шариа. Использование слов арабского происхождения представляет интерес не только для лингвистов, занимающихся вопросами языковых контактов, но для историков, поскольку это отражает исторические контакты народов и их культур. Нельзя отрицать, что существует проблема перевода подобных заимствованных арабских слов в русском языке, возникавшая в связи отсутствием обширных исследований в данной сфере. В данной статье рассматриваем подробное слово «шахид». Это слово часто употребляется в переведенном информационном материале из арабского мира. Оно отражается в новостях, в газетах, телевидении, в интернетских сайтах и порталах. Везде можно вот найти и читать слово шахид, шахидка, шахиды. Шахид в русском языке происходит от арабского шахид. Слово шахид имеет религиозный характер. В исламе это ученик за веру. В словаре иностранных слов Камилева. Шахид у мусульман – это пожертвовавший собой за веру, погибший мученической смерти. Шахид не нуждается в омывании перед погребением. Ему прощаются все грехи, он попадает в рай. Важно отметить, что в словарях русского языка отражается и положительная, и отрицательная коннотация. Однако в российских СМИ имеется только отрицательные значения. Вот, например, на учение под Самарской миротворцы там, шквальным огнем уничтожили шахид-мобил. Даже есть новое словосочетание шахид-мобил. Вот изъято из журнала «Аргументы и факты» 30 ноября, вот практически 3 недели назад. Дальше вот фотка шахид-мобил, как понимается по-русски. Это машина, с взрывчатками. Дальше. Живут по законам шариата. Европа предсказали новые теракты. Один из боевиков взорвал поезд шахида около синагоги. Еще одного удалось ликвидировать. Вот тоже вот это изъято из Национальной службы новостей 3 ноября. Коннотация слова вот шахид в арабском языке имеет только положительную. У нее только положительная, даже святая вот, коннотация. И под словом шахид понимается солдат, который убит на войне, защищая родину, защищая свою жизнь и честь. Человек, который погиб безвинно, и в результате тоже взрыва это для нас шахид. Вот, поэтому вот, мы считаем, что большая идеологическая, переводческая, может даже политическая ошибка, когда средства массовой информации вот в России называют экстремистов, террористов, смертников шахидами. Ведь это честь для них. Получается, вот в России они используют вот такой термин, который используют, вот, или который используют его самые террористы. Можно сказать, что перевод в этом случае не способен осуществлять межкультурные коммуникации и даже не раскрыл культурный, религиозный потенциал этого слова. Наоборот, у нас получается вот в русском языке вот такое понятие, вот такое слово нечестивый даже, неправдивый. Подводя итоги, можно сказать, что в процессе перевода использования слова «шахид» исходное значение никак не сохранилось, потому что в языке СМИ зафиксированное отрицательное значение. Это слово в русском языке неизменно ассоциируется вот в настоящее время с исламистскими террористами. Итак, переводчик, исходя из его ограниченного личного понимания, его идеологического и культурных убеждений, изменил оригинал смысла и не передавал точный смысл. Ну, пожалуй, это все. Спасибо вам за внимание. Благодарю. Вот.
Merci Monira pour cette communication très intéressante qui prend l'analyse des mots qui sont dernièrement sont infiltrés à la langue russe et qui ont des connotations différentes en arabe et en russe. Значит, спасибо, уважаемый коллега Монира, которая глубоко анализировала заимствованные слова в последнее время в русский язык и посмотрела их культурные различия. Следующее у нас Dr. Salila Mejri iz kafedri francuskega jezika, člen laboratorij jezik i formi kulturi. Madame Salila Mejri, Dr. Salila Mejri, du département du français et membre du laboratoire de recherche langue et formes culturelles.
Tu vas partager?
C'est partagé? Ah bon?
Vous êtes en train. Mais...
Chers auditeurs, bonjour. Je ne vais pas vous parler de la Tunisie, mais plutôt de la Russie, à travers le roman de l'auteur franco-russe André Makin. Je vais vous parler aujourd'hui de l'art de l'équivoque dans le Testament français. Mon plan est le suivant: une introduction, bien sûr, approche critique et axe de réflexion. Je vais essayer de développer, mais très rapidement, conclure et vous donner quelques résultats et discuter moi-même mon propre travail qui manque un certain nombre d'éléments faute de temps. Dans la littérature moderne, tout est affaire de mensonges. Aussi, même autobiographique, le roman ouvre-t-il la voie à des interprétations contradictoires, étant donné la nature équivoque du langage. Examinons-le à la lumière de la triade herméneutique de Gauss et cherchons les racines de l'équivoque. À notre avis, c'est l'écriture contrapontique en tant qu'ensemble de récits qui se chevauchent et se mélangent constamment en se faisant écho qui est à l'origine de la polyphonie textuelle. Trois aspects de l'équivoque attirent notre attention. Premièrement, l'aspect lié à l'étagement et à l'accumulation des thèmes et motifs qui reposent sur la répétition. Ensuite, l'aspect lié à la superposition des lieux et au chevauchement des époques jusqu'à leur coïncidence. Troisièmement, l'aspect lié au dédoublement du sujet, susceptible d'être à la fois fasciné et repoussé par l'Occident et l'Orient qu'il oppose. À propos de l'étagement et accumulation des thèmes et motifs, j'ai vu dans ce texte une réécriture des Mille et une nuits. En effet, les deux textes ont en commun le genre initiatique, c'est-à-dire le conte, avec une femme comme personnage central. Il s'agit de Charlotte, qui veut dire puissante, mais Charlotte dans le texte, c'est la Parisienne, dont le nom commence par le son che, tout comme Scheherazade, signifiant en persan enfant né en ville ou citadine. Ils ont aussi en commun les trois thèmes centraux des contes, tyrannie, sororité et paroles prisonnières. Thèmes accompagnant l'histoire de la Russie depuis les tsars jusqu'à la Première Guerre mondiale et entre les deux guerres. L'écriture du contrepoint est perceptible dans le récit de l'enfance de Charlotte, qui correspond en fait à la Belle Époque et ses symboles, évidemment opposés à ceux de la Russie à cette époque-là. Démocratie, insouciance, croissance économique. Comme en musicologie, nous avons la ligne horizontale, c'est-à-dire la ligne mélodique, qui est, à notre avis, la Russie et son histoire faite alternativement de guerre, de révolution, tandis que la Belle Époque l'époque de Proust, et la ligne verticale, ligne harmonique, ainsi que le suggère le titre du roman. Quant à la superposition des lieux et au chevauchement des époques, l'univers scindé du récit et ses différentes strates donne la voix à divers personnages et divers espaces-temps qui sont en évolution constante, d'où la difficulté de démêler ces fragments discursifs qui se font écho. Nous pensons que l'équivoque provient dans ce roman de l'art de la fugue. Effectivement, si l'on définit fugue comme composition musicale basée sur un ou deux ou plusieurs thèmes énoncés par plusieurs voix ou parties à tour de rôle. Ces thèmes sont soumis à un traitement contrapuntique et progressivement construits dans une forme complexe. Elle est totalement fondée sur le procédé de la fugue, fuga, dans le sens italien de fuite, poursuite, course, puisque l'auditeur a l'impression que le thème vole d'une voix à l'autre. Deux épisodes importants de l'histoire de France que le narrateur évoque de manière désinvolte, furtive et discontinue seront en quelque sorte fonctionneront comme un prélude à l'histoire de la Russie. Il s'agit du terrible déluge de la Seine, appelé aussi la crue de 1910, qui a englouti presque toute la capitale, et la semaine sanglante, évoquée de façon très détachée, qui correspond à l'affrontement entre communards et Versaillais au cimetière du Père-Lachaise, où 400 communards ont été abattus le même jour. Donc, ces deux épisodes, à mon avis, vont fonctionner comme un prélude à l'histoire de la Russie, aux tragédies sanglantes comme celle de excusez la prononciation, Kodinka, dont le tsar Nicolas II était responsable. Et la Russie d'émerger avec ses isbas, non, attends. Excusez-moi. C'est bon? Non. Non. Donc, la Russie émerge avec ses vastes étendues de terres et de forêts, son climat rigoureux, ses guerres, ses régimes totalitaires. Elle surgit avec sa taïga, ses isbas et datcha, babushka, kashka, 2000, koledets, vodka, pravda, ses moujiks, ses koulaks, ses bolcheviks et ses menseviks, ses samovars, son Kremlin, ses teknars, ses églises décapitées et ses kukushka, qui veut dire oiseau. Notons cependant que dans tout le roman, le seul terme écrit en russe est celui de tsar, suivi de l'effet produit sur le narrateur quand il est prononcé en russe. Il est synonyme de fermeture, de violence, alors que prononcé en français, il est plutôt signe d'ouverture, de fluidité. Et là, je perçois beaucoup d'ironie. La Russie émerge aussi avec son onomastique. Alyosha, par exemple, signifie le protégé, étant lui-même le protégé de Charlotte et non son petit-fils. La Russie émerge enfin à travers ses politiciens, évoqués soit de manière fugace, soit de manière ludique, en transposant la scène des amants de l'Élysée, c'est-à-dire Félix Faure et sa maîtresse, au maître du Kremlin, Lénine, Staline, Khrouchtchev, Brejnev, mais sans l'ombre d'une femme, car, je cite, une présence féminine et a fortiori une présence aimante était tout simplement inconcevable. Je passe très vite au dédoublement du sujet, ou clivage du moi, qui exige que deux corps matériels se forment conjointement dans le sujet. Et c'est dans le second corps que se loge la conscience. Sa conscience matérielle, si elle existe, est fragile et temporaire et peut se dissoudre dans l'instant. Dans le cadre du dédoublement ou clivage franco-russe, Le narrateur introduit même une dimension supplémentaire, la greffe, terme qui est lui-même équivoque, puisqu'il peut s'agir soit d'une greffe pour remplacer une partie endommagée du corps, soit du procédé de multiplication végétative. Je cite, mais une seule citation, « Je voulais cette France qui était greffée dans mon cœur, que j'étudiais, explorais et apprenais, je voulais qu'elle fasse de moi quelqu'un d'autre. » De même, ce qui est frappant, c'est que l'auteur a inséré d'une manière très habile des notions psychanalytiques très importantes relatives au mécanisme de défense, et il a commencé par le souvenir écran. Et je vous convie à regarder un peu plus le développement pour voir la puissance de cette page dans l'incipit. Le deuxième mécanisme, c'est celui du mensonge des origines, puisque pour affirmer son appartenance identitaire à la France, il va imaginer qu'il est né en province, la belle province française, avec sa lumière et ses étendues, donc passage qui ne manque pas de poésie, mais aussi il va ajouter une dimension mystique puisqu'il va parler de la Vierge. Enfin, et c'est le plus important dans ce texte, le retour du refoulé, puisque le narrateur s'identifie à Beria, le chef de la police politique de Staline, Beria, le double de Shahrayar, dans les contes de Mille et Nuits, le chasseur de femmes même. Il dit « Oui, je suis russe » 2 fois. L'écriture du livre devient alors une thérapie, puisque l'auteur, pour guérir de ses maux, va jurer d'écrire un livre unique, un livre d'une unicité exemplaire. Donc, le livre devient une thérapie. De ce fait, elle se donne à lire comme le couronnement de ce long processus de résilience, réconciliation avec les origines. Ces origines envoyées dans le testament de Charlotte. Le narrateur fait preuve d'une remarquable érudition, illustrée par son recours fréquent à l'intertextualité, qui est elle-même une source d'équivoque. Conclusion. Le testament français est un testament russe, et je l'affirme, car le jeune garçon qu'il était a mûri. Il est devenu un adulte, fermement enraciné dans ses origines, solidement ancré dans la littérature universelle, qu'il va transmettre aux autres selon les instructions d'Ézéchiel. Prends, fils de l'homme, prends le livre, prends-le et mange-le, et cela rendra ton ventre amer, mais dans ta bouche, il sera doux comme du miel. Je vous remercie beaucoup pour votre attention et je regrette de n'avoir pas pu travailler sur l'ironie dans le texte, mais ça sera un travail futur.
Merci, docteur. OK. Merci, docteur Salila Mejri, pour cette présentation originale qui compare, analyse littérature, personnage russe à travers la langue française. Et puisqu'on parle de l'interculturalité, c'est l'exemple qui personnifie ça. Donc, сейчас слово предоставляется доктору Сондус Круна, кафедра арабского языка и тоже член исследовательской лаборатории язык и формы культуры. Тфадал, Сондус.
Good afternoon for everybody. I'm
honored to participate to this scientific symposium about functional aspect of intercultural communication, translation, and interpreting issues. The title of my communication is The Transfer of Meaning, Illusion of Communication, a Case Study.
Sandus, your mic.
So, good morning, everybody. I will talk to you about this communication, about the transfer of meaning, the illusion of communication, a case study. As we know, communication is a basic human need that gained significance, especially with the profound impact the technological evolution has had on means of communication. And the phenomenon of communication illusion or miscommunication usually occurs in discourse without being aware of it. This paper analyzes how every transfer of meaning by different symbols, verbal or non-verbal, in our everyday communication context is elusive and unable to establish a complete communication, as it highlights the importance of being aware of such phenomenon and its effect on the way we interpret and construct knowledge, attitudes, and ideologies. The illusion of communication in transferring meaning is widely used in political discourse, and it aims at manipulating people and influencing their mental models. That's why I choose to make in this paper a critical analysis of some samples of political discourse. In order to test this hypothesis, we propose a critical analysis of samples from political discourse in Tunisia using the cognitive approach and culture and critical discourse analysis. This paper aims at unmasking the illusion of communication and the strategies they use to influence the public mind. The outline of my intervention is divided in two parts. The first part is about theoretical basis of the hypothesis, how neuroscientists and some linguists have discussed the idea of illusion of communication. And the second part is about, I try to make a critical analysis of two slogans of the two final candidates in the second round of the last presidential election in Tunisia, 2019. So for the theoretical issue, usually we are guided by the assumption that if we know the language, we are able to communicate with each other with no difficulties. This is partly true, especially when we produce simple sentences using a very basic lexicon. But if we try to communicate a long text or speech using some medium-sized words like democracy, terrorism, republic, or else, someone might ask, what do you mean by this? We notice that he or she does not ask about the meaning of the word in itself, but he asks about the meaning that you constructed for this word in your specific context. This is an important point to understand the real process of communication. To do that, we need to question some ontological assumptions about our interaction with the word and with each other via language. One of these important questions is, do we perceive the word in the same way? Cognitive neuroscience affords empirical evidences about the role that the perceptual and motor system plays in shaping particular concepts, such as color basic level concept, and spatial relations concept. This leads to Lakoff and Johnson arguments stating that the peculiar nature of our bodies shapes our very possibilities for conceptualizing and categorization. For conceptualization and categorization. Since our perceptual system is limited, we can experience the outside world only through our window of the world, which is our body. So we have to ask these experimental findings, we have to take these experimental findings into consideration when we are transferring meaning by symbols or language. And based on these experimental findings in neurosciences, which are related to cognitive grammar, Langacker observes that the domains an expression invokes provide its conceptual content. Linguistic meaning does not, however, reside in content alone, for we are able to construe the same content in alternate way, resulting in substantially different meanings. In this linguistic construction results from the interaction between the grammatical structure chosen by the speaker and the cognitive models based on his mental representation of his physical and social environment. In this double transformation, the meaning changes, sometimes completely misunderstanding context or partially people when people are interacting with each other. So I will pass to the second part of my intervention, which is the critical discourse analysis of two slogans in Tunisian political discourse. The first example is the slogan used by the first candidate of the second round in the election, which won the election and is our actual president, Qais Said. So the slogan is "Ash-Sha'b yurid," people or nation wants. We notice that the sentence is not finished. The object of the verb yuridu, wants, which is a transitive verb, is omitted. The speaker allows the addressee, the people, who is at the same time the subject of the sentence, the function to complete it with what he or she wants. The ellipsis is one of the discourse strategies that speakers use to make the listener think that he or she is constructing meaning with him. The speaker also uses this strategy to satisfy the majority of people by doing what they want and not what he wants. Indeed, this candidate in the second round of the presidential elections refused to make a campaign and to give electoral promises because he thinks that the people should perform what they want by themselves and govern themselves by themselves. So this slogan seems to be very vague because it does not say anything about the candidate who is absent in the text of the slogan and present in the context by his photo and his name in the election banner. In the second example, the second slogan, which is Nabil Karoui fi qalb Tunis, Nabil Karoui in the heart of Tunisia. In this slogan, the expression the heart of Tunisia can refer to different meanings. The first meaning can be the center of the country, where there are marginalized people that need help and attention from the government, and the candidate promises to take care of these people. The second meaning can be the heart of Tunisian, even though he was far away from them because that he was arrested during his campaign. And the third meaning, which is according to me meant also the name of the candidate's party that is called Qalb Tunis, the heart of Tunisia, in order to insinuate to the two meanings explained above. Unlike the other candidate, we notice that this second candidate in his slogan is strongly present through the use of his name, Nabil Karoui, as a subject of the sentence that constitutes the slogan, and through the name of his party in which he is the principal figure. Nomination, according to Van Dijk, is a discursive strategy that's usually used in the public discourse in order to influence mental models and social cognition. As a result of this analysis, the situation is different we notice that the situation is different from the illusion of communication in everyday conversation, which is a natural and unconscious phenomena. It is a planet for type of communication in public discourse, a public political discourse. Indeed, as it was shown in the analysis, the fuseness of meaning in the two slogans studied in this paper are meant to incite the curiosity of the receiver and make him think that he participates in the construction of meaning by the process of interpretation. So the two candidates do not present their conception of social and political values and do not explain their strategies and political project to face the critical situation of the Tunisian people. They just say what the people want to hear. These discourse strategies show populism, the populist ideology in the political Tunisian discourse of the two candidates. So it is important to be aware of the illusion of communication in public discourse that want to dominate and to control the minds and behaviors. To conclude, I want to say that the illusion of communication is used in political discourse as a strategy to influence the minds and control people behavior. By this kind of strategy, some politicians gain the sympathy of people who adhere to their groups because they think that they understand clearly the meaning transferred by the political speech or slogan, but in reality, they are in the illusion of communication, as we have argued in this paper. The international communication about Corona can be also a subject for further study because we are facing this illusion of communication because public discourse is trying by all means of communication to influence our mental models about this pandemic. We need to examine these types of discourse using a socio-cognitive approach to elucidate the mystery of COVID-19. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Saunders, Dr. Saunders, for this interesting intervention that dealt with real language use according to cognitive linguistics. And Natalia, I think that the last one will be from Russia. So would you present?
I'm sorry, but she is not. She gives her apologies, but she's not available now. She has, so there will be not presentation for her from her. I'm sorry for this.
So,
and we have
so
just
the work of our section is over.
Yes, we have just 1 minute to say goodbye, and it was a great pleasure to meet you all. And I remember you visiting to our institute to Moscow, and it's nice to see this view from Munira's window because in Moscow it's snowing now.
Thank you, Natalia. I hope the pandemic will be over in the near future, and you can visit Tunisia, or we can be in Moscow and continue our together. Yeah.
And I will like to thank Bouthei Mamajul also for her translation, and also from our students, great thanks for these courses which they join in our joint program with the university.
Amazing students from Russia. Thank you so much.
That's okay. So goodbye, everyone.
Okay, thank you.
And you can stay here. We'll be just starting our next session with Enrique. Are you here?
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I think I saw Enrique here. Maybe we could check our first presenters because I couldn't see Enrique Herrelia Carol here. And due to our program, we have the first presenter will be. I'm sorry because I'm not Spanish speaking person. Alvaro Marin Garcia. Enrique, here you are. So let's start your session.
Excuse me, because I was in another meeting now, just 2 minutes ago. So that's the reason why I'm a little bit late now. So the first participant, as you said, Natalia, nice to see everybody here in this nice conference from Spain. So welcome to this section, Linguistic and Cultural Aspects of Translation, of this really interesting international conference, Functional Aspects of Intercultural Communication, Translation, and Interpretive Issues. And the first participant are my good friends, Álvaro and Benami. Natalia, I have one question, just one question for the beginning. I think all the participants today speak Russian.
Okay.
Is it? Is it? Do you mind if they speak in Russian and then we can answer to the questions in Russian or English? I mean, it would be more interesting and more comfortable it could be for all the participants. Does everybody understand Russian here? Yes? Are you sure about that? English, please. Somebody is writing English, please.
English, please. Butayna Majou from Tunisia.
So, okay, Álvaro will start in English. Where is Álvaro? I don't see Álvaro. And then we will see. Okay, because if the presentation is in English, it could be they could speak in Russian and the slides could be in English. I don't know. We can think about that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
okay,
but if the presentation is in English, I think it could be okay if someone could speak in Russian and show the slides in English.
I think it could be okay. It could be okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So you could share. Everybody could share their presentations with.
Everybody can share the presentation. Yeah. So the first participant is Álvaro Martín García and Benamí Barros García, using foreign language teaching approaches for translation training in the Russian-Spanish classroom. ¿Estáis por ahí?
Enrique, I'm sorry, but I think Álvaro and Benami are not here.
They're not, I don't see all the.
Yeah,
really, they are not here. Mm-hmm. So we can continue with the second participant if it could be.
Okay.
Okay, the second is teaching Español para Inmigrantes. I said that without accent, I think. Español para Inmigrantes, quite well, in good Spanish. Marina Rayevska, right? Gracias, Vidit, Marina. Gracias, Vidit.
Estimados.
So, Español para Inmigrantes in the modern intercultural communication, recent initiatives. Marina, nice to see you.
Sí, aquí estoy, estimados colegas. Entonces yo pongo la demostración. Ajá. Entonces, aquí está la presentación. Un momento. Bueno, entonces, pero puedo hablar en ruso, ¿no?
Yo creo que sí,
Ajá. Да. Bueno, entonces, quisiera pues saludar a todos los estimados, muy estimados и muy queridos коллегас, уважаемые коллеги. Добрый день, приветствую всех. И хотела бы представить вашему вниманию доклад. Тему вы уже знаете, и вот в современном мире испанский язык общепризнанно позиционирован как один из самых востребованных в качестве иностранного в мировой образовательной сфере. Однако в настоящее время все сильнее ощущается потребность в адаптации образовательной среды к современному экономическому и социальному контексту и внесении новшеств в педагогический процесс. И вот массовая иммиграция, с которой мировое сообщество, прежде всего развитых стран европейских и США, столкнулось в последние десятилетия 21 века, создала новые социальные и этнические конфигурации, ставшие постоянной реальностью для многих стран, в том числе и Испании. И данная ситуация потребовала переосмысления языковой и образовательной политики не только на законодательном и административном уровнях, но и в сфере преподавания испанского языка как средство интеграции в новое общество и доступа к рынку труда. Целью исследования является изучение инициатив и реального вклада испанского профессионального лингводидактического сообщества, направленных на совершенствование методики преподавания ЭЛЕ в данной особой целевой аудитории. И на самом деле дидактика испанского языка для иммигрантов насчитывает уже 25 лет, ровно с того момента, с 1998 года, когда начался миграционный приток в Испанию. И последующие десятилетия, вот я представляю это на слайде, известно как Великое десятилетие иммиграции в Испании, да? La década prodigiosa de la inmigración en España. И проблемы языковой и культурной адаптации новых граждан страны сразу легли на плечи преподавателей испанского языка как иностранного. ЭЛЕ обозначается, традиционно обозначается это направление в лингводидактике, и стали предметом обсуждения в рамках Ассоциации преподавания испанского языка как иностранного, соответствующая аббревиатура здесь, HL, которая была создана 10 годами ранее. И вот это данное новое направление получило обозначение «Español segunda lengua» о «Español lengua extranjera». И академическая ситуация в обязательном образовании также нашла свое место на конгрессах, курсах и конференциях, организованных для анализа его особенностей. Еще в 1993 году Центр исследований и образовательной документации
Максим, вы не знаете, как вот, чтобы в чате со всеми делиться? У меня что-то вот получается, что я только будто... вот все, увидела.
Да, простите? Наталья Станиславовна, вы...
Простите, все.
Можно продолжать, да? Хорошо. Провел первое совещание по исследованию образовательной ситуации иностранцев, да, la investigación sobre la situación educativa de los extranjeros, на котором обсуждались такие фундаментальные вопросы, как необходимость адаптировать школьную среду к профилю учащихся иммигрантов, влияние социокультурных факторов и важность языка в процессе интеграции. В 2001 году Институт Сервантеса проводит форум под названием «Inmigración y enfoque intercultural en la enseñanza de segundas lenguas en Europa», на котором были обозначены 3 основные направления обсуждения. Я представляю их далее на слайде. Это социологический портрет и специфика целевой аудитории иммигранты, методика преподавания вторых языков и межкультурный аспект. Помимо конференции Ассоциации преподавателей испанского языка как иностранного, с 2004 года начали проводиться встречи специалистов по обучению иммигрантов второму языку. Encuentros de especialistas en la enseñanza de segundas lenguas a inmigrantes. И вот интересно, что первоначально преподавание испанского языка для иммигрантов было отнесено к сфере языка для специальных целей. Речь идет о выпуске справочника для подготовки учителей, преподавателей испанский язык как второй, вот соответствующее его название, в котором основное внимание уделяется коммуникативной компетенции в профессиональной сфере и рабочих целях. В 2005 году Институт Сервантеса публикует учебно-методический сборник «Испанский язык как новый». Соответственно, это, так сказать, придание еще одного статуса испанскому языку, то есть который начинает изучаться, продолжает изучаться не только как язык иностранный, но уже и как новый, español como nueva lengua. И вот в 2010 году университет Алкала де Инарес проводит первый международный конгресс «Язык и миграция». Второй состоялся спустя 10 лет, то есть прошел достаточный период времени, за который произошли также знаковые события в сфере миграционных процессов. Одновременно факультет философии и литературы университета Деушто проводит практически ежегодную конференцию «Язык», учебные программы и студенческая миграционная аудитория. Jornada sobre lenguas, currículo y alumnado inmigrante. На 23-м Международном конгрессе Ассоциации преподавателей испанского языка как иностранного, который состоялся 8 лет назад в университете Жероне, был проведен круглый стол на тему «Español segunda lengua en contexto de inmigración». И вот во время заседаний в одном из своих докладов один из, так сказать, больших специалистов в этой сфере, Феликс Вильяльба Мартинеш, отметил, что преподавание вторых языков в Испании представляет собой одно из самых инновационных и динамичных аспектов преподавания языков и прикладной лингвистики в последней четверти века. Надо сказать, что преподавание испанского языка вот в традиции, в лингводидактической традиции в Испании также относится к сфере прикладной лингвистики, la lingüística aplicada. И вот об этом свидетельствуют библиографические данные, поскольку порталы для распространения научной литературы, такие как Dialnet, в настоящее время собирают более 2000 документов с ключевыми словами «испанский для иммигрантов», «español para inmigrantes». И, несомненно, эта область постоянно пополняется новыми ссылками на научные труды. И хотя впереди еще долгий путь, именно тогда были предприняты первые шаги в оформлении данной сферы в отдельную область профессионального знания. Но наиболее серьезный за последние десятилетия миграционный кризис 2014-2015 годов, непосредственно обусловивший интенсификацию межкультурных коммуникаций, вызвал необходимость обратить пристальное внимание специалистов на имеющие свою специфику теорию и практику языковой адаптации мигрантов в условиях межкультурной лингводидактики, которая получила название «La enseñanza del español a inmigrantes». И вот академическое и университетское сообщество Испании предлагает различные возможности для специализированной, начальной и непрерывной подготовки учителей и преподавателей испанского языка как второго для учащихся различных уровней иммигрантов. В испанской научной литературе по данной тематике обсуждаются проблемные моменты, которые необходимо учитывать в педагогической деятельности на уроке испанского языка для иммигрантов. То есть это социокультурные и возрастные особенности данной целевой аудитории, тип и объем формируемых компетенций, в том числе межкультурной эмпатии, учебные технологии и конкретные методы обучения, тематическое содержание программ с учетом потребностей данной целевой аудитории, формирование корпуса учебных материалов для иммигрантов, то есть это manuales del español para inmigrantes, преподавание для возрастной аудитории, не владеющей грамотностью. То есть, так сказать, учитываются все специфические моменты данной целевой аудитории. И присутствие этой реальности в классе для взрослых И настоятельная необходимость откликнуться на их потребности вызвали интерес специалистов, которые начали разрабатывать эту область научного и практического знания. Первая работа по теме, вот, на данном слайде вы видите даты, появилась еще, так сказать, более чем 10 лет назад, в 2009 году, и за ней последовали магистерские исследования, также вы видите их список. Ну и в целом исследования в этой области продолжают проводиться в рамках программы Erasmus+, которая предлагала самые широкие возможности онлайн и бесплатно, да, для обучения преподавателей. Помимо этого, в настоящее время эту картину дополняет остро ощущаемая потребность в формировании межкультурного сознания, межкультурных умений и так называемой межкультурной эмпатии, которые я уже упоминала, то есть влияющих на языковую культуру испаноязычного сообщества, находящегося в ситуации межкультурной коммуникации на фоне интенсивного миграционного притока. И в данном случае специалисты говорят о том, что необходимо формировать межкультурную коммуникативную компетенцию не только у иностранцев, но в том числе и у представителей принимающей стороны, местных жителей, для которых также необходимо разработать адаптационные механизмы, помогающие адекватно, позитивно воспринимать культурные различия и противостоять межкультурным конфликтам. Кроме того, в последнее время обсуждается проблема специальной подготовки преподавателей испанского языка для иммигрантов в различном образовательном формате. От студентов, получающих высшее образование, до начального, среднего и дополнительного образования, то есть классов так называемой языковой поддержки. Вот далее на слайде я представляю информацию о том, какую специализацию предлагают испанские университеты в этой сфере, в сфере преподавания для иммигрантов в магистратуре по преподаванию испанского языка. Вот это университеты Аликанте, Гранады, Овьедо, университет Пабло де Олавиде. Университет дистанционного образования и Международный университет Менендеса Пелайо предлагают специальную программу магистратуры по испанскому языку как второму, а университет Лас-Пальмас де Гран-Канария магистерскую программу «Испанский язык как второй» и МКК. Преподавание для студентов-иммигрантов и межкультурный учебный план. В помощь педагогам созданы две интернет-платформы, это Todo L и Profe DL, аккумулирующие самую широкую актуальную информацию по данной тематике. И кроме того, широкую известность среди специалистов в этой сфере получили следующие сайты, вот они представлены на слайде. Español para inmigrantes y refugiados, Cuaderno Intercultural y Aula e Fundación Sierra Pamble. Кроме того, журнал «Lengua y Migración», учрежденный кафедрой филологии, коммуникации и документации Университета Алкалá, отслеживает новую языковую коммуникативную реальность в миграционном измерении с 2009 года и публикует теоретические, эмпирические и методологические статьи по данной тематике, посвященные изучению проблем языковой, культурной и социальной интеграции новых граждан. Помимо специального обучения увеличилось количество академических и университетских инициатив и проектов, обычно финансируемых европейскими учреждениями и осуществляемых официальными образовательными учреждениями, например, программы, связанные с частными организациями или фондами и некоммерческими организациями. Вот на данном слайде я представляю как раз данные, вот, и особенно следует выделить программу InMigra, которую реализует автономное сообщество Мадрид и которое объединяет команды нескольких университетов. Они представлены на слайдах. И я уже заканчиваю. На последнем 8-м Международном конгрессе испанского языка к ставшим традиционным темам языковой политики, языковой вариативности и межкультурного диалога прибавилось еще одно направление, о котором я уже сказала, дидактика испанского языка для иммигрантов, требующая особого внимания применительно к новым социальным условиям. Ну и на этом, наверное, я могу закончить. Большое спасибо за внимание.
Марина, была очень интересно. Очень
Спасибо.
И за перевод.
Энрике.
Классный перевод, на самом деле. Очень быстро и очень оперативно. Как-то неожиданно. I'm saying that the translation was really good into English. Even I could understood quite well what it is about in English. Thank you very much, Natalia. It was really difficult.
Just really intercultural
It was a good
communication.
example of intercultural communication, I think. So do we have any questions for Marina here? Or we can continue with the speakers, the following speakers. So the following speakers are my colleagues from the Russian Center of the University of Granada, Tamara Garajankina, Pablo Marinenko, and Tatiana Partnova. Main particularities of contemporary women's prose translation from Spanish into Russian. So I hand over to Tatiana or Tamara. Both are here. Tatiana,
please.
Okay.
Can you see my screen? Видно наши слайды? Видно, хорошо. Темой нашего доклада являются особенности перевода современной испанской прозы, женской прозы с испанского на русский язык. Мы подготовили доклад втроем, и доклад основан на переводе, который мы выполнили втроем. Это был коллективный перевод сборника рассказов Эльвиры Камара. Эльвира Камара – это современная писательница, живущая в Испании, и переведенное произведение – это сборник эротических рассказов. Особенностью этой книги являлось то, что стиль Эльвиры обильно использует множество женских символов. Среди этих символов встречаются как универсальные символы, это символы Венеры, Джоконды, Мэрилин Монро. Также автор использует обильное количество индивидуальных символов. И перевод этих символов являлась основной задачей переводчиков. И на последующих слайдах мои коллеги на конкретных примерах опишут основные трудности, с которыми мы встречались, а также опишут техники, которые были применены при работе с переводом. Добрый день, коллеги. Я расскажу о переводе реалий на русский язык в данном случае. Как вы знаете, реалии это составляет одну из, наверное, важнейших трудностей при литературном переводе. И, как сказали Верещагин и Костомаров в 1983 году, понятие, отражающее реалии, носит национальный характер и относится к категории безэквивалентной лексики. Соответственно, мы можем говорить о лакунарности. Да? Рассмотрим некоторые примеры перевода реалий в данном литературном тексте. В рассказе «El concierto» «Концерт» мы встречаем следующий пример, вы видите на слайде. Los brazos largos y ligeros como olas del mar me llevan a recuperar la imagen de una bailarina de Diderot que posa para los viandantes en un escaparate de Gran Vía. Балерина де Диадро – это танцовщица. Справа вы видите фотографию, это марка фарфора, да, в Испании. И для русскоговорящего читателя будет совершенно незнаком этот образ. Да? Как уже Татьяна сказала, много женских образов встречается на страницах рассказов. Поэтому мы выбрали способ перевода данной реалии, данной культуремы, как смешанная техника. Это писательный перевод плюс заимствование. В данном случае фарфоровая статуэтка танцовщицы. Далее мы вставили перевод и из магазина Диадро. И Диадро мы оставляем данный термин заимствования, чтобы все-таки сохранить этот, так скажем, экзотизм, да, этот экзотический вкус, так скажем, культуры, да, в тексте. Плюс улица Грамбия – это самая большая улица в Мадриде, соответственно, русскоговорящий читатель будет не знаком с данной культурой, с данной реалией. Посему также мы выбрали смешанную технику, это пущение, мы пускаем Грамбия, мы пускаем само название, но компенсируем тем, что описываем, да, данную реалию путем генерализации плюс модуляции. Мы немножко меняем перспективу, да. Гран-Виа у нас превращается в центральную улицу Мадрида. Следующий пример, который мы рассмотрим в рамках данной презентации, из рассказа Гарсиэла. В испанском варианте звучит «Cuatro imperiales para estas cuatro reinas. Responde alegre Graciela en nombre de todas». В данном случае imperiales – это марка пива, соответственно, они заказывают 4 пива. Техника, которую мы используем, тоже описание плюс заимствование путем транскрипции данного термина. Мой коллега немножко попозже расскажет вам о том, что здесь интересная игра слов в данном рассказе. Соответственно, чтобы сохранить эту игру слов, нам нужно добавить вот именно слово «пиво», чтобы данная реалия была понятна русскоговорящему читателю. Применяя данные техники, мы, конечно же, учитываем стратегии перевода. Как всем известно, в рамках переводоведения Лоуренс Венути в 1998 году выделил 2 основные стратегии. Это фаронизация странения и доместикация домашними. Мы все-таки придерживались смешанных переводческих техник, чтобы приблизить реалию к русскоговорящему читателю, но также сохранить, так скажем, местную окраску культуры, местную окраску реалий, тем самым передавая этот колорит, местный колорит в рассказах, которые нам все-таки рассказывают о испаноязычной культуре. Да? Далее продолжит презентацию коллега Павел Мариненко. Передаю ему слово.
Добрый день, добрый вечер, уважаемые коллеги. Еще раз мы с вами продолжим дальше рассказ о том, как сказала моя коллега Татьяна, что женская проза, с которой мы встретились, которую мы переводили, она наполнена символами, да, женскими символами. Поэтому помимо проблем перевода реалий, с которыми мы встретились и которые мы только что с вами обсудили, мы переходим к проблемам именно символам и все, что связано с символами. Эта проблема довольно-таки очень сложная, потому что чтобы определить символ, да, мы должны правильно интерпретировать интенции писателя и полностью попытаться правильно передать этот символ. Например, в этом один из символов, который мы встречаем и который периодически появляется в произведениях этого автора, это, например, символ, на данном примере мы видим символ безнадежности. Как передать этот символ? В первую очередь, что мы отталкиваемся от следующей стратегии, которую заключается в том, что мы расчленяем на составляющие элементы этого символа. В первую очередь, что это будет? Это метафора. Всегда символы, да, наполнены метафорой. В данном случае символ безнадежности. Метафора, известная метафора, движение вверх-вниз. Да? Все, что движется вверх, это все метафоры, да, которые в свое время заявил Лейков и Джонсон, да, заявили. Поэтому метафора, которая движение вверх, это всегда хорошо, движение вниз, это плохо. Да? В данном случае мы видим эту метафору, и мы должны ее передать. Как она передается? Например, в данном примере на испанском языке у нас идет «no quiero moverme». Moverme desde reducido espacio. Moverme, да? Двигаться. В данном случае мы переводим это движение «покидать». Покидать – это место. Мы покидаем это место, мы движемся. Кроме метафоры, в данном случае было движение, да, очень важно в символах это ассоциация и ситуация, которая передается. Ассоциация в данном случае, ассоциация, которая помогает нам почувствовать эту безнадежность, является ассоциация тесного, холодного места, да, которое дальше. Мало того, что мы движемся, мы падаем вниз, да, и мы плюс находимся в каком-то месте, да, неприятном для нас месте. Да, и это тоже у нас передается. Вот. В данном случае в испанском языке у нас было reducido espacio, duro, frío. В русском языке мы попытались передать это следующим, передали как тесное место, давящее и холодное. Следующая ситуация, которая помогает нам правильно воспринять этот символ, этого символ негативности, символ безнадежности, когда человек не знает, что делать, это вот эта ситуация кораблекрушения. В испанском языке это есть, видите, у нас науфрагио, простите, да, несколько раз повторяется науфрагио, nuestro naufragio. Все это у нас включается в рамку вот этого, с одной стороны, концептуальной метафоры движения вниз, потому что кораблекрушение как бы идет человек после кораблекрушения погружается вниз и тонет, да. В этом случае то же самое. У нас мало того, что мы покидаем это место, и мы это передаем, видите, последние фразы в русском языке, как вы видите, мы неизбежно идем ко дну. То есть передается метафора движения вниз с одной стороны, и с другой стороны передается эта метафора и ситуация кораблекрушения. Другая ситуация, очень важная, при попытке все-таки, да, это безнадежность, но всегда человек, мы с вами такие существа, всегда пытаемся найти что-то где-то лучше, пытаемся как-то выжить, выкарабкаться с этого всего. В данном случае это происходит и с героиней этого рассказа, она пытается схватиться, да, а в испанском языке это табла де сальвасьон. Понятное дело, для испанской ситуации, для испанской реалии, да, эта ситуация при кораблекрушении, люди хватаются табла де сальвасьон. В данном случае для нашей реалии, исходя из нашего опыта, нашего культурного опыта, ценного, да, через призму наших культурных ценностей, мы все-таки в этой ситуации используем спасательный круг, что и было передано. Что мы хотим этим сказать? Да, что в первую очередь, чтобы правильно передать символ, да, мы, повторяю, мы должны расчленить на составляющие элементы этот символ. В данном случае это будет метафора, ассоциации, ситуация сама по себе. И потом передать вот это, именно вот эти, эти составляющие элементы адекватно на испанский язык. Самое главное, это не должно быть, конечно же, не литературный, дословный перевод, да, это именно должно правильно отображать впечатление, которое воспроизводит на читателя. Например, следующий пример, то же самое символа, да, мы находимся в той же самой ситуации, когда, опять же, символ безнадежности. В данном случае мы видим движение, снова движение, но движение идет, это безнадежность, но опять же, идет вот это, появляется лучик света в каком значении? То, что передается, здесь включается метафора, что движение – это жизнь. Если мы продолжаем двигаться, несмотря ни на все, мы продолжаем жить. Да, в этом случае в испанском языке у нас идет, да, una ayuda por favor, para poder seguir viviendo, да, вот это. То есть человек находится в безнадежной ситуации, но он хочет, несмотря ни на что, продолжать жить, да, и поэтому он требует по-испански, да, poder seguir viviendo. Вот эта метафора движения – это жизнь. В испанском языке, в русском языке мы передаем как «дайте мне шанс жить с достоинством и дальше». Да? Дальше вот это именно лексическое вкрапление. Мы передаем вот эту метафору движения и вот этот лучик надежды, который хотела передать героиня. Следующая, например, ситуация в данном случае передается, типичная ситуация, да, человек в безысходном ситуации, и идет ситуация сравнения, когда человек просит милостыню, да, когда он сидит где-то у входа и просит милостыню, да, и, например, в испанском языке идет «suplica el cartel que me acompaña», да, мы должны такую же самую передать, да, ситуацию именно и сделать аллюзию, сделать намек на вот эту безвыходную ситуацию вот этого человека, который просит милостыню, да. В данном случае в испанском языке была суплика, да, просто просить, умолять. В данном случае в русском языке мы используем умолять слезно. Слезно, в данном случае то, как действительно человек просит найти выход из этой ситуации. Следующее, например, в испанском языке, в этой ситуации, да, типичная ситуация, когда человек просит милостыню на улице, да, он в испанском языке это будет una ayuda, por favor. Если мы дословно переводим, понятно, на русский язык, помощь, пожалуйста, не имеет значения, да, то есть мы должны, опять же, спуститься к нашей реалии, к нашей ситуации, посмотреть, что в такой подобной ситуации говорят в нашей культуре, да, например, пожалуйста, помогите, пожалуйста, и так далее. Очень много есть прекрасных, интересных примеров, но, к сожалению, у нас нет времени, потому я буду дальше продолжать. Следующая проблема, с которой мы столкнулись, это уже конкретно женские символы и проблема, которая с ними связана, это прецедентность и интертекстуальность. В данном случае интертекстуальность – это не проблема, это наоборот большой плюс, так как это эта интертекстуальность, она понятна как в нашей культуре, так и в испанской культуре, поэтому там будет меньше проблем с переводом. Но с прецедентностью таки да, будут проблемы, потому что это действительно то, что связано с культурой языка оригинала, и мы должны передать его таким образом, потому что это не существует, например, в нашей культуре, чтобы это было понятно читателю. Очень часто переводчики, да, пользуются следующим способом, как или в конце текста, или внизу, они делают заметки какие-то, объясняют, что к чему. Да? В данном случае мы не прибегали к этому методу, потому что это действительно очень утомляет читателя постоянно или заглядывать в конец книги, смотреть, что же это имелось в виду. Поэтому мы пытались как-то в самом тексте вкрапливать какие-то маленькие элементы для того, чтобы эта прецедентность была понятна. Например, здесь первый пример, в данном случае это женский символ Богоматери, матери, да, Богоматери. В данном случае у нас здесь не было больших проблем, потому что это интертекстуальность. Да? Мы принадлежим одной и той же христианской религии, Богоматерь, мы знаем, что, откуда, как, поэтому для нас этого не было сложности. В данном случае единственное, что нужно было попытаться передать все компоненты символа, которые были связаны с Богоматерью. Да? В данном случае здесь была у нас в испанском языке oraciones, estar en el cielo и proteger. Да? Вот эти три основных ключевых момента, которые связаны с этим символом Богоматери, они передаются в русском языке. Мы передаем мать, которые обращенные к матери, и молитвы, небесах и оберегать. Вот эти все три элемента были переданы, так как они идентичны в наших обоих культурах, поэтому в этом проблем не было. В данном случае переходим к следующему, например, символу. Здесь у нас появляется женский символ Марлин Монро. В тексте у нас здесь таки была прецедентность. Да? Немногие знают, кто-то знает, кто-то не знает, кто-то, если кому-то интересно, может поинтересоваться, заглянуть в биографию Марлин Монро. Да? В данном случае мы все-таки приняли больше к решение эксплицитно передать ту ситуацию, которую хотел передать автор. Да? Например, здесь было como una Marlin que no existió para nadie hasta que decidió que la fuerza que le había hecho aparecer le encumbraría a través del deseo и так далее. Что мы делаем? Да? В русском языке мы добавили, да? Этого не было, но это имелось в виду, подразумевалось, и с этим добавлением была понятна прецедентность, на которую ссылался автор в данном случае. Например, да, роскошная Марлин Монро тоже не существовала, пока некая Норма Джин не решила. Та сила, что до сих поры приносила ей страдания, возвысит ее как объект желания для любого мужчины и так далее, так далее, так далее. Здесь таки да, прецедентность мы должны все-таки эксплицитно, более эксплицитно и ввели эти элементы в текст. И таким образом мы все-таки считаем, что мы читателя не будем заставлять перелистывать книги, смотреть или искать это в интернете, что же хотел таки автор передать. Все-таки мы попытались передать эту прецедентность. Например, следующий тоже интересный символ, да, здесь было, сейчас, секундочку, y su cuerpo se balancea a la izquierda, derecha, al centro, y sus brazos se mueven, se agitan, se elevan como los de una Mariana francesa. Опять же таки, это здесь прецедентность, да, идет ссылка прецедентности на французскую культуру, так как испанская и французская культура намного ближе находятся, чем русская и французская, хотя действительно такие очень было большие контакты, но все равно, как бы для русского человека, все-таки для нас, для нашей культуры, все-таки это не так эксплицитно, не так понятно, это все-таки больше прецедентность французской культуры. Марианна — это символ, да, французской культуры, которая всегда, ее бюст находится во всех в основных министерствах Франции, и вот эта знаменитая картина, да, революции, когда женщина, да, с флагом стоит на баррикадах, да, вот это символ Марианны, да, французской революции. Понятно. Здесь идет сравнение в испанском языке. Se elevan como los de una Mariana francesa. если мы действительно точно так же оставим это в русском языке, тело наклоняется то вправо, то влево, то вперед, руки движутся, колышутся, поднимаются. Если мы оставим, как у французской Марианны, окей, да, мы сохраняем, но непонятно, да, вот эта прецедентность не передается. Что нужно сделать? В данном случае мы решили использовать ту элемент прецедентности, с которой связана эта Марианна, да, в данном случае это образ Марианны с картиной, с которой связан, да, с которой, когда она сходит с баррикад, с флагом и так далее, мы так и перевели, да, как у французской Марианны, только что сошедшей с картины. В данном случае больше, не совсем, но все-таки идет больше ссылка, более становится понятным вот эта прецедентность. Сейчас, секунду. Подвисло. Например, следующий здесь в данном примере дано интертекстуальность в таком случае, что эти символы, хоть они женские символы, но они известны всем культурам, поэтому здесь эксплицитности надо было. Например, у нас он риса де Джоконда, для нашей культуры известно, кто такая Джоконда, Мона Лиза, причем вот это ее все прецедентно связано с ее улыбкой, она известна всему миру, нашей культуре тоже. Поэтому здесь мы не воспользовались эксплицитностью, мы ничего не добавляли, мы так и оставили. Да, она с улыбкой Джоконды. Следующий момент, например, чуть ниже выйдете, да? Junto a ella, Graciela, que lleva el Caribe dibujando en su cuerpo de origen nicaragüense, sus rasgos transitan entre los de Anacanoa, diosa indígena de la belleza, y los de Venus, nacida en mitad de la noche. В данном случае в русском языке мы решили так и добавить, да, она напоминает Анакаону, местную богиню красоты, и Венеру, богиню, родившуюся среди ночи. Слово богиня, для нашей культуры понятно, что Венера – это богиня, все знают. В принципе, может, и не надо было добавлять этой эксплицитности, но в данном случае идет вот эта интересная игра слов, да, которая entre la diosa indígena Anacanoa и diosa Venus, в данном случае, да, богиня Венера. Здесь идет вот это противопоставление, в данном случае мы пытались равнозначно передать вот это противопоставление одной богини, да, местной, индийской, да, и греческой, римской, да, мифологии, из римской мифологии, классической, известной всему миру. Так, просто тут мы говорили. Следующий, кроме символов, да, у нас мы встречались тоже как обычно, проблемы игра слов. Игра слов, мне говорят мои коллеги, что я должен уже заканчивать, потому что наше время уже истекло. Вот. Буквально два слова, да, например, мы вот встретились, да, с такой игрой слов, и что с ней делать, например, «Que lleva el casado de pollo?» Pollo acompañado, да. Если мы будем переводить, это имелось в виду блюдо, да, называется «Casado de pollo», но в данном случае была игра слов. Да? Это не только всегда игра слов имеет два значения, может даже три значения, с которыми играет у нас автор. Мы должны попытаться передать это значение. Если мы будем дословно передавать, понятное дело, мы ни к чему не придем, не будет непонятно. Поэтому в данном случае мы должны снова были спуститься в нашу культуру, попытаться найти похожую эквивалент, ситуацию, с которой могли бы передать. Да? «Casado de pollo» мы перевели как блюдо «курица на выданье». Да? Например, а как насчет начос и курицы на выданье? Я уже сразу перевожу переводу. Да? Что это, спрашивает Лаура, протягивает руку к меню. «Курица с приданным». Передразнивает ее, отвечает Грасиела. Грасиела, перестань издеваться, делает ей замечание Луцила, которая принимает объяснять им, что это за блюдо. Помимо курицы туда входят бобы, белый рис и салат. Видишь, Луцила, дорогуша, я была права. Эта курица не одинока. То есть нехорошо идти по жизни в одиночку. То есть игра слов. Да, блюдо, как бы была «casado de pollo que no está uno», да, человек, который не один, и на этом хотела сыграть, и это хотела передать главная героиня. Так, игра слов и два... Ладно. У нас также были проблемы, да, не проблемы, а интересные случаи перевода имен собственных, но, к сожалению, у нас нет времени, поэтому огромное спасибо за внимание. Если будут вопросы, мы, конечно, с удовольствием вам ответим на эти вопросы. И еще раз огромное спасибо. Энрике, большое спасибо.
Спасибо. Спасибо. Thank you very much. It was really interesting. We discuss always in the Faculty of Translation which strategies are better for translating foreignization or domestication. And we used to discuss this. So I have a question for Pablo. Which strategy in general do you prefer? It depends of the text and it depends of the aim of the text also. But what do you prefer? Do you prefer domestication, foreignization, or
Trying
what
to
would you
answer your
answer to this
question.
question? You can answer in.
As you can see, we have used some different strategies, but among all of them, we try to use domestication and foreignization. Yeah, on the one, it was depends on the attitude and the object of the author, and we try to interpret it correctly. And in one case, we used domestication, and another way it was foreignization. But it's the better way, of course. There is no the best way to translate. The best way, it's a mixed way. Sometimes we use one and some other way. It depends on the situation.
Thank you very much. Natalia, appeared our friend Alvaro now. So what can we do now? We can continue with him, or what can we do now?
It's up to you, Enrique.
It's up to me. So
the
Alvaro,
chair.
if you don't mind,
Yeah.
the following speaker will be Alvaro. Alvaro Martin Garcia, using a foreign language teaching approaches for translation training in the Russian-Spanish classroom. Alvaro.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much, Enrique, and thank you for your patience and flexibility. I will be sharing my screen with you so that I can start my presentation. Can you see it well, and can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you well, yes.
Let me take that out. So, hello, everybody. As I said, we're going to discuss the problems and challenges of teaching translation in courses where students do not have a proficiency level of the second language. How to use foreign language teaching approaches, second language acquisition techniques and approaches to compensate that imbalance in the Russian-Spanish classroom, in this case in particular. If we look at translation studies literature, we will see that translation competence and training of professional translators have been studied and modeled from different perspectives. There are a number of well-established models of translation competence and translation skill development that tend to consider or contemplate the linguistic subcompetence or the skills necessary to translate and that pertain to the second language, in this case, as oftentimes taken for granted. They're usually assumed as a prerequisite. Even more recent models that consider acquisition as an emergent dynamic process, like those of Ricardo Muñoz or Donald Kirali, they don't even specify or they do not cater for specific subcompetences of that kind, but assume that the process of translation skill building, the construction of those skills, go in parallel or are take place after the second language has taken place, the acquisition of the second language. But truth is that that's not usually the case, particularly in the case of languages that, for diverse reasons, some of them we'll discuss shortly in a minute, make students arrive to the translation classroom without a reasonable level that would allow them to understand all the lexical, pragmatic, and syntactic implications of this second language. So how would we approach those challenges? In the case of Russian Spanish translation trainees, as they pertain to the reality of the classroom in the translation interpreting degree in Granada, we cannot really apply those models without taking into consideration some derived consequences, like students have no proficiency level. We face a dearth of teaching resources that tend to be focused either on translation tasks that require a very high level of second language, or directly language pairs that are more often taught in Spain, like French, Spanish, Italian, Spanish, English, Spanish, and we have a lack of ready-made tasks, real-like materials, things that can bring to the classroom realia and the workplace reality out there. The translation learning objectives are usually presented as disconnected for foreign language basic knowledge in the curricula. The mushrooming of translation schools and the steep growth of translation learning and teaching models have been a boom in, but also it's been a not so positive aspect because it's driven translation from language learning, bearing in mind that it's a skill, translation is a skill that needs to be taught in and of itself. This has led to a paradox. While most of the translation learning or training proposals tend to take translation away from the orthodox, contrastive, traditional way of teaching translation as a linguistic approach. At the same time, for students who've got a very low level of the second language, it has gotten to the paradox, the irony of translation assumed as an amount, an addition of translated words, an illusion of competence. We have a clear example here of a pragmatic or a sentence inducing to pragmatic failures in students with a low level of proficiency in Russian. Поэтому телефону нельзя позвонить. And in this case, it's very often, or it's very probable that students with a low level would just miss, they would skip the pragmatic implication that you cannot use the phone just simply because it doesn't work. There is an impossibility there. At first, we can see this smiley, happy smiley face up front. This originates an illusion of competence. What in expertise studies they describe or model as the curse of not knowledge, not the knowledge curse, but the curse of not knowing. We need to have at least a basic, a bottom line level of proficiency to understand and to identify complexity and difficulty. Students tend to see this as misleadingly easy. They go straight ahead, start working on it, and it's rarely the case that it does not lead to disappointment, which usually comes in the way of the teacher's feedback. That's one of the problems that we encounter, that illusion of competence. A very good case in point is the work with full-fledged texts. Even though this is a very short text, this is an actual text used in an actual classroom of translation from Russian into Spanish. Students were given this text to translate, and as a pre-task, they were asked to underline, to highlight the rich points, so to speak, to use the translation studies terminology. They were asked to identify what were the potential pitfalls, the potential challenges, what were the most difficult items in the text vis-a-vis a future. On the text to the right of the slide, that there are very few highlighted items, and that they seem to give away the idea that students feel confident with the text, that students will translate it well, and that it will not pose major problems with them. The thing is that once we read their translations and we look at their work, we can see that it was not only the underlined items, but so many other items that up front, at face value, did not seem to be particularly problematic or difficult. We can see highlighted in yellow here all the issues that were presented in their translations. Again, we can see that there is a mismatch between the complexity of the task or the demands of the task as perceived by students with a low level of second language and the actual challenges that they meet, which is only normal that they cannot identify because they lack the necessary resources. There is a further problem that builds up on this case. When students get used to having the sense that they monitor, they command, they control their second language, and they start using some tools that we can use as learning tools, but they're definitely not such, like DeepL, Yandex, Lingui, or in this case, machine translation. This gives further the idea that translation is easy, because after the fact, they can see the results of the machine search, and they do not see as clearly the need for a thinking mind be organizing the post-editing process. We propose a second language acquisition-based perspective to cope with these challenges. We do not disregard the use of this, for example, of these tools, but I think that we need to bring the translation class closer to second language acquisition perspectives, both in programs, in syllabi, in course description, in task design, in feedback provision, at all levels of the instruction. The basic guidelines for our proposal are diagnostic assessment that will allow us to identify the real problems that students have, either in the way of pre-task tests, either in the way of initial quizzes or exercises that would let the teacher in and also clue student in on their own problems as to avoid the mismatch we saw before. Quite critical communication and collaboration between translation and foreign language teachers. It's our experience, as Professor Carreras would say, that there is a divide between translation and language departments, and sometimes not all the collaboration entailed and the coordination of the sequencing of the materials, contents, and demands goes in line, which poses further challenges. And going back to the sequencing, planning, course layout, and particularly task design, because it is at the intersection of the task demand on the student's competence that difficulty lies. If the students have not encountered the task or the challenges implied before, it is when they will not be able to develop further, because they will not be able to see their differences. In other way, it's a matter of turning unknown unknowns into known unknowns that we can cope with. This task-based learning has three major stages: in planning stage, in which a foreign language contrastive analysis can be brought to bear, textual conventions, diagnostic assessment. These three can be combined in the same task, for instance, or in a pre-task exercise. It deals with the main differences across two languages, in this case, Russian and Spanish. It's fairly easy to identify major points of friction for Spanish speakers learning Russian, for instance, in the case of verbal aspect, verbs of motion, textual conventions, the structure of the sentence, cases, etc., as identified in diagnostic assessment. Content management tends to deal with the sequence. How are we going to build up in difficulty? How are we going to make our tasks efficient by intersecting with students' competence level, and also linking these to translation process subtasks? It's nonetheless a translation class. It's nonetheless a translation teaching experience. So this would allow us to introduce tools such as corpora, such as even machine translation and working on post-editing, or conventional text convention resources. This all leads to the actual tasks. It's very important to have a foreign language oriented pre-task in which students work with their source text in a way that elicits the linguistic problems, so that they can build up or they can do or create the actual knowledge by doing. They can meet the linguistic challenges of the source text before we encounter them as if they were going to translate it. Then we will have the task itself. In this case, it will be a translation, and then a post-task in which feedback will be provided as it was provided after the pre-task. And then the students will be encouraged to reapply. As I said, this proposal is based on translation teaching models and also in cognitive psychology and in expertise studies. And we know that deliberate practice it's of the essence to build up learning experiences, and that deliberate practice goes along the lines of receiving feedback, applying itself, and being given the opportunity to repeat the same kind of constraint so that we can rehearse and practice what we've learned. So these tasks are based on targets or objectives. And these objectives relate definitely to source language acquisition in this case, or second language in this case is also the source language for these activities. We have the classic ones: grammar competence, verbs of motion, as I said, aspect, translation competence. What do we do with the passive voice? We tend to turn it to active in Spanish. Indeterminacy, how do we deal with the determining or making determinant with the elements in the sentence? But there will be other possible objectives that are not the classic ones: competence in translation methods, strategies, techniques, constraint-based learning. So in this case, as we see, we're converging. There is a point in which we are putting together not only the strengthening of a set of deficient linguistic skills and actual skills that are proper of the task of translation proper. If we can see at the bottom of the slide, it's a continuum. It's a continuum reiteration. We have assessment, diagnosis, pre-task. It will be task-oriented, related to the challenges or the problems, reach points, to use again the same term in the source text. Feedback on that pre-task, so the students have the possibility of reapplying the skills acquired, and the task itself plus feedback after it, and repeat. It's cyclical. So a good example of pre-task to develop adaptation skills, we have here an ad, Gaveriu как есть, of Tele2. We can see that there are constraints. It's a constraint-based, so to speak, learning, because we know that's the constraint that makes students be able to develop the skill. It's not the task itself. So in this case, the obvious constraint is you need to translate this 3-word sentence, which is idiomatic, in an idiomatic equivalent in Spanish. You will not be able to use more than 18 characters, which is the one that is used here. You will be able to be clear about the possible translation of avenient and how to translate that and what's the most convenient way in this context. So you can see that the way or the template upon which pre-tasks are built are the constraints proper of a translation task that would elicit precisely the need for a certain linguistic knowledge. As a sum up, the continuation of the task-based learning, we need the content to be relevant, to be applicable, to be transferable to the translation task. We need the task to be efficient. If the text is absolutely illegible for students, they are not able to understand it, it will not be efficient at all. The only way in which we will be able to improve performance, as I said, is by means of deliberate practice, which entails a gradual increase of the difficulty of the task, the possibility of having feedback that, again, it's relevant as the task itself, and the possibility, of reapplying. We can bring to the table of the pre-task facilitating activities, second language acquisition activities, a close, a test, a reading for comprehension, a syntactic-based task, pedagogical translation, the classic translation that it's aimed not for translation in and of itself, but as a way of rehearsing, identifying contrastive differences. Flipped classroom methodology. We can use the pre-tasks as in a flipped classroom framework in which students will work on the task before we come to class, or we come to the exam, or we come to the working session, the practice session, so that they can bring their own work on the aspects that will be problematic otherwise. And all this within a perspective of scaffolding, conducive to entrenchment and expertise development. Again, cognitive entrenchment as dependent on repetition, on the possibility of seeing the same problem in different contexts, being able to joining those dots and building up on the possibility of being flexible. At the end of the day, translators, they do not need to be great experts in the second language, but they need to have a very good, solid command of it so that they identify these problems. They can avoid the curse of not knowing. All this can be built together or boiled down to a pre-translation sheet that is a report on the source text linguistic challenges. Once we've gone all through that with the feedback, students will be able to use that as part of their documentation pre-translation task, which is in and of itself, again, a way of preparing them for the professional market. Challenges and issues proper of this proposal of ours. It's extremely demanding for the instructor. As I said, there are not many class material resources, outlets, platforms. There are not so many didactic instruments that we can recycle or use. So a lot of that lays the lion's share of the material, and the preparation lies with the instructor. There is a considerable divide between the second language and translation camps at the institutional level. And there is also the uncritical use of machine translation and other tools, corpora, or even dictionaries or by students, which lends to a lack of the pragmatic understanding. Again, trying to make students see that translation is not the addition of several translated words as if it were a placeholder, but it's beyond that. Thank you very much for your attention. I will be more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much, Alvaro. Are there any questions for Alvaro and Ben-Ami? No questions? I just wanted to say one thing, and that's that I think at the moment are two different tendencies or current trends that are really complementary. It's using foreign language teaching approaches in translation, and the other way around, using translation in foreign language teaching. What do you think about this?
About both
question?
About both tendencies.
About both, because I mean, we thought not a long time ago that they were not very complementary.
Mm-hmm.
It was even forbidden teaching language in translation, and the other way around, also teaching translation in Russian language courses. And now I would say that it's really common even to do that.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and I would say it's for the best. I would say it's a good thing that there are, again, as I said, we're trying to reach across the divide. I think in my experience and in the literature, it tells a story about the growth of translation schools and about the growth of translation pedagogy or translation didactics, in which there was a point in which we were all used to learning deaf languages by translating them, and not a communicative, within a communicative approach at all. And I think there was a problem in assuming that the communicative approach was only speaking and translation had no place in it. Because it's actually quite ironic, as I said, or even self-contradicting, that an activity which actually is for the purpose of communication, intercommunication as translation, was left behind within our communicative approach. So I would definitely agree that those tendencies are, and my opinion is that it's for the best.
Okay. Thank you very much, Alvaro.
Thanks to you, Enrique. Thank you.
So we can continue with the following speaker. It's Maria Teresa Mejia Céspedes from the University of Granada, subtitling as an opportunity to develop translating skills in Russian, Spanish translation training. Is Maria Teresa here or not? I don't see Maria Teresa at the moment. So I think we can continue. Maria Teresa?
No, me too. I mean, I don't see her.
Ah, yeah, I don't. Okay, okay. So we can continue with the following speaker. It's now I'll tell you. Marina Varabiova Munguia y Pablo Martínez Rodríguez. Teachability and comprehension of diatopic phraseological variety in Castilian and Latin American Spanish.
Hi.
Marina.
Hi, everyone. Меня слышно? Нормально?
Слышно нормально, Павло?
Да, хорошо.
Вы будете говорить по-английски или
по-русски? Да, мы с Мариной Игоревной сегодня будем выступать на английском, да. Ну, поскольку там мы договорились. Вот. Да.
Очень хорошо. Рад вас видеть, Марина и Павло.
Ага. Все видно, да?
Hola, Enrique. Здравствуйте всем. Сейчас
Марина,
презентация.
здравствуйте.
Видна презентация? Пабло, ты видишь?
Да, видно, все видно. Да.
Great,
все в порядке.
So today we are going to talk about some peculiarities of phraseological units in Castilian and Latin American Spanish, as both of them represent national variants of culture, norms, and traditions. Марина, можно дальше? It's not new that each continent and country has its own linguistic preferences when it comes to forming fixed and idiomatic combination of words, giving rise to the well-known expressions of rectic use in specific country or region. Fixation, as we already know, is considered an essential property of all phraseological units. However, not all units are absolutely invariable in all contexts because there are different degrees and types of variation. In the creation of these variations, linguistic phenomena of a diatopic and diastatic character that give rise to an immense wealth of phraseological diversity spread throughout all Spanish-speaking countries. One of the first linguists, for example, who contributed to the concept of variation in phraseological units was Zuluaga. According to this author, two phraseological units with the same global meaning, whose components are different, are two synonymous phraseological units. However, he doesn't consider regional or diatopic variations such as hacer novillos in Spain or hacer la vaca in Peru, which means not attending class, as they are used in different variants of Spanish language. Marina. Regarding to phraseological variation, we can consider that it's a broad term in which both variants and modifications coexist. A modification places us in front of similar phraseological units in their composition, and they have the character of manipulation and intentionality of the speaker, frequently through irony, for example, in order to achieve an effect, a slightly different meaning, or the opposite. So we can talk about phraseological variants when there is a single lexical difference in its structure without altering its main structure or its meaning. In relation to the field of phraseological variation and its differentiation from synonymy, there are many traditional studies. This can be understood as a formal variation of the same semantic content within the same functional language. Penades, for example, indicates in his contributions to this topic that synonymy in terms of variation can be considered from a broad sense, and synonyms are always variants. Garcia Paje, however, points out that within the phraseological variants, it's possible to differentiate between phonic, graphic, morphological, grammatical, or lexical variants, depending on the variation on which the research is focused. Although fixation is considered an essential characteristic of phraseology, we find expressions with degrees of fixation and variation, such as, for example, dormir como un bebé, dormir como un tronco, or dormir como un lirón. Montoro del Arco distinguished between formal fixation and pragmatic fixation. Thanks to the research on the variation of phraseology, a consensus has been reached and the concept of degrees of fixation has been introduced, which accepts that not all phraseological units are absolutely invariable in every context, but that there are a certain number that admit variations depending on the frequency of use. And that is all. Marina, it's back to you.
Microphone should be switched on. Microphone should be switched on.
Marina?
Марина Игоревна, включите микрофон.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you. I didn't realize that. I'm really sorry. Okay, I'm going to pick up and continue from here, and I will continue on diatopic variations. So the diatopic variations and distinctions presented by the phraseological units are motivated by the variety of Spanish spoken in different areas. Diatopic variants can have a structure in which there is a fixed common invariable part and a variable part. The lexical alternatives behave as synonyms, although they're really variations. And here are some examples for you. Importar un cacahuate, which is in Mexico, Honduras, and Nicaragua. Importar una pinga in Cuba. Importar un chorizo, Colombia. Importar una papa, Puerto Rico, y Mexico. Linguists agree when stating the diversity of the Spanish spoken in the different Spanish-speaking countries is appreciated fundamentally in the field of lexicon, referring to simple forms. The lexical diversity is due to a great extent to the indigenous languages of each region and their coexistence with Spanish, speaking particularly of the phraseology of the countries that share Spanish, the history, literature, culture of each country have had an essential mark. So the diversity and richness and expressiveness of the phraseology used by the different Spanish-speaking communities is illustrated in countless examples. So these metaphors of every life, like Lakoff and Johnson, show examples of diatopic variations and the preference of each community so that the expression is fixed in the discourse. Phraseological expressions allow to reflect the society that uses them so that beliefs, customs, and habits are reflected in the set phrases of a community. A phraseological unit of peninsular Spanish, such as hacer novillos, fumarse una clase, pirarse una clase, hacer pellas, which meaning is not attending class for an unjustified reason, has a serious and valid diatopic variations that will be hacer la vaca in Peru, irse de fuga, which is in Ecuador, y irse de pinta in Mexico. The richness that phraseological diversity brings to Spanish language is the fundamental reason for including these continents in Spanish as a foreign language class. And since the idiomatic discourse is loaded with expressiveness and linguistic creativity, with popular knowledge, history, and traditions. Given its geographical extension, Spanish today presents an important phraseological variation. Here is my next slide. By phraseological variation, we understand those phraseological units that are particularly identical in their structure and components and that maintain the same meaning. In Peninsular Spanish, the verbal phrase hacer la pelota, literally translating to English will be to do the ball, is often used, while in other parts of Latin America, they prefer the expression hacer la rosca or hacer la barba. Verbal locutions. Depending on the scope of use, verbal locution can be divided into locution of a general scope and specific locutions used in certain areas. By general area locutions, we understand those phrases that are used with the same idiomatic meaning almost in the entire Spanish-speaking area. An example of this type will be the locution añadir leña al fuego o hablar por los codos. The second group presents local or area-specific locutions, fixed expression typical of Peninsular Spanish and fixed expression typical for American Spanish. The phrase ser uña carne is an expression used only in Spain. Literally translation will be to be nail and flesh. While in other Latin American countries, they use another expression maintaining the meaning ser uña y mugre, which means a nail and dirt. Compared to the phrase used in large areas in Spain or Latin America, there are phrases that are used in a restricted way only in the country or region, such as being angry in Mexico, estar como agua para chocolate. So it will be like to be like water for chocolate. but it's only common from Mexico. Compared to locutions whose scope of use presents a clear geographical contrast, there are phrases that present diverse geographical distribution. Thus, the locution buscarle los tres pies al gato, which means to look for the 3 feet of the cat, is typical of Spain, Mexico, and Bolivia. While in Chile and Argentina, they look for the 5th leg of the cat, buscarle la quinta pata al gato. The research, and here are our conclusions. The research shows a clear geographical division between Spain and America to express the same concept. Teaching phraseology units in regional Spanish context, in our case, it was Castilian Spanish and Latin American Spanish, with cultural insights in the target culture becomes a key factor in an exact comprehension and accuracy of translation nowadays. And that will be all for our research that we've done with Pablo together. Thank you very much for your attention. If you
Thank you
have
very
any
much,
questions,
Marina and
we'd
Pablo.
like to
Thank you very
answer.
much. Are there any questions for Marina and Pablo? No questions? It was really interesting, I think. I just would like to say something, and that's you showed quite well the importance of phraseological competence in teaching languages. I mean, just a few years ago, we started to speak about that, and your talk, it's a good example of that. And without that, it's almost impossible for students to speak in a good level and language, I think. So thank you very much for your talk. So the following speaker is Vyacheslav. I don't see your.
Yeah, it's me. Hello.
Hello, Vyacheslav.
Vyacheslav Tkachев.
Ткачев. Фамилию я просто не записал. Извините. National and cultural identity of the Uruguayan national variant of the Spanish language.
Can you see my presentation?
So you can start.
Okay. Let me introduce you about my article. It calls National Cultural Identity of the Uruguayan National Variant of the Spanish Language. So my article studies the history of Uruguayan Spanish, differences from Pyrenean Spanish, and 3 features of the languages: phonetic, lexical, and grammatical. So about history, there is a dialect in Uruguayan Spanish. It calls Portuñol. It is Portuguese influence to the Uruguayan Spanish languages, and some grammatical features from Portuguese came to connected with Spanish, and that's this dialect called Portuñol. Borrowed vocabulary and influence. So the subvariant of Rocha has a slight influence of Brazilian Portuguese. So in the Uruguayan cities of Rivera and Artigas on the border with Brazil, there is a mixed Portuguese-Spanish dialect. As you know, it's called Portuñol. So this is a phenomenon in Argentine-Brazilian border. The influence of Native American languages on the Uruguayan dialect is very, very small. But the languages of the Charrúa, Minoan, Chana, Boan, Hinoa, and Guarani in Uruguay disappeared almost without a trace. So there is only Portuñol. And there is the influence of the European languages also on the Uruguayan dialect, and it's very significant. So it was associated with the mass immigration of non-Spanish speaking Europeans to the country in 20th century. So speaking about methodology, the problem of variability has been studied for decades. There are many works aimed at investigating specific aspects of variability of the Spanish language. So I used classical works of Russian and foreign linguistics in this area, such as Shutgard, Zheromsky, Canfield, Eliza Ensign, Hensey, Nevakshanova, and Firsova. To understand the Uruguayan national variant of the Spanish language's national cultural identity, I used the functional approach, comparative method, and analytical description of language facts and global internet application. So speaking about lexical, grammatical, and phonetic features of the Spanish language in Uruguay, there are second person plural personal pronoun vosotros. It means that in Uruguay, we use vos instead of tu, and the verb is also conjugated in an unusual form for classical Castilian. Vos tenés, for example, it means you have, instead of Castilian tu tienes. In some cases, tu is used, but the verb is in the form corresponding to vos, tu tenés. The use of tu instead of vos in Uruguay, in other words, it is normal for an Uruguayan to create phrases using one verb form or another. So this use of pronoun tu is expected in the area bordering Brazil, in the department of Rocha, and in some regions of Maldonado and Lavallejo, which is presumably because of the population of these regions dates back to immigrants from Castile. So speaking about phonetic feature, the combinations of L and the combinations of double L, which in Castilian we pronounce el, ella, is pronounced sh in Latin America. And about lexical features, I would like to introduce you some words that are different from Castilian Spanish language. So as you can see on this slide, there is a table which I compare two dialects. So Portuñol and Español. So for example, pecha. In Español we use pez. So these words are presented to show these words show us the big differences from Latin America Spanish language and the Spanish language in Spain itself. So as the result, this study shows that the Uruguayan national version of the Spanish language has many differences from the Pyrenean Spanish language in Spain. So the use of the analytical method of research helped to discover the features of Uruguayan Spanish to analyze the Spanish language's phonetic, grammatical, and lexical structure in Uruguay. Also, I think the study results can serve as the creation of textbooks for the study of Uruguayan, the creation of dictionaries and etc. So this is my whole presentation. And if you have any question, I will be glad to answer.
Спасибо,
Thank you very
Вячеслав.
much, Vyacheslav. Да? Yes? Natalia? Да-да.
Go on. Go on, Enrique.
So are there any questions for Vyacheslav? No questions? It was really interesting, Vyacheslav, when I listened about Portuñol, because it's a widely spoken language, I think, not only in Uruguay.
Yes, I agree. I agree, and I will find more information because it closely connected with my research paper.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So now appeared Maite here. So I mean, I will have just a few time for finishing, and 3 people more. So we can continue. If it would be possible to explain your talks in 5 minutes or 7 minutes, if it is possible, excuse me, it would be better. So the following speaker is Marklen Panurbaev, Phenomenological Aspects of Discourse Analysis for Interpreter Training.
That's right. That's right. I don't know. May I start speaking right now?
Yes, you can, yes.
Okay. Well, I have only 5 minutes, as you said, although just I was planning to speak 15.
If it is possible, I mean, because we're not at the moment plenty of time. So
okay, then I will try to reduce the number of my examples, so it will be easier for you to grasp.
Okay, okay.
So I'm teaching translation and interpreting actually in 2 universities. Well, first of all, I started working in Moscow State University at the English department, and now also in the Financial University. And we've been doing the written translation and oral translation for years, actually. And until not so long ago, I started working on a book. Actually, I finished doing this. I worked on a book that was recently published by Palgrave Macmillan. And this is my book, Ontology and Phenomenology of Speech and Existential Theory of Speech. And those who would be interested in what I'm saying probably could read it later on and find more details about my talk. So you can find it in Amazon or just request it from me in my details there at the bottom of the slide. So my main question always was the quality of communication in translation. So I was not so much focused on structure, but on achieving the highest quality of communication. And this means that people may misunderstand a lot of things, therefore, in the original text. Therefore, I was thinking whether we can achieve some kind of a better level of local understanding when the text is created. So Shakespeare in England, for example, will be perceived adequately, but what Shakespeare, when translated into Japanese, for example, may be understood and misunderstood in many parts. Like, for example, Cordelia and her behavior, for example, towards her father would be causing a lot of trouble, let's say, with an Asian audience. Therefore, I was thinking very hard about how to achieve this quality of communication and actually adapting the message to the local audiences. I started thinking about perception and how to achieve the highest level of perception in translation. And I wouldn't show you this animated cartoons. Many of the Russian speakers know it because I can play it, but for lack of time, I will not be doing this. I will have 2 variations of Winnie the Pooh, for example, in the Russian version and Winnie the Pooh of the Disney version. And of course, the Russian version, the Soviet version, is just impeccable in every respect. And we enjoy the style and the voice and the timbre and intonations. They're so very, very Russian. And nobody thinks about the English-speaking author behind that. So the author was adapting this text when translated to the Russian audience so that people would be enjoying it adequately. So, and I started thinking that probably in addition to 5 senses that we normally have, vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, we also have one more. We perceive the world through the eyes, through the ears, through the nose, and so on and so forth, but we also perceive the world through the language. People speak to us, and we start representing this world in our minds, like sometimes feeling senses, seeing the world around us. So the sense is like the language is like one of the senses that we normally have. Therefore, you have to think how to adapt this language to the perceiving community in such a way that they would be seeing it the way you see it. That's important, because otherwise, why the author is writing something, right? So this empathy is highly important. Otherwise, there is no need for translation, for interpreting very often. So the author is at the top of this figure, and there are 2 ways, from my point of view, to translate or interpret it, either as acculturation, so you adapt this fully, and this text stops being yours. If you are Asian, it stops being Asian. It becomes, let's say, Japanese or Russian or Finnish, and so on and so forth. But what we are doing with our students in the university, I tell them, just take a book and try to find the style of the book, some other book, whose style you like a lot, and you would like to use this style as a basis for your translation to achieve target perception. And we've been translating dozens of books already into Russian, trying to achieve the best variant that will be perfectly understood by the Russian speakers. Okay, let me briefly show you, and probably this will be the only example that I will show you, because I plan to show you 3 or 4 examples, but I would like to follow your recommendation. So this is a famous monologue, Hamlet's monologue, right? Like to be or not to be, very famous. And this can be, well, an ordinary translator may go very, very logically. Look, he begins with to be or not to be, that is the question. And this is the logical thesis, So there is, the one question is to be, the second point is not to be, and there is the question. Then in the ensuing lines, we see the answer to this question. The second line begins with whether, and you enjoy it because it matches with or in the beginning. And the first 2 lines, whether 'tis noble in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, matches with to be, right? To be is the same as 'tis noble in the mind to suffer because of whether. And then, or to take arms against a sea of troubles and by opposing them, because of this syntactic relation, it matches with not to be. And you see that logically, to be means is the prince. It is noble in the mind to suffer. Hamlet is the prince. And to take arms against a sea of troubles is not princely, right? Not royal. Therefore, it will be, so this is the answer. So the answer it puts us here is whether to behave like a prince or whether not to behave like a prince and to fight around with arms. And then he says, to die, to sleep no more. And this is probably the 3rd answer, not matching with the first 2. And he says no more. And then he says, and by sleep to say we end the heartache. And we notice that the heartache matches with in the mind to suffer. And the 1,000 natural shocks that flesh is there too. This matches with taking arms against a sea of troubles. And then he says, 'tis a consummation devoutly to be wished. The word consummation can be translated into Russian as the final point, but at the same time could be translated as answer, which is good because we have question at the top and we have consummation or answer at the bottom. So structurally we can see it. And so the person who is translating this piece can translate it either very logically, very syntactically, or he can forget about logic, about syntax, and start translating it philosophically, emotionally, thinking that it's not a point of logic. It's a point of realization of oneself. Is it what is good, to be or not to be? Let me show you one 2-minute dialogue that was presented by an outstanding Russian actor, Vladimir Vysotsky, where he explains 2 approaches, and which I think you will enjoy. You will see my point through this explanation very well. And I'm presenting side by side with this the Russian translation made by Pasternak, which shows that I'm true in my conjectures. Okay, Vladimir Vysotsky speaking on 2 variants of translation, of 2 variants of the text.
Вы знаете, для сыграть Гамлета для...
Can you hear that? The voice was, yeah, okay.
Актеры — это все равно, что защитить диссертацию в науке. Так говорят, так кому-то это принадлежит, это изречение. И вот 3 года тому назад, возвращаясь из Дубны, мы коллективом ездили играть туда спектакль в Дубну, это такой центр науки под Москвой. Я с главным режиссером нашим любимым очень много беседовал о том, как я хотел бы сыграть Гамлета. Ну и, наконец, это состоялось. Много прессы было о Гамлете. И мне хотелось вам только показать немножечко маленький один кусок из этого спектакля, потому что рассказывать о нем можно бесконечно, ну и кроме всего прочего, ведь Гамлет — это бездонная пьеса, и лучше всего смотреть. Я никогда не расскажу так, как я сыграю. Но все-таки я хотел вам сказать вот о чем. Дело в том, что мы предполагаем, что Гамлет студент, так оно и есть по тексту пьесы, он учился в Вюртемберге, и, вероятно, он учился на юридическом факультете, ну, во всяком случае, на гуманитарном. И он сам говорит о том, что у меня есть привычка разбирать поступки до мелочей, и поэтому он так раскладывает все явления, что от этого сам мучается. И вот монолог «Быть или не быть» мы делаем 2 раза. Первый раз он его холодно, расчетливо выясняет, быть ему или не быть Гамлету в данных условиях. А второй монолог, когда он не может уже холодно об этом рассуждать, и он мучается не тем, быть или ему и не быть, потому что человеку свойственно быть, нужно жить. Но, к сожалению, каждый человек до Гамлета включительно должен был решать этот мучительный вопрос, потому что условия, в которых он жил, не позволяли ему решить быть. И от этого Гамлет мучается, от того, что человечество вынуждено решать этот вопрос. Первая часть – быть или не быть. Вот в чем вопрос. Достойно ли терпеть безропотно позор судьбы? Или нужно оказать сопротивление, восстать, вооружиться, победить? Или погибнуть, умереть, уснуть. И знать, что этим обрываешь цепь сердечных мук и тысячи лишений, присущих телу. Это ли не цель, что всем желанно? Умереть, уснуть. Быть или не быть? Вот в чем вопрос. Достойно ли терпеть безропотно позор судьбы, или нужно оказать сопротивление? Восстать, вооружиться, победить или погибнуть, умереть, уснуть, и знать, что этим обрываешь цепь сердечных мук и тысячи лишений, присущих телу. Это ли не цель, что всем желанно? Умереть, уснуть, уснуть.
Okay, my point here was the following, that I will show you maybe later on, or just I will send you the presentation so for your analysis, is that some people may translate texts very formally, following grammar, logic, syntax, checking words in the dictionaries and so on and so forth. And as a result, their translation may be ideal, impeccable, but at the same time, it will not reach the audience. People will not understand it, or will not perceive it. They will probably understand the wording, but they will not understand it as very close to them. But at the same time, if you think about how this text is being perceived phenomenologically, you will have to apply the phenomenological method of translation that should go through the perception categories. And I describe it very well in my book. And before I leave, just 1 more minute, I will show you the example that I think is probably the best for your future analysis. And you probably make a copy of that on the screen. It's 2 translations of the biblical text. It's Ecclesiastes, chapter 12. Find it out for yourself. The left side is from the King James Bible, and the right side is from Good News Bible. The left side is full of metaphors, allegories. I'm not going to analyze it here right now. And it is perceived as a very metaphoric, allegorical text that makes you think about how you go around the world. You see, and the right side, the modern translation, is actually interpreting every metaphor. Instead of metaphors, they give direct explanation of what the metaphor means. As a result, you do not see these texts as something that is very conducive to thinking, but rather as a logical succession of steps that you need to make in order to achieve God, which is, from my point of view, which is rather doubtful. It's a pity that I have only just 7 minutes to speak about that, but the method of phenomenological translation is very involved, and for many years, as I've said already, we've been working with my students on this method, and we've been publishing books based on phenomenological translation. Fiction, normally students spend about 3 years translating one book into Russian, going through multiple stages of stylization, perception analysis, adaptation to the local community, checking and testing. And one of the best examples was when one of my students was requested to translate the Apocrypha from the Bible. It was the Gospel according to Barnabas. And before she started translating, she spent 1 year, full year, investigating the Russian Bible, and only then she started translating it, stylizing it after the Russian Bible. And when we showed it to the Russian priest, he said that we're committing a great crime, he said, because you are translating Apocrypha very well, and you shouldn't be translating Apocrypha very well because it is not canonical. But it was done ideally. And it was presented in the book fair in Russia, and won lots of awards and praise for that. Therefore, well, those who are interested, let me repeat once again. My name is Mark-Len Konurbayev. I will show you once again on the screen my email address. On the screen, and so you can write to me requesting presentations and videos, and I'll be sending them to you with great pleasure. All right, this was a little bit chaotic, but
okay. Thank you very much, Marlene. It was really interesting. Training interpreters, it's always an interesting subject for thinking about that. In Granada, we have really big groups that are working on that, so we can keep in touch for trying to cooperate in some way. It was really interesting, really, because there's quite big difference between translation and interpreting, and it should be treated in a different way, of course. Thank you very much. And the examples were really great. Wysotsky, incredible, really. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Marlene? No questions? So we continue with the following participants. Introducing translation technologies into a university elective course. Alexandra Epikhanova, Elena Kokanova, Maxim Verdiaev, and Nikolai Kulikov.
Thank you. Good evening.
Alexandra.
Let me share my presentation. Let me share our presentation. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. We would like to present the experience of the Department of Translation Technology and Practice at EKM West, Northern Arctic Federal University, Arkhangelsk, in elaborating and implementing an all-university elective course, Technologies in Technical Translation, which replaced the traditional technical translation course for students of non-linguistic professional fields. The aim of this study is to analyze the possibility of teaching translation technologies to students who do not specialize in translation, evaluate their motivation, and find out the reasons for choosing this elective course among the other courses in the elective communication module. The Department of Translation Technology and Practice at EKM West opened in 2018. It is the first joint department in translation and interpreting in Russia. This joint department is the result of the cooperation between a successful Moscow translation company and a federal university in Arkhangelsk. Professionals take part in teaching specialized subjects and in developing the content of educational programs. Our department aims at the practice-oriented approach to professional training of students. Thanks to it, the academic plan includes subjects aimed at the professional adaptation of students and their ability to use translation software tools. The students take part in translation project activities. You can see some of them on the slide. Some of the projects are further developed in qualification works and master's degree thesis. as well as in students' scientific papers on the theme Innovative Technologies in Translation. For example, the students present their research on the organized scientific events, such as the All-Russian Youth Scientific Conference, Innovative Technologies in Translation, Machine Translation from Stereotypes to New Opportunities, held on November 13 and 14 this year. You can see it on the right. Implementing translation tools is usually analyzed in the context of teaching future translators. However, there is a number of courses, such as technical translation or academic English, taught to non-linguistic students. This paper presents the experience of developing an elective course for students of non-linguistic professional fields, which replaced the traditional technical translation elective course. This course is in the third term, and it can be chosen by students who specialize in engineering, natural science, as well as humanities. It was firstly implemented for the 123 students of NARFU in 2020. This course contains 18 hours of lectures and 24 hours of practical training. The course consists of 3 parts that you can see on the slide. At the beginning of the course, the students were asked why they had chosen it and how they would plan to use their acquired competences in their main professional field. They were asked to complete a questionnaire which permitted to find out if they knew anything about the technical translator's work. Another aim of this questionnaire was to introduce them into the contents of the course. The questionnaire showed that the students had a general idea of a technical translator's work as a linguist, who is also good at specialized field. It also showed that the students understood the importance of using various sources of information and specialized software, even if they didn't have clear understanding of what that software could be. Most of the students understood that a technical translator works with texts that relate to technological subject areas, such as scientific articles or user manuals. Though some of them chose incorrect answers, which were added in order to explain the difference between a literary translator and a technical translator, between a translator and an interpreter, well, and just to add some humor. The questionnaire also had questions about machine translation and computer-assisted translation. Interestingly, 93% of the students were sure that MT was used by professional translators, especially when working with standardized texts. However, more than a half thought that translators would never admit it. In the described course, special attention is paid to machine translation. Most students admit using it. However, the only programs they knew were Google Translate and Yandex Translate. At the same time, they see the translation text as a final result and find it difficult to evaluate its quality. Some of the students believe that MT is sufficient and suitable for any text. Others suppose that using MT is something shameful, a synonym of laziness. This course permitted them to discover other programs such as DeepL or Prompt and compare their efficiency while working on a number of texts. The students could see the dangers of neural machine translation, such as its instability, unpredictability, and fluency. The students could observe typical mistakes of statistical and neural MT from English into Russian and try to cope with them. For this purpose,
I'm sorry.
Alexandra,
We are limited in time because the next session is waiting and we should give the floor to them. Just go to the conclusion part. You have just 1 minute.
Okay, thank you.
Please.
Well, here you can see some of the topics the students could work with. And the results are presented briefly on the slides. If we sum them up, the preliminary results show that the students discovered how they could use translation tools in their studies and professional activities for getting information from books and papers published in foreign languages. They boosted their English, but also Russian. They could overcome a number of stereotypes which the modern society has about the translation, the translator's work. And as for us, the teachers, we could see the difference in teaching translation technologies to future translators and future translators and those who do not specialize in translation, because both groups have different aims and motivations. And we also hope that explaining the major translation principles to a wider public can contribute to a better quality of non-professional translation, which is now becoming more and more popular due to the openness of online resources, such as amateur and crowdsourced translation of manuals, blogs, films, and other documents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So it seems to be, Maite, that we don't have time enough now for listening you, Maite Mejías. It's a pity.
It can be possible.
Yes, it's terrible, Maite. It's terrible. But we don't have time. So
Yes,
sorry, we're
actually,
very sorry about that.
The results of your research, everybody could find in the article, in the proceedings of our conference. So that's okay.
Okay.
Okay, sorry about that, Maite.
Don't worry.
Lo siento mucho, de verdad.
No pasa nada.
Bueno.
So our colleagues from the United States are here, and I would like to give the floor to this session. So hello, everybody.
Hello.
So Oksana or Paulina, who will start? Yeah, hello. Sorry
Okay.
for this, because we have...
Don't worry, Natalia, it happens.
Okay.
Okay. Nice to see you, Natalia.
Окей. Итак, я тогда начну, наверное, да? Я начну. И еще раз все здравствуйте. И our session, well, again, I'm switching to English. And I will share my screen. I hope you will all see this. Okay. Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, it's on the screen.
Yes. And this is our session. So just a reminder, but I think everybody has, and we will answer some of your questions later if you post them in the chat. I will start with the theoretical framework that our group has embraced as we move to online learning. And the framework, the TPAC, the Technological Pedagogical Content Knowledge Framework, has been gaining popularity amongst researchers and scholars. And it is not a brand new idea. It is built on Lee Schulman's construct of pedagogical content knowledge to include technology knowledge. So the inclusion of technology, both digital and analog, in teaching foreign languages, and especially Russian to native speakers of English, further complicates the already complex nature of teaching. Therefore, the interaction of the three primary forms of knowledge, content, pedagogy, and technology, both theoretically and in practice, produces the types of flexible knowledge needed to successfully integrate technology into teaching. And the interaction, if you look at the TPAC model, the interaction between and among these bodies of knowledge are equally important to the model, which suggests that content, pedagogy, technology, and teaching and learning contexts have roles to play individually and together. And thoughtful pedagogical uses of technology require the development of a complex set of knowledge that is technological, pedagogical content knowledge. And if you look at the samples of the TPAC model, so you can see the domains on the left and how we as instructors, professors of Russian implement each of this domain. Yes, for content knowledge, of course, we have sufficient knowledge and skills to teach the language. We know the pedagogy because we are familiar with foreign language and specifically Russian teaching methodologies. We know how to use our university learning management system and can solve our own problems. And of course, we can select effective strategies to develop reading, listening, speaking, or whatever skills we need based on our programs. We know about technologies that are best suited for teaching what we need to teach. And of course, we use these technologies that enhance students' learning. So all this comes to the technological, pedagogical content knowledge, as we can combine theories, methodologies, technologies, our knowledge of the language and culture, and foreign language teaching strategies. So if we briefly, I'll give you half a minute to look at the TPAC definition. So as you can see, in SAM's knowledge about technology cannot be treated as context-free. And good teaching requires an understanding of how technology relates to the pedagogy and content. And during this time of the world crisis, we all had to rethink the pedagogy and technology to be used with our students, because the content has not really changed. It is the teaching or learning environment that have changed. So we have moved from a face-to-face environment to virtual one that has provided us with a range of web-based information, tools, and resources that support and enhance foreign language teaching. So what are these environments? So of course, we all talk about virtual learning environment. So what characteristics best define virtual learning? And you can select the best answer and put it in the chat if you want. And if you all think that all of them are correct, you're right. Yes, so by virtual teaching and learning, we mean learning and teaching anytime, any place, on any device through web conferencing or chats. And both students and teachers can sit with their print books or electronic books at home or at using their mobile devices or their desktops. They can physically be anywhere they need to be at the time of teaching. And since most modern electronic devices are compatible, what is more important for instruction to take place is the learning management system. At DLI, specifically in our division, continuing education, distance learning, we have been using Adobe Connect for some of our courses way before the pandemic. However, during the pandemic, our institute began using Microsoft Teams, and this is our main platform, and it seems to stay here for some time. Another environment, and we'll talk about mobile learning. So what is mobile learning? So what characteristics best describe mobile learning? And again, so I believe you will all agree with me that mobile learning is far from limited and traditional, yes? So when we talk about mobile environment, we refer to any teaching or learning activity that utilizes mobile devices which are extremely friendly to new methodologies. Mobile devices allow us to make course materials available to students wherever they are, and to create new kinds of learning experiences that help students engage with course content and the world. And content built for mobile learning is inherently dynamic and more engaging for students in a virtual classroom. One of the best things about mobile teaching is its flexibility, as it makes it much easier to implement differentiated instruction and personalized teaching. And finally, I want to focus our attention on blended learning. Yes. So if we look at some of the statements that I have on this slide, And if you think of which one is not true about blended learning, I believe we all agree that that's the one. Yes. So as for blended teaching and learning environments combine online interactions with traditional place-based classroom methods. So blended teaching requires the physical presence of both teacher and student, with some elements of student control over time, place, or pace. And it allows for in-person and online instruction for both synchronous, real-time, and asynchronous learning that does not take place in real time. So blended teaching further promotes learner autonomy. It allows for flipped classroom practices when content delivery takes a variety of forms, for example, digital research or video lessons prepared by the teacher or some third parties that we want to use in our classroom. So blended teaching really increases target language practice time and engagement through social interaction. Prior to the pandemic, we were all engaged in traditional teaching and learning. Yes, traditional instruction tended to be synchronous, meaning the learners and instructors were in the same place, such as classroom. And while most asynchronous communication meant that the instructor would post a lesson online at one time and learners could complete it whenever it was convenient for their schedule. However, face-to-face instruction can be virtual, and right now we all know that. So nowadays, a virtual classroom offers live lessons via chat room or conference call, and in many cases, it incorporates live learning to increase the value of the course, to motivate our students, to help them feel engaged. That's why today's virtual classrooms have moved away from a strictly asynchronous format to incorporate real-time class sessions and individual face-to-face teaching. So my colleagues will now share the ways they have been implementing our TPAC model as they have been teaching in the new environment. And at the end of our presentations, I can sum up and we can all look at the pros and cons of new environment and maybe answer some of the questions that pop up in the chat.
Okay, thank you. I think I will pick up from here and I will deliver my presentation. And then my name is Oksana Willis. I teach at Bucknell University. And then I will be able to present, or you, Natalia, maybe you can present Katya Burvikova's presentation. Katya just had a baby and she's leaving the hospital today, but she still managed to prepare for this conference. Okay, here's my presentation. I will try to be brief. If you would like to learn more about my method and my work, you're welcome to contact me. And you can find my information on in the program. So, again, I'm a Russian language and literature and culture instructor at Bucknell University in Pennsylvania. Lately, our teaching has been profoundly influenced by quarantine, social distancing, and other limiting measures caused by the global pandemic. The teachers became savvy masters of online instruction. Some of us were influenced by hiring freeze. What I mean that you had to work a double load or you lost hours, benefits, and income. Similarly, COVID-19 cases on campus may have directly affected you or your students. This year, teachers adjusted their courses to online or hybrid mode of instruction. with my literature-based courses, I decided to abandon such large literary forms as epic poems, long and short stories. Instead, I focused on just one poem with my elementary Russian course with an important social message. During the fall semester for my first year students, we worked on Joseph Brodsky's poem, Don't Leave the Room. And as the final project for work on this poem, students just submitted. It's their book trailer that tells the rest of the world why they should study «Не выходи из комнаты» by Brodsky. So in my presentation, I will be talking more about what I've done with my course in the past years when we had a normal environment, because I implemented in my teaching this semester many of the methods and approaches that I used to use. The only thing that dramatically is changed is that I had to, due to hours cut, due to the fact that I did not have native speaker as a teaching assistant, I had to limit students' exposure to authentic texts. There was no one to, I did not have enough help to work on that with students. So, but before, in the time of peace, the choice of author for me was obvious. Pushkin is the father of modern Russian language, the best Russian poet accessible to the reader, a poet whose life and work formed the Pushkin myth in Russian culture and became an important part of the Russian national identity. The works I selected belonged to different literary forms and genres. However, they both represent the Petersburg text of Russian literature and Russian literary canon. Due to their impeccable form and philosophical depth, they continue to be reproduced by Russian popular culture. The researchers point out that the teacher has to be personally connected to the text that they teach. It is better to teach the text that you like and understand on deep level through both your personal life experience and your academic work. Students prepare for the first reading of the text by learning basic Russian grammar. In my classes, we dedicate to the initial grammar studies and language studies just 3 or 4 weeks. And students are requested to read a translation of the literary text and study the historic context of the literary work. Before the reading in class, students study vocabulary for the assigned lines and make their own attempt at word-for-word translation. The first reading in class is accompanied by a study of the map and satellite view of St. Petersburg, a demonstration of a short excerpt from one of the Bronze Horsemen movies to create an atmosphere of distancing from the crude reality. Also, we include grammatical analysis of the text, where students find in the sentence the subject-predicate pair, identify cases and their function in the sentence, visualize the poem by drawing the image that they see in the process of reading, and by total physical response. A very important component of teaching through literary text is the discussion of the special features of the literary text, such as literary devices, word choice, word order, details, silence, and composition. In The Bronze Horsemen, students study and compare Pushkin's descriptions of Neva, look for cases of alliteration and assonance, track the plot of the story and compare their translation, their own translation and a literary translation of the text. By the spring semester, students are better equipped with their language skills, and study of the literary text can be more easily woven into everyday work with the main textbook. For example, students can describe the interior of old countesses' home, the protagonist's appearance, and give characteristics to their personalities. The teacher can help students identify the coded parts of the text. In the quote you see on the screen, Pushkin gives a description of the guest's arrival to the ball. The careful reader will find 3 magic cards embedded into the fabric of the language and visual images of the passage. According to Sergei Davidov. So I marked here стройная нога, тройка, гремучая ботфорта, семерка и полосатый чулок, туз. Полосатый чулок is connected, the striped stocking is connected to another portion of Pushkin's text where he describes, where German sees the ace as a spider. And one of the spider, which is called крестовик in Russian, has striped legs. So that's how we make this connection. So it is fun to show to the students how Pushkin's text is actually very complex and how many secrets the text has. On the surface, text and the story look pretty simple. While reading the text, we implemented thinking out loud protocol. I asked students to give their interpretation of parts of the text and provide their justification for their position. Students presented the text in the genre of police report or newspaper report about the countess's death. In the process of working on the text, I included many cognitive activities. For example, students gave their assessment of Lisa's and German's behavior. Students conducted their own investigation of the circumstances of the old countess' death and participated in legal debates. Students played Pharaoh and analyzed the game and how it resonates with them. In class, we played out different scenarios for possible sequel. And memorization. Students were required to memorize portions of the text. In the first semester, they learned the introduction to the Bronze Horseman and «Люблю тебя, Петра Творенья» excerpt. And in the second semester, since we were reading prose, I asked students to memorize such poems as «Я вас любил», «Я помню чудное мгновение», and others. And I presented this task of committing poem to memory as part of cultural experience that every Russian goes through during school years. And students were happily quoting the lines that they memorized, and sometimes they used the quotes even in a smart way, right where the quotes could fit in their speech. And the materials I used for the courses. These materials include the movies that were filmed based on the stories, also the ballet, Glier's ballet, Tchaikovsky's Queen of Spades, and some of my students were got familiarized with Boris Gasparov's article on the story, Pushkin's story and libretto of the Queen of Spades, libretto music of the Queen of Spades by Tchaikovsky. We also worked with the illustrations to Bronze Horseman by Benoit, and students were telling the story of Yevgeny using these pictures. Our students learned the song by Akudjava, «На фоне Пушкина снимается семейство». And we watched a number of Yeralash movies just to demonstrate to students how how Pushkin is perceived in contemporary Russian culture, and how close he is actually to every Russian, starting with a very young age. And that will be it. I will be happy to answer your questions. Thank you very much for your attention. And I guess I will show the Katya's presentation right now, Polina.
Yeah, I think so. And then Isa or
no, I think Natalia is managing now.
Natalia's okay.
Yeah.
And then probably me.
Hello, my name is Yekaterina Burvikova. I teach Russian at the University of New Hampshire in the US. Today I would like to talk about how to organize group work in the online environment. I would like to go over a few things that helped our program to rethink the fall semester. Hello, my name is When we switched to the online mode in March 2020, as many administrators would mention, instructors didn't have to become gurus in online teaching design, but it definitely did teach us to plan the fall semester ahead of time and take into account tricks, positive experiences, and failures that we all went through trying to find the best mode of teaching. Our spring experience raised and addressed many issues. For example, our number one issue was to keep students engaged. We couldn't stop thinking what it would be like in the fall. Would students drop out or take Russian again? Are they overwhelmed with their other classes? Second, keep students motivated. Besides Russian, they had a lot of other assignments in their other courses, so they would have to still keep Russian their priority. Third, keep students' attention span. As they say, Gen Z have attention span of 8 seconds. With all the tabs open on their screen, how effective would it be for them to be in Russian class? How to get extra attention hooks working? Fourth, a big answer to number 3 is to keep classes interactive. Keep it interactive between the teacher and students, student to student. Forms of interaction can vary, for example, from chat to voice comments or annotations, depending on the platform that you are using. Tools can be very simple, but yet you can adjust them to your pedagogical goals. Fifth, in the end of each class, with no exception, I wanted to be able to measure their progress and see them the outcome of their work. So I offered my students some group work in Google Docs, for example, in breakout rooms. Sixth, class time management. With new tools, new rules, and new time for each activity or slide, we would focus for 2 or 4 minutes on small interactions. We would focus for 7 to 10 minutes for more tangible products. Whenever we faced a big topic, we would chunk and segment it for the sake of a better understanding, processing, and again time. Seventh, keep the feeling of the community, mutual understanding and support in these turbulent times. It not only helped to keep our students healthy, but also created a healthy environment and kept the students interested in further learning of the language. When we switched to the online mode in March 2020, as many in our spring semester, we had 4 groups of students of various levels. As it turned out, in our experience, A1 level students had the most difficulty to adjust to the online mode. whereas upper level students already had the motivation to keep up with their study. Our failure with A1 beginners was rethought, and we designed A1 from scratch for the fall. We divided the new material better. We made sure to review each topic in depth multiple times, and we reduced the number of chapters covered in the semester. With upper level courses, it was much easier. As I said before, they were motivated. Their language skills were, of course, better. So we just kept increasing their proficiency in Russian. We would like to touch upon the issue of gradual release of responsibility in the online classroom. Each educator is trying to nourish the linguistic independence of their students. In the online environment, it becomes tricky because we are aware of Google Translate and similar tools like that. Unfortunately, not always it can nourish students' autonomy. It can help them, but it's often not controllable. As our experience had shown, the students of the upper levels truly enjoyed showing their language autonomy through projects, presentations, and guided discussions. A student was able to take over the Zoom floor for short 20 minutes to lead a discussion. As for quizzes, we made them more productive in terms of the relation between speaking, listening, and comprehension. For example, students had to listen to a set of questions and record their responses to these questions in place of the traditional short multiple choice or matching quizzes. Students had to understand and produce a minimum of one sentence. This production was reinforced for all the quizzes. So normally we combine different kind of quizzes, but because of these difficult times, we insisted on taking more smart quizzes. In our Each class had a similar structure, as we were advised not to invent something new every time and not to burden students with new apps and technologies every week. So the structure of each class was similar and consistent. We would start with a warm-up to use a short language practice and set up goals for today. For a warm-up, we could use oral exercises or written exercises. For example, in chat, students had to write 3 statements, false or true, about their weekend experience. And the rest of the class would read the statements and comment whether they believe this person or not and explain why. And it was a very fun way to see how well people know each other. Students could produce paragraphs to explain why they think the person lied about their weekend, and it just made it fun for the community. Then we would review previously learned grammar or vocabulary in a very simple form, such as multiple choice form or fill in blanks. Then we would switch to small group activity in breakout rooms. So students would be in groups of 3 or 4 and practice translation from English into Russian in a Google Doc. So this format helped me a lot because I could follow them and their work in this Google Doc and correct their mistakes or underline or highlight somehow what needs to be fixed, and students could fix that immediately. I also could write my feedback on the same Google Doc, and students really liked participating this way. Then we would always come back to the main room and do a communicative task based on the reviewed material. And then if I had to introduce some new material during this lesson, I would do so. And then my next activity would be based on this new material, and it usually would be a short music video from YouTube with a short further discussion or grammar or vocabulary activity. Then we would drill this new material well, and then I would give an assignment where students would have to fix mistakes if they find any. So that was the plan for each class, and students gave a very good feedback for it, because each activity was pretty short. For very short activities, it would take up to 3 to 4 minutes if we were quickly discussing something. For activities such as translation or drill, we would focus on it for 7 or 10 minutes, but still for the attention span, I think it was ideal, because it wouldn't burden them, but also we would use this time and take advantage of that. As we mentioned previously, time has become a very significant category for attention span and measurable productivity. I would like to talk about my colleagues' experience that came in handy in these two time-related activities. Number one activity includes a timer or a timer app, and I learned about this activity from my colleague from the Russian program of Language Link, Evgenia Stremova. So her thought was to make students speak a lot. So for example, a student is given a topic and asked how many sentences would they be able to produce talking about this topic within 60 seconds. Everyone makes a bid. Each student is given 60 seconds, and the teacher marks how many sentences they say. There are variations of this assignment. In extreme variation, it's when the talking student can be interrupted on purpose by other students who have to stop the student from finishing their sentences. The student who predicted and finished all their sentences wins. This is very fun activity for students, and it doesn't take a long time, but at the same time you can force them speaking. But you do it in a very fun way. And number two activity was introduced to us by Rada Lutsa, who is the instructor from a university in China. So she uses this fun format of presentations called Pecha Kucha. Students are given 20 slides and 20 seconds per slide. They have to talk non-stop within these 20 seconds, and the slide switch turns on automatically. Students find this activity challenging, but they need to be really well prepared for it in order to deliver their thought faster and more effectively. They should not include any text on their slides in order to be better and faster understood. They have to work with lots of visual support. The support from the audience is unbelievable. Everybody understands the stress and listens really carefully. So I highly recommend these two activities to your online classes. They will engage students into speaking, and it will be well measured because of their efforts and your efforts. To conclude, I think online classes definitely can be effective if we take into consideration such parameters as time, productivity, engagement, and interaction. If you have any questions, please feel free to email me. My email is evv9@unh.edu, and thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think I'll pick up from Katya's presentation here. Let me share my screen. Dun, 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 with the slideshow. Okay, 1 second. Slideshow from start. So yeah, I'll be speaking faster because I know we're a little bit delayed. So I really want to give a platform to every participant in this session. And while you can see my credentials, I'll start. Well, over the past decade, study abroad as a multifaceted educational experience has been gaining recognition and popularity among students due to the rising of global competence as a critical component of the 21st century higher education. I'm not sure. I'm not sure whether you saw my PowerPoint or the whole screen. I think I'll change the method from current style, from current slide. That should be better. All right, so, and also it's important, of course, to use all the available resources to equip students for their future ventures, especially in the current times of pandemic, when traditional face-to-face contacts with the local target language community are limited. So recently, the Stetson University program in Russian, East European and Eurasian studies has been working on providing an opportunity for a regular faculty-led short-term language-oriented trips to Russia for the students in the end of the spring semester. The so-called Maymester 2-week study in Moscow and St. Petersburg became possible due to a recent endowment established by one of the SPRIS program alumni. Thus, for the past 2 years, I've been piloting the preparatory course project that aims to help preparing first and second year students for a short-term study abroad immersion experience. And you see the flyer of that program that we've been advertising for students for the past 2 years, which actually the first one that was supposed to happen this summer didn't happen because of the pandemic, but we're hoping for the future. So the first project that is a part of the preparatory course is called Real Life from Russia, and it is an open source online learning interactive course created by Dr. Shannon Spasova at Michigan State University. And the course exists on a WordPress platform and consists of 10 lessons. The lessons are made with Adobe Captivate and focus on helping students become comfortable with everyday situations they will most certainly encounter in Russia. For example, riding in marshrutka, marshrutное такси, a phenomenon nearly non-existent in the US, but widespread in Russia. The course contains various tasks related to grammar, but most of the exercises are centered around cultural specifics and particular problem-solving solutions. The topics are carefully chosen to represent the unavoidable interactions with native speakers during meals, travel, shopping, as well as navigation of the Russian internet, and a lesson on Russian social media, with a closer look at Vkontakte, Mail.ru, etc. Each lesson contains YouTube videos with short examples of described situations and a voice-over narrator in English. As a native of Russia, I'm impressed by how closely those lessons recreate common tasks and how up-to-date the materials are. However, these lessons will soon need a serious update to reflect the fast pace of Russia's 2 major cities. Well, it takes about 10 to 15 hours to complete the course, which would roughly equal to a semester work with 1 hour per week commitment, because we have 15 weeks during the semester, and it's easily countable. Students comment mostly positive on the learning outcomes of the course, mentioning some interesting facts they didn't know, like, oh, it was interesting learning about how convenient the metro is in Moscow, or it was interesting that you stand to the right and you let people pass on the left on the escalators. At the same time, students have trouble with the self-paced interactive format, with about only 10 to 20% of students finishing the course, which actually reflects the overall tendency of open sources, online sources. The second required part of the program was a pen pal project, because the first one lacks interactive component, lacks communication. And as a project coordinator, I recommended students to commit to weekly 30-minute speaking practice sessions, alternating Russian and English language every other week with their counterparts in Russia. And I would I would actually assign partners, language partners, to each interested student. Importantly, students had an opportunity to adjust their meeting schedule according to their availability. As it's an extracurricular project, everything is possible, everything is very flexible. In spring 2019 and spring 2020, the original pool of potential participants was approximately of the same size. The electronic recruiting message went to 25 students each year. In 2019, 2 students kept contacts with their Russian pen pals for the whole semester. And one of them met her pen pal in person later in the summer of 2019. In the spring of 2020, 8 students showed their regional commitment, and which is only 32% of the original targeted pool, and only 5 students made their regional contact with their pals, which is 62.5% of those 8 students, 8 brave students. 3 students kept regular meetings for the length of the semester, and at least 1 student continued the project in the fall of 2020. Well, so retention numbers are not quite good, quite satisfying, and I'll come back to that in a minute. But while the levels of student involvement in the pre-pandemic world and the quarantine realities are similar, the confidence and flexibility in using technologies increased. In 2019, participants exclusively texted each other through WhatsApp, while this year they used the voice, the text, and the video channels interchangeably. Students reported the variety of technology use, regardless the fact that I did not give particular recommendations on how to connect. In both 2019 and 2020, I introduced the 2 pen pals to each other by sending them both an introductory email. As a result, they had each other's email addresses in the beginning of the project. In the end of the spring semester 2020, students reported that they met via Zoom most of the time. Additionally, they messaged frequently through the Instagram application and utilized the Discord platform, something a new addition to my pool of technological tools available for education. Even though it has become ubiquitous to characterize language exchange programs by the ability of the network participants to use verbal language, the language teachers have recently begun perceiving interaction as a multimodal phenomenon while abandoning the bias towards spoken language. In other words, the recognition of multiple modalities such as gestures, body positioning in video chats, as well as written text across various social platforms promises to provide a deeper understanding of numerous aspects of language socialization, and moreover, future research on how the setting and technology might make certain types of interaction more likely to occur than others would help educators in the future endeavors on students' preparation for the study abroad, and which would be very, very useful for this particular project, because I really want more students to get involved than the figures I demonstrated earlier. Answering the questions on how they envision this pen pal experience would help them in their future study abroad, students were predominantly enthusiastic and optimistic. And you can see the quote of one of the students, and I won't read it, but you can read it on your own. At the same time, like I said earlier, the low numbers of students motivated to embark on this long-term extracurricular journey and the low retention rates required to revisit the project design in order to improve it in the future. In order to create conditions for a more successful language socialization process for students in the pre-study abroad period, educators need to account for such thing as the holism. And here is the definition of holism. It's an emergent phenomenon triggered by the availability of affordances in the environment, heavily dependent on the individual's perceptions of these affordances and her willingness to participate in their use. Following the classification of language learners' social networks presented in a work by Atsushi Hasegawa in 2019, and I'll share all the references in my next slide if anybody is interested. The main master pen pal project can be characterized as a closed type of a social network. With its clear boundaries, I gave each student a particular pen pal, and number of members was limited, and that created a minimized potential for a network expansion. However, it can be gradually turned into a more open type of network with less restrictions and looser organizational structure that results in more opportunities for communication, and the formation of the open network includes facilitation, social hours for all pen pal project participants, which would allow for creation of new connections, shifting the network patterns and boundaries. And thank you, and I would welcome questions via email or maybe later.
So I assume it's my turn, right? Okay.
Giving word to Isa.
Yeah, thank you so much. Just a second, I'll try to share my screen. And I know that we're running out of time. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay. So good afternoon to everyone, or good evening, depending on where you are now. And first, since I'll steal a few seconds. First, I'd like to say thank you to the organizers of the conference and all of the participants. So like, I've heard a lot of brilliant ideas. Thank you so much to everyone. And just as the previous speakers, I'm currently teaching Russian in the States. I work at Dickinson College in Pennsylvania, and I teach all levels of students from beginning to advanced. And in the spring 2020, as many of you, I also had to deal with remote transition, sudden transition to remote, and the later online teaching. And one of the most critical issues that concerns me is related to assessment practices. And today I will briefly describe the main challenges. Basically, I will sum up all challenges that my colleagues mentioned, and also I will probably try to suggest some solutions that we used at Dickinson College this fall, and how we replace traditional tests and quizzes with other forms of work. Assessment forms, and also I will tell about changes that made and applied to teach languages under the new circumstances. So talking about the challenges, and before providing specific examples, I think we have to establish some key terms, and I will show the definition of assessment I follow here. And also, I don't know about our Russian colleagues, whether you use formative assessment and summative assessment terms. In the States, they are highly common. And so that's why I think that it's very important to mention them here. Both types of assessments play a significant role in the learning process because they help students to succeed and show educators topics that require more practice. However, the forms of assessment are different in a face-to-face class and online learning environment. And the reasons, so the main challenges that I faced this spring and this fall, and what stands behind these reasons. First, most college students in the US had never taken any courses or participated in long-term online programs before the situation with COVID-19. And that's why the transition didn't go smoothly for many of them. And the second reason is that most students used to consider in-person activities with classmates and their professors as the best way to learn. And in addition to that, it used to be challenging to work with online textbooks, online materials, because it's hard to stay focused for a long time. And also they feel the lack of in-person interaction that causes a set of different problems. And we have to take into account residential type of living. So students don't leave the campus during the semester, and so they are used to constant interaction with their professors and their classmates. Although language instructors are consistently searching for innovative ways of effectively integrating assessment forms into the learning cycle, students frequently associate, not only students, but professors as well, frequently associate an assessment process with strong negative feelings that students experience, such as fear, anxiety, and stress. And for instance, this fall, at the beginning of the fall semester, I conducted in my Russian language groups a few surveys, and they showed that the students experience stress, a pressure under the new circumstances that drive their cheating behavior. And one way to prevent this is to design engaging and authentic activities so that students can find them worthy of working on. Thus, making up new forms of assessment benefits the learning process and motivates language instructors to create authentic activities. So I prepared a few examples of formative and summative assessment activities that can be done in a language class. And so online platforms are our new doors for language educators and students. And I don't know about, I can't speak for other professors at my college, but very often I start my class with warm up and vocabulary games or something. And so I give a few activities that can be done in a language classroom in current settings using Zoom. So Zoom is the main platform for us this semester. And so one of them, and we should use a Zoom chat box more often, I think, and I explored Zoom chat capabilities. So one of them is related to words, and this activity can be done in A1 or A2 level or higher levels if you put in the chat different pictures of one stories. And the second activity is related to topic crime. So it's a role game. So not only vocabulary games, but also role play games make the learning process more engaging and do not give students a chance to cheat. For example, in an intermediate group working on the topic crime, so I pre-assigned roles, and each student got a role and had to participate using words from a topic vocabulary. However, their focus wasn't on the words. They wanted to resolve the case and succeed in their roles. And Zoom, through chat box capabilities, allows language instructors and students to evaluate the scenario and build, for instance, a reading activities based on the students' stories. And while students are presenting their roles, an instructor can transcribe their sentences in a chat box and use them as a tool for next activities. So we build reading activity, and it's very logical to go to reading activities from warm-up. Peer assessment and team forms of work significantly benefit online learning, and students make up for the lack of real communication, the process of working on tasks with partners. And some online services and tools give language teachers many opportunities to conduct formative assessments engagingly. And one of them, I think I use it pretty often, the website worldwide.net is a resource where teachers can create activities for group forms of work. One of the activities I tried is on this slide. It's called random cards. I prepare a set of cards with the words they learned, give students a link and divide them into groups of 2 in breakout rooms. The students deal out cards at random from a shuffled desk. There are 2 rounds, translation round and explanation given in other words. So they work in a team, they help each other, they interact with other students, and they learn words together. So because unfortunately, I don't know about your experience, but I noticed that even if I give them a Quizlet link, even if I encourage them to write examples with the words, they come on Monday unprepared to the new topic. So we start with different warm-up activities, and I try to team them up to do these activities because they can control each other, and also they help each other. And this positively impacts their language progress, decreases anxiety, and supports the community sense of belonging as well. Authentic material. So I mentioned it a few times today, and another assessment strategy is more active incorporation of authentic materials in the learning process. And one of them, so I already said that I replaced traditional tests with group projects and presentations. So there is an activity that can be offered to students at A1, A2 levels. In the chapter and topic of shopping, as a final group project in the end of chapter, students get a task to shop online from Zoom with detailed instructions given to each group. And also I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that we are focused not only on Russian cuisine, but also Ukrainian, Uzbekistan, which highlights the diversity of Russian-speaking regions for the students. And one of the task benefits is that students usually rehearse 2-3 times before they record the final version. In preparation, they review all words and phrases, apply different strategies to conduct a conversation, which is essential for developing skills for the prospective real-life situations in Russia in the future. And I talked to many of my Russian friends, and now all people shop online. So it's very relevant, and to discuss something helps them to practice the words and also interact to each other, which decreases the amount of stress they experience. Another activities as for topic, what do you look like, can be offered to students at B1 or high levels as a final group projects, again at the end of the chapter. And this project was as a midterm in my group. Students go to an online portrait gallery where they have to walk and comment on 3 or 4 paintings to choose from different epochs. They compare, and as a result, they have to record a podcast to compare beauty standards in different periods. In doing similar group tasks, students apply their knowledge in more engaging forms of collaborative work, enlarge their knowledge about Russian culture or the culture of Russian-speaking regions, develop critical thinking, and do not experience enormous stress working on the task. And the last thing I want to mention is that due to the significantly increased number of group tasks, it has become necessary to use clear rubrics, because it seems more relaxed to work with their classmates on a project, and they don't expect sometimes to be graded less than they think, so they expect to get A for a group project. And in designing a rubric, language educators should take into account that a grading rubric tells students the goals, purpose, and manner of assessment, and the rubric can include a list of grammar models or constructors, words, and useful phrases that students must use in their group project. There are different services where language educators can easily create a rubric for any assessment, and one of the most user-friendly websites, as I find for myself, is Rubric Star, that allows teachers to download some rubrics made by other educators and create their own rubrics by adding grading criteria. And also you can just choose the form of work you want to suggest to your students. So in the end, I'd like to emphasize one more time that designing assessment forms of work, language educators should take into account not only the online context, but also the stress of students in the new environment, and to make assessment activities productive and more engagement. Language educators in the US incorporate authentic materials and design group projects to replace traditional tests and quizzes which helps to prevent students cheating. Yeah, that's it. I would be happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
So I have a question. Is Natalia going to take over? I don't think we have time to sum up or... I'm
sorry, there is a question in the chat for Oksana. Maybe you could just answer it.
May I answer this question, Natalia? Yes.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for this interesting question. And you probably suspect that American students don't have experience memorizing anything. This is not the focus of their education, and they don't know poems in English very often. However, my son memorized poems at school. However, most of the students don't know how to do it and why. They find it difficult, yes, but they do it because I find the words to persuade them. And one of the main motivation there is to experience Russian students' life. This is how we live. We memorize stuff, just learn the culture by doing something. And if you have just one split second, I would like to demonstrate how my students read the poem. This performance was created during our Russian summer school, Harvard Summer School in Tbilisi, Georgia. My students worked with Gitis and Shukinskoye Uchiliще professors and created wonderful, beautiful presentation. So it was a little play. And this is one of my students reads Pushkin.
Лежит ночная мгла, шумит рака предо мною, и не грустно и легко. Печаль моя светла, печаль моя полна тобою, тобой, одной тобой у меня моего. Ничто не мучит, не тревожит, и сердце вновь горит и любит от того, что не любить оно не может.
So they do memorize it, they do put some effort, and they do enjoy it very much, and they remember it for a long time. So it's one of highlights of my students' experience, actually.
Wonderful, Oksana, thank you. So, and would you like me to go on, or would you like to give the word to our next speaker, Ivan
I think
Samokhin?
that's only fair, right? Our colleagues are waiting for us for a long time. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we wanted to, I'm sorry, so we wanted to kind of finish up with, but since it will be published, I don't want to steal the time from the others. Yeah, so we had the summing up a couple of slides, but
I think you can do it, because now we are unlimited, because we're going to the night in Moscow. So, and we just unlimited in time.
Then I can just share the desktop and just like finish what we planned to say a little bit about our school, just a few words that at DLI, we do have intensive training. So, and what we've been doing, the so-called the blended model, we have 2 hours every day of synchronous instruction, then 3 hours of asynchronous, and then back 2 hours synchronous. And then during this 3 hours synchronous period, the students, well, it includes the lunchtime, and the students work on all kinds of activities. They search, they conduct their projects, and then they additionally, they have also 2 hours for homework. So I've been doing a little different for my online courses. So I do 2, 2, 3. So I do 4 hours in a row of synchronous instruction every day. And again, this is intensive Russian. And because in the morning, I feel that they're more engaged and they're still alive. And then you give them some time in the middle, and then you lose them, because since it's asynchronous, we really don't know what they're doing. Yeah, so that's why they can start their asynchronous before the class or after the class, because I have students all over the world. have, like my current class, I have students in New Mexico and in England, for example. So they can use this asynchronous time the way they want to. So, but when we meet in the morning, so we set objectives, the news, then we're doing class discussion, and then listening comprehension discussions, and then they have this asynchronous time. Like right now, I have students already started the class, but without me, so I give them instructions what I want them to do, and this is kind of teacher student developing student autonomy. So they're supposed to check their homework and start working on something until I get in our class. But and now also at our institute, actually, this is a new model that we are doing now, is we call it also blended or hybrid. So some of our students are back to class and some of them are not. So what we are doing, this so-called hybrid instruction, if there are 10 students in the class, 4 of them are in the classroom and the other 4 are working from home. So, but they are working synchronously at the same time. So there are a lot of now different opportunities to blend, yes, and provide whether synchronous or asynchronous instruction during the class hours. But how to kind of to summarize, the main thing is to have proper technology installed, yes? So to ensure that students have the needed technology, and the curriculum needs to be digitalized. It's important to communicate proactively and make it simple, because the more we try to do a lot of complex assignments and activities, but sometimes they may not work. So simplicity turned out to be more efficient. And of course, it's important to balance the delivery of content with interactivity, like what my colleagues have demonstrated, and of course, to keep them engaged all the time. So because this screen fatigue, so we all talk about screen fatigue, but at the same time, when students are not with us during the classroom, they're still looking at the screen. So that's why reducing screen fatigue, we want to separate the synchronous and asynchronous time. But I personally think that when I see my students, I know they're working. Yeah. So when I don't see them, I don't really know what they are doing. So the pros of this type of environment is, of course, that they increase engagement. Yes, so we do have a lot of social interaction, access and convenience, very convenient to work from home. Yes, and we can individualize learning opportunities, work on their autonomy. They are already autonomous learners, but they still need this little push. Allow for all different flipped classroom practices, like flipped homework, or bringing videos for them, or preparing the videos ahead of time and letting them watch them. And of course, they increase target language, specifically Russian practice time. We can differentiate instruction, creating individual chat. And of course, I'm open to other thoughts. So if somebody wants to chip in, we are willing to share and discuss if time permits. But of course, there are a lot of challenges. And I personally see like one of the main challenges is internet connectivity. So we depend on it so badly, and then something happens and that's it. For us as teachers, especially, because if we lose one student, okay, so we have others. But if my connectivity, so then we're in trouble. So that's why it's very important to have it secure and check it. So of course, taking into account different time zones, if the students are in different time zones, different personal technologies. So we want to ensure that they're all, and most of the texts now are compatible, but still some don't have cameras installed, so we don't know. So it's important to do this before we start the courses, and to let the students kind of to arrange what we want from them and what capabilities we need. Do we want to see them, or we don't want to see their faces? I don't know. Yeah. So I personally want to see, but I heard from some of my colleagues that they'll say, well, why do I need to see? We don't need to see them as long as we know they are there. So, I mean, it's also personal preferences. Well, but still there is little or sometimes no face-to-face interaction. So you still don't see all of them at once. Yes. So there is more work. So even though some say, oh, it's easier because you work from home, but personally, I think that there's much more work with online blended environment. And of course, it's very important for self-discipline and self-direction. So we want to develop autonomous learners. We think they are autonomous learners, but even for us, it's very difficult to keep this self-discipline and self-direction. And again, so we're open for other thoughts. And the main, I wanted to finish with the future directions, that's not the end. So it looks like blended learning or online learning is here to stay for even if we go back to classrooms, but this, some are happy with online, some are not too happy, but there are a lot of financial interests involved by different institutions or conference organizers. So everybody's looking at how to save money. So it will be here to stay. At least at our institute, we keep on hearing from our leadership that there'll be changes. So again, there'll be more innovation in emerging technologies. So we're talking about artificial intelligence and virtual learning. So that's why we as educators need to be open to new possibilities. So this is something I just kind of wanted to finish up with, and open to more discussions or summing up or questions with all our participants.
Thank you, Paulina. Yes, this conclusion is very important because we really faced the new reality, like multi-screen reality, and these challenges are really seriously. And this option of virtual reality will be, I think you're right, will stay with us for a long time. Okay. So, any questions for all the speakers? Okay, I think we could go to our other speaker, Ivan Samohin. He will tell us about this Google translation. Am I right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Good evening, dear participants, dear guests. Unfortunately, I don't have, well, technical possibility to show you my presentation as well as my face, but everything is fine. I mean, everything else. My report is dedicated to disadvantages of rendering Russian vocabulary into English via, as it was previously said, Google Translate. In our report, we propose recommendations for correcting some minor and major mistakes made by Google Translate. It is noteworthy that such blunders are also characteristic of other online services, Yandex Переводчик, Translate.ru, etc. So the results of our study may be interesting not only to those who prefer Google Translate. Substandard translation of compound concepts and terms is maybe the most typical case. Сверхфразовое единство over phrasal unity. Correct supraphrasal unit. Перевод с листа sheet translation. Correct site translation. Возрастная педагогика age pedagogy. Correct developmental pedagogy. Социальный педагог, social teacher, correct, social pedagogue or social educator. If such mistake is made by a live translator, then it is most likely associated with the phenomenon of interlingual interference. A person simply copies a familiar term and does not even assume that the English analog can be non-identical. This approach is shown in all the given examples except the fourth one. A situation when such error is made by a translation tool commonly means that the latter does not know this lexical unit, does not have it in the integrated dictionary. With regard to Google Translate, it indicates not storing an incorrect version, but regarding a set expression or a compound term as a free word combination. In these cases, the web service cannot notice crucial discrepancy between the units возрастная педагогика and, for instance, великолепная педагогика or прямоугольная педагогика. The above-mentioned mistakes do not impede the process of understanding, hence they are not really harmful. Serious mistakes and evident inaccuracies in the semantic aspect when conveying unambiguous terms and concepts are less typical of Google Translate, as well as of other web services. Nevertheless, such mistakes still happen. Фантастическая литература, fiction, correct speculative fiction, since the noun fiction has a broader meaning. Игровая деятельность, gaming, correct play activity, since gaming is the same as gambling, the activity of betting money. Доктор наук, PhD, correct grand PhD or Doctor of Sciences. The formal and actual analog of PhD is another Russian degree, кандидат наук. Some Russian terms do not have adequate English versions, or such equivalents exist, but for some reason they are not considered by the special theory of translation. This leads to semantic errors of another kind, the creation of constructions devoid of any obvious meaning. Therefore, Google Translate turns the basic organizational and pedagogical concept цензовое образование into census education, although the Russian term has a very close English analog, outcome-based education. The concept частное языкознание is conveyed by the web service with the mysterious phrase private linguistics. A reader can only guess what kind of language science is considered, not demonstrated to the public, regarded as private property, maybe based on non-state commercial activity. Some Russian linguists use the adjective специальное, but the version with the word special may also cause misinterpretation. According to Wikipedia, the equivalent for частное языкознание is descriptive linguistics. There is, however, a semantic nuance. The Russian scientific discipline is divided into two branches, descriptive and historical, considering grammar, vocabulary, etc. in their evolution. Thus, it is maybe more appropriate to give preference to explicit translation, a subfield of the language science which examines certain languages. Sometimes two Russian words have the same English equivalent, which may puzzle Google Translate, resulting in glaring tautology. Учителя и преподаватели, teachers and teachers, студенты и слушатели, students and students, аспирантура и адъюнктура, postgraduate and postgraduate studies, училища и колледжи, colleges and colleges, диссертации и тезисы, thesis and thesis, реферат и аннотация, abstract and abstract. It should be noted that changing the order of words can alter the result, in some cases, even making the translation better. For instance, Google Translate conveys диссертации и тезисы as thesis and thesis, and тезисы и диссертации as abstracts and dissertations. A live translator can construct several cumbrous sentences, but not something like teachers and teachers, especially twice or thrice within the same text. Therefore, we urge students and scholars to free their Google-made versions from such mistakes. The ways to do it are the following. Omitting one of the words, училище и колледжи, colleges, choosing a more appropriate variant at the level of terms and collocations, реферат и аннотация, an extended abstract and a short one, and resorting to descriptive rendering, aspirantura y adjunctura, postgraduate studies for civilian and military students. Another problem of the web service is the interpretation of acronyms, mostly in such structural parts as about the authors, acknowledgements, and references, which usually contain abbreviated names of educational institutions. Google Translate successfully recognizes some acronyms using the fixed equivalents: MGU, MSU, Moscow State University, RUDN, PFUR, People's Friendship University of Russia, IHSE, Higher School of Economics. However, in most cases, the transliteration is used. As a result, there is a set of letters which does not correspond to the full English name of a Russian university. MPGU, MPGU, MGO, MGOU, etc. When terms and concepts are conveyed, the same thing happens. In our opinion, translators should provide full English names, preceding them with correct abbreviations. It would not be an exaggeration to state that the new approach to machine translation, based on neural methods, made Google Translate considerably more effective in rendering scientific texts at the lexical level. However, machine translation still needs proofreading, but, well, maybe not as much as earlier, before the introduction of neural methods. When it concerns the prospects of machine translation, clear prediction is hardly possible. Of course, the success of Google Translate inspires a lot of optimism, but history teaches us to be discreet in our expectations. Several decades ago, when Yuri Alexeyevich Gagarin became the first human in space, people on Earth began thinking that by the end of the 20th century, the humankind would fly to other galaxies and interact with unknown forms of life. And what happened in the reality? The new millennium started 20 years ago, but we, the terrestrials, have not even visited our nearest planet. Thank you for your attention. Ready for your questions? Some.
Thank you, Ivan Sergeyevich.
Thank you.
It's our academic tradition to name the colleagues by name and second name. I think you, Oksana, explored this tradition to your students too.
We talk about it in our class, but it's very hard to
to explain.
Make students learn. No, they love the explanation, and in some classes, my students are so interested in taking patronymic that they will do that. Jonovich, and they will create their Russian names, but usually we just go by the first name.
Yeah. Easily. Okay, so we have one more speaker, Diana Arostomyan. Are you here? I can't see her. So, if you don't mind, Oksana, we would like to give an opportunity to our colleague from the University of Granada, Maria Teresa. Are you here? You're here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm very thankful for having me here and giving me the time to share my presentation. So I'm gonna share the screen. Okay. Can you see it properly?
You can make full screen.
Yeah, like this. Okay, so yeah, I'm Maria Teresa Mejia Cepede. I'm coming from the University of Granada, and I'm going to talk about subtitling as an opportunity to develop translating skills in Russian and Spanish translation training. So as we're running out of time, I'm going to straightforward to the point. And I'm going to talk about this point, subtitling as a task, subtitling as a challenge. I'm going to give some examples that show that subtitling is actually a complex task. And finally, I'm going to summarize the main ideas. So as we can see here, the thing that says that thanks to the advances and the rise in the demand of audiovisual materials, in the last decades, there has been a revolution in the field of audiovisual translation. So that is why subtitling is one of the practices within the discipline of translation studies that is gaining more visibility nowadays due to the globalization. And these audiovisual contents are conceived to be powerful tools to spread cultures. So because globalization, rather than encouraging a cultural unification, it encourages the co-appearance of different identities and different idiosyncrasies. So that is why subtitling becomes a challenging task, in which the translator not only has to deal with transferring from spoken to written language in a very restricted space and time frame on a screen, but he also has to deal with cultural references with no help whatsoever, like footnotes, asterisks. So due to these limitations, it's up to the subtitler's decision to translate the cultural references or leave them untranslated, not only because they may have become generally recognized, but also because maybe these cultural references can make the process of subtitling impossible. So we are going to base our talk in the film that we have previously translated from Russian into Spanish. The film is Van Gogh, Sergei Livnev, 2018. And it's on the film revolves around the relationship between the father, who is the character that we have in the left side, and his son, the character on the right side.
Sorry, Maria Teresa, could you change the slides? Because
okay, yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, so yeah, so the film is quite interesting if you can take a look before after. And just for curiosity, we have followed the methodology of Molina and Hurtado Albir, and according to technical parameters, we have followed the guidelines of Diaz-Cintas and Ramel. So with these examples that I'm going to share with you, we want to prove that it's important to have intercultural skills during the subtitling process in order to tackle the difficulties that arise related to cultural references. So as you can see here, the samples are displayed with some context and some technical data, such as the number of subtitling, the timing, the source text in Russian, a literal translation in Spanish, and our final translation in Spanish as well. So as we don't have time, I'm just gonna read the Russian text, which says, "Я вкалывал всю жизнь крутился, как белка в колесе." So here, a possible literal translation could be, he trabajado toda mi vida, he dado vueltas como una ardilla en una rueda. And our final translation is, he trabajado toda mi vida, toda la vida, perdón, he dado más vueltas que un trompo. Here, we refuse to follow a literal translation because we believe that it doesn't have the same effect in Russian as it has in Spanish. So then we decided to change ardilla for hamster because we think that is more common in Spanish, that expression. But after taking a look at the corpus, we realized that Darmas vueltas con trompo y Krutitsia, как Vielka в колесе, shared the same levels of frequency of occurrence. So we decided to leave it like that. Like we had a natural translation with very idiomatic, and we have so adapted. So, and the next examples is also related to cultural references. And here we have the Russian text, which says, Che chai s vašmi ljubimi tvarami. A possible literal translation could be Té con tus hierbas favoritas, and our translation is El té como a ti te gusta. So here happens the same. As we can see, a literal translation couldn't be idiomatic in Spain because we don't drink as much tea as Russians do. So here we try to adapt it to our context and to the target culture. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Can you see the screen? Yeah, okay. Okay, so yeah, here we try to adapt it to the culture, to the target culture, which is a more natural and idiomatic results. So just summarizing up, we want to emphasize the importance of developing translating and intercultural skills during the process of subtitling, because we have to tackle some difficulties related to, for example, cultural references, as we have seen in this presentation. And we also want to emphasize that subtitling is a task of huge potential in translation training, as well as teaching foreign languages, because it help us to improve the level of use in both language, native and foreign. And it also helped us to put into practice all the methodology and strategies that we have previously acquired from a more dynamic and active perspective. Sorry, and that's all. Thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any question, I would be delighted to answer. I'm sorry. Okay. I can hear you because your microphone is off.
We are trying to share your presentation because there was no movement of your slides while you were speaking.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought I was sharing with you my presentation.
Ага. Можете к концу, это последний слайд? Это последний. Okay. Thank you, Maria Teresa. So I think if somebody has any questions, you are free to ask them.
May I ask a question?
Yes, sure.
Yes, Maria Teresa, how did you technically do that? Could you please tell me which maybe tool did you use to work on subtitles?
Well, I use IGSUB. I don't know if it's an international tool, but here in Spain, in the translation training that I went, they teach us this tool. And I think it's very easy to use, even in students of second languages learning. And yeah,
I love this work. Sometimes we just speak over the characters in classroom. We create dialogues and let students to play out the roles of the characters with their voices, and it's fun too. With subtitling,
yeah,
this work you can keep for a long time, right?
Yeah, as I said, it's a way of working with the language from a more dynamic and active perspective, and that can motivate students. So it's quite interesting.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, Oksana, I think we could finish on this. We still have 19 participants in our session. So if anybody have questions, go ahead. So I think we could thank everybody, and I would like to remind that we're going to publish the materials of this conference in our proceedings. So if someone are going to get it in published way, we then collect their mails and send the examples to everybody. So thank you, Oksana, for organizing this interesting session, and I would like to thank everybody, and I would like to wish everybody good health and be safe and be connected with everybody. Okay.
Natalia, thank you so much for working with us, with our group through this the process of preparation. I know that we were, we relied on your guidance and support, and I'm so happy to continue my collaboration with you and Rudan. Thank you for this wonderful platform and our wonderful colleagues with interesting presentation. It's a really privilege to be a part of such conference. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I think we'll go further for future cooperation too. So you're all welcome. Okay. So we can, I think we could stop the translation now. Marina Ragevska, I see you. Would you like to say something?
Oh, thank you very much, Natalia.
Можно уже по-русски, наверное.
Да, можно уже по-русски, да. Большое спасибо, Наталья. Да, действительно, великолепно было все организовано и очень четко. И, так сказать, благодарю всех за такие интересные доклады. Я с удовольствием прослушала их. И очень интересно, так сказать, когда мы все связаны благодаря вот вниманию Российского университета дружбы народов и представляем самые разные континенты, но тем не менее мы, так сказать, остаемся единомышленниками и благодаря вам обретаем новые профессиональные связи. Вот, так что за это большое спасибо, и я всегда с радостью прихожу к вам, вы знаете это, и также взаимно хотела пожелать всем присутствовавшим сегодня здоровья и дальнейших профессиональных успехов. Благодарю.
Спасибо.
Спасибо. Я хотел тоже подтвердить все, что было сказано, Наталья. Одно удовольствие с тобой работать на самом деле. Была очень непростая работа на самом деле все это время. Но я думаю, что все получилось очень удачно. Так что тебе спасибо и вашему университету большое спасибо, и вашему институту, потому что было замечательно. Уже несколько лет работаем вместе. И, как вы говорите, ну, как-то мы будем еще дальше сотрудничать, я уверен.
Обязательно.
Конечно.
Обязательно.
И хотелось несколько слов сказать нашей технической поддержке, которая скрыта за вот этими задниками, как мы говорим по-русски, такой айтишный сленг, потому что если бы не они, у нас бы вот технически бы это все не осуществилось.
Это точно, это точно. Это хороший опыт, положительный, новый.
Да.
Я хотела бы тоже
Абсолютно новый.
поблагодарить.
Да,
Хотела
спасибо.
бы тоже поблагодарить всех. Спасибо, Наталья, особенно, потому что всегда была на связи, интерактивно, в период подготовки очень четко сработала. Оксана, тоже огромное спасибо. Я получила удовольствие от всех выступающих тоже. Спасибо. Хорошие связи, хорошая компания. И дай Бог всем здоровья.
Спасибо.
Спасибо. Ну, здесь, наверное, только аплодисменты в конце.
Аплодисменты точно? В следующий раз увидимся в Москве, надеюсь. Или в Гранаде тоже может быть. Да, Марина, может быть.
Everywhere.
Будем надеяться.
Anywhere, wherever we want, anywhere.
Лицом к лицу.
Только это самое главное, да, что мы видели. Да.
Да. Все. До
Всё.
свидания.
До свидания.
До новых встреч.
Пока.
До
Пока.
До свидания.
свидания.
всем.
До свидания.
До свидания.
Пока.